Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of MAAT. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To SABA Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netturts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations, and their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
In a world that is filled with a lot of unappreciativeness and a lack of gratitude, dua to you, Saba Tehuti, Amen Hotep Ra, for the altitude that you give and provide me to just be not only of greater acceptance of the greatness and the beauty that I have, but also just give the gate and the way and the path to continue to expand and not feel like I'm an alien or not feel like I'm crazy for just knowing in my heart this standard, and this standard that I've always known my whole life. You gave me a breath of life by just making it plain to me that that standard was Ma'at, and that Ma'at never leaves us. It is just something we are to remember again. So just do it for the countless lessons directly and indirectly from the world and beyond this world to just give us, like I said, a breath of life and a second chance at immortality. And for that is the ultimate gratitude. And as well, thank you for being the teacher that you are, and the kind of teacher that when I receive a lesson from you, I don't just want to learn the lesson from myself, but there's just this seed planted that the beauty and the wisdom and the power and all the things that I receive from your lessons deserve to be shared and extended beyond myself. And that is a beautiful responsibility as well as a beautiful honor that I am happy to receive and continue to grow within my Eve. So thank you for the Ankh, the seed, and allowing the Neturt and the Netter and the Netiru and Ma'at to again be. Peace.
And I'm going to tell you this. Once I was able to imbue myself in this frequency, I didn't want anything else. Nothing else was satisfying to me. Nothing else was nourishing to me. Nothing is more nourishing to me, to my consciousness, than the truth. Once you are actually imbued with it, once you learn what the truth is, it's nothing more satisfying. So, Hotep Henu to you, Great Saba, for this NEFER class. Your discipline, your example, I've seen it demonstrated consistently week after week. Man, like he was on another platform, Tehuti, like I was telling you. He was on another platform. He was invited as a guest, and he was answering questions like he does now. It was like an interview. I don't even know what the name of the platform is, but I definitely encourage you to go watch it, because that was a NEFER class as well. Whenever Saba is on any other platform, he definitely represents. But he was on this brother's platform, and he had one of his vipers, venomous vipers, with him, and he was teaching, answering a question, and the snake bit him on his hand, and he continued to teach. He didn't even stop teaching. He continued to teach. That's discipline. That is consistency. So it happened so quick, right? That I didn't even realize that he got bit. I didn't realize that it was anything wrong. I actually had to go back and rewatch it, because he continued to answer the question. His discipline was that of such. He continued to answer the question, right? So that's the
I just want to say Hotep Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first 101, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle in my whole life. I just feel so different now. My DJed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
The deepest parts of me that yearned for something I felt I was missing in my life has finally found what it was searching for. I now continue to find the answers to the deep, unanswered questions in my life because of my teacher, Tehuti. Who am I? What is my purpose on this earth? What happens after death? What is the truth, and how do I know this is the truth? Why have I been lied to so much in today's society? If I were to convey what Tehuti is giving me, it would take infinity to explain to you. Yet one word may encapsulate it all. Tehuti is giving me life, and I hope that one day you will walk through this door with me too, to see and feel the experiences of what life is, to receive a new love that you have never experienced before.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. But now, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You sit and you stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
Here's the problem though with that debate. I cannot say Jabari won that debate because his wife was there helping him. Reggie was there helping him. Sai was blocking for him, even though Sai was a bit more objective. He was giving props to Tehuti when Tehuti was smashing. Here's the problem though with that debate. I cannot say Jabari won that debate because his wife was there helping him. Reggie was there helping him. Sai was blocking for him, even though Sai was a bit more objective. He was giving props to Tehuti when Tehuti was smashing.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out that holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The HERU.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of MEDU Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
stand on
that's
it, man.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun Was Unksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Unksenamun. Or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Unksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological Neter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Unksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Watset has? Everybody, can you see that sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Unksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Osset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Unksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Unksenamun and Osset were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
It's not possible, but you set your premise already.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness. But y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO, I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Upmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Upmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry, when you beat Floyd, you don't get his title? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Here's the problem though with that debate. I cannot say Jabari won that debate because his wife was there helping him. Reggie was there helping him. Sai was blocking for him, even though Sai was a bit more objective. He was giving props to Tehuti when Tehuti was smashing it.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If he want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
I discovered Tehuti on Senator TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti KHUTI, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your master teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. They claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Hey, Mary Sekhmet, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes, a few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing. How did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across
it was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married Sekhmet. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the pod class, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it's just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from, what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Oxafek, where were you built on in '89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Swimming in daddy's big. Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
I was showing Hebrew, and then I got this one right
Hang on
here.
a second.
This one's also Hebrew, showing the firmament and Sheol.
Okay, this depiction right here, this is an ancient Hebrew tablet that's in a museum. This is an ancient Hebrew papyrus that we can date, or what is this?
There's a few you can choose from. We've got
the one that we were
Egyptian.
looking at, the one that I'm asking about, is that picture, that Hebrew picture.
This one's Hebrew, yeah.
That was found. This picture was drawn by the ancient Hebrews.
There's quite a few drawings.
No, I'm not asking if there's quite a few. Maybe I'm not being. Can I be heard? Okay, the image that was on the screen. Can we go back to that image? I don't know why I keep jumping.
Because there's so many.
80. Yeah, but can you stick to the one that you showed? That's why I like to do things step by step. I know everybody likes gish, gallop, and jump.
Okay.
I do things nice and slowly, and that's how you catch people. Nice and slow.
Okay, catch me.
The image that you're showing right there, that's being called a Hebrew image, is this an ancient papyrus image in a museum, or that can be dated back to the ancient Hebrews? Just yes or no?
We're not familiar with museums, so no.
Can this be dated? This image that we're looking at here, this color image, this is an ancient. Why is it moving?
Oh, okay.
Everybody okay?
It's the same one.
No, okay, can we stick with the?
It's all the same one.
I know people like to jump. That's how you cause the chaos. You can forget the argument. This is why I win debates, because I stick with the one thing and I'm not moving. So the one image, I'm asking a straightforward question to everybody on the panel: is this an ancient Hebrew image that can be found dated to the ancient Hebrews? Just yes or no?
This exact CGI rendering of it? No.
Okay, on to the next person. Lord Jamar, is this your Hebrew image that you're presenting that can be traced back to the ancient Hebrews? Yes or no?
That is an image that I understand to be an ancient. Their depiction of their cosmology.
Where can we find this ancient
image? Is that an actual one from some? I don't know, man. See.
Check, mic check. Check, can I be heard? One moment. you go. Mic check, 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 check. If you can hear me, I'm gonna fix this camera and get it working properly. Check, mic check. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, let's check down. Okay. Check, check, check. Mic check if you can hear and see me. Let me try to fix one more thing here. Okay. Check. There we go. Okay, mic check, press a 9 if you can see me. Let me see. Okay, there they are. Now it's showing up. We got 3 people that can hear so far. We have Yvette that can hear. We have Robert. We have Hush Nation. Okay, wonderful. Welcome everyone to the 2T Pod class. This is it, and this is gonna be another one. And we're gonna go ahead and start with the proper frequency as always. That means we're gonna start with the affirmation. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and start with the wonderful affirmation, and then we'll go ahead and get right started. This is a master class. Today is interesting set of questions asked, and they all are going to deal with completely changing your life. Here we go. Let's start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki MAAT, an NS, Nin Tet Aset MAAT, Men Habapet MAAT, Her and Hukiui. Her ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Marinate for a moment. And boom, we're back. All right, everybody, welcome. Welcome to the 2T Pod class. We are back in full effect. Peace to everyone in the chat. Peace to all the students who are watching. Peace to all the moderators. Are there any moderators on deck? Any moderators out? Let me go and put the banner at the bottom. Okay. We have Nanya Sitmer is here. I know she's here, although I don't see her in the chat. There may be a lag. And all the new people, are there any new people watching? Just press the 7 and I will give you a shout out. And I just always like to know if there are new people watching. It also determines the direction in which the intro goes for the new people. Are there any new people watching? Press a 7. I see a name here I've not seen before. Solo 5000. Solo 5000, if you are there. Press a 7. It looks like a new person, unless you're someone under that's changed for a new name. He says, peace and love to the ancestors. That is right. Peace and love to the ancestors. Excelente. Okay, any new people in the room? We have Nook Punuk has pressed 999. Wonderful. So it is all 15 House of Attend members. And maybe Solo may be away from his computer right now and not know that we have started. But at any rate, peace and love, everybody. Welcome to the 2T Pod class. You already know who you are being taught by and who this is in front of you. Shout out to the House of Attend. For those who are just tuning in, who may not know where you have stepped into, you have stepped into the House of Attend, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netiru. Welcome, everyone. Welcome home. We are the last on the planet to represent an echo, actual classes discussing multitudes of information at the same time, teaching straight from the words of the ancestors. We are the last on the planet to do that, and hopefully we won't be the last by time decades go by. We're looking to re-expand that. And that is unfortunately because a set of Egyptologists came in and influenced the melanated, quote-unquote, black teachers that brought
Kemet to America, and unfortunately they were all atheists. And because of that, their focus was on the black power, black significance agenda, black pride agenda, and because of that, which was a good cause, the focus of the Kemetic teachings was just on the people of the ancient times being black, because there was a black-white racist power struggle taking place. Being that was the focus, the neglection of what the ancient people actually were teaching was set in place, the neglection of it. And while other movements came and other groups came saying, we are the Hebrew Israelites, let's claim that, and let's also claim the way of life of the culture. While different movements came, some came teaching Dogon, saying, we teach the Dogon culture. Yes, of course, all the Dogons are black, but here is what the Dogons teach, and let's embrace that culture. Let's do our practices and rituals and so on and so forth. As Native Americans came forth and unfortunately were just put on reservations, but they made the best of it, saying, we are the MEHR, the Navajo, we are this tribe, and here is our practices, and we're going to stay in this area and keep our culture. And Nation of Islam came and said, we're the lost tribe of Shabazz, and here are our tenets, and we're going to keep this culture and read the Quran, and so on and so forth. The Moors came, several movements and people came, and they not only claimed the people, but they claimed the practices through a form of discipline, which is one of the focuses of this class today. Unfortunately, because Kemet was brought into America in a power struggle, a racial power struggle, not a religious one, a racial power struggle. The only time religion came up from those original teachers, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and the rest of those, was to debunk the religion and to prove that it once again came from Kemet, to indirectly show that blacks were the focus point of original intelligence, and blacks influenced the world, and the Egyptians were African, and so forth. And unfortunately, inside of that power struggle, they never focused on what the blacks of the time were teaching. What was their definition of consciousness? What was it that came from their mouths? What was it that came from their actions? What was it that they practiced? What was their spiritual connection? What did they teach religiously? Because as those people came and taught that all these religions came from Kemet, they forgot to leave out, well, if they all came from Kemet, and we are proud to be black, and we are proud to be the Egyptians when they did this, and they did mathematics, which we do today, they invented language, which we do today, they created soap and medicine, which we use today, all of those things that they created, everybody was proud of, if you notice. Everyone was proud of the invention of they created geometry, geology, which we do today, everything physical, which we do today. But the one thing that the entire culture was based on, which were their spiritual practices, disciplines, and ancient stories, that is the part that was never claimed. And thus the ancestors were erased. Thus the Neteru was erased, the so-called black leaders that came, picked up on the Egyptologists who were Europeans, teaching that some of them teaching that the Neteru were myths, mythological. The Greeks created this word, myth, the mythological, and they inserted this word into ancient cultures as a title to label all the ancient cultures. Yet none of the ancient cultures seem to have that word to label themselves. And so the ancient ways of the Neteru were lost. So we came several years ago, decades ago, I started renewing this. And a few people were listening. I mainly focused on this for my family. And that was, what did the ancestors teach? What do the people themselves say? If you're in a conversation, a debate, or any sort of back and forth with someone or teaching someone, the teachings of what ancient people did should never come from your origins. because you're teaching people that these ancient people existed before you. So if they existed before you, if you say about them should and must come from them, because those teachings before you were born, so thus they cannot come from you. And unfortunately, the people that are teaching today never open up the coffin text, never open up, they're not opening up the scribal teachings and teaching what the Netiru are, what the teachings are, just word for what it says, without adding their, well, see, what they were trying to say is, see, the understanding, no. What did they say first? And so I came back to renew that, because when I was a youth, I was raised around these, which everyone has seen the multiple intros that I've done over the years. And I realized that the animals were the base of the entire Kemet spiritual system. And that you could not even write Kemetic paragraphs, sentence structures, without animals and plants. That's how important the animals were. I noticed that the black conscious, the Kemetic priests and the Kemetic teachers never even had any pets that they showed. They never something's happening here. Okay. You couldn't read a Kemetic sentence without drawing animals and plants. Yet I've never seen an animal around them that they could say, well, this is my animal and it represents this, because in these times the Kemetians had animals all around them, and they actually based entire on animals. Something is happening with my I'm not sure. Let me see something. I'm going to come off of the internet on here. Maybe there's too many things taking from the internet. I'm going to come, and that should help a little bit. So when I was a youth and I spent a lot of time with the animals, I started teaching from them as a standard first. I started teaching from them as a standard and using them to teach. And I started having debates with people utilizing the anatomy of animals. And they were losing debates based on animals. And I said, well, let's deal with God's creation. Let's deal with animals. I noticed animals were very structured and organized, and people hated to follow other people or follow any particular culture or follow any particular form of discipline. It was a struggle to get people in forms of discipline, but it wasn't a struggle for the bees to be disciplined, for bees to do exactly what they're supposed to do, for the drone bee to do exactly what a drone bee does, and the worker bee does what the worker bee does, and the honey bee. And they never seem to have any arguments inside the hive over who's the worker bee, who's the drone bee, who's going to impregnate the queen. They seem to just do it and be a structured system. And if a bird, which is at least 200 times to 300 times larger than a bee, as even a small bird, a hummingbird, even a small tiny bird, tries to attack the beehive, trying to get some sweet honey sap, like it does from the flower, or just interested in eating bugs because birds eat bugs, if they run into that beehive, they get destroyed, not by one bee, but by a multitude of the fighting bees, because not all the bees fight and not all the ants fight. So a multitude of the fighting bees organize and structured, and they protect the system. But I found that people were having problems, are uninterested in creating that based on the culture that they claimed that they wanted to get back to. I saw them wearing unks. I saw them wearing eyes of Horus and all these different symbols, and I said, well, let us recreate, let us create a structured system. Let us go back to what the ancient ones taught from their words. And they were only interested in New World Order stuff, and blacks are superior, and HERU was stolen to make Jesus, and the Bible was corrupted, and that the Egyptians are black, and over again. It was confusing because I said, if you like them, why don't you like how their mind state was structured and organized? You just like the fact that they had dark skin. That's where it ends. Your pride ends at their skin, and they had thick lips. And because you have thick lips, now you can share in their achievements and their spirituality. But you're having these crystals and things from India, and a little bit of astrology, and a little bit of tarot cards, and a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But the ancient ones didn't have a little bit of this and a little bit of that. They had one system they followed called MAAT, and it was a structured system that was written in stone and papyrus. But see, that takes discipline, same as Kung Fu, same as workout training or anything, same as dieting. And that's why there's more people debating about theories they have and about what they feel and about what they can talk about, more than there are any of them on a diet plan. Because that's where the work and discipline comes in. And I realize that that is the part that they don't want. They can debate and discuss things, and it's talk, and after the debate they're eating Doritos and a burger and going to the Knicks game and stand out of the club till 2 a.m. So they're not living what they're debating about. Oh, it's just a hobby. So I've come to change that. I've come to reveal not only the ancient mysteries, but also anything that people ask, because I realize that people all started off on different levels. So I created this Tehuti pod class. And let me check if there's any new people in the room so I can add some things to the intro. If there's not any new people in the room, press a 7. Any new people in the room, let's press a 7. We have Marks. Are you new? X marks this fox. I'm not sure if you are new. If so, press a 7. Any new people in the room, press a 7, and I will definitely acknowledge and say peace to the new people in the room. Okay. All right. So when I was a youth, and this person said, let's see your crocodile. Wonderful. Press a 7 in the room, send in some support to the Tutti Pod class, and send that support in and question in, and I will go back and sometime in the class maybe get a crocodile for you if you like. So as a youth, I went through this path, and I was asking questions, and it caused strife in the house. And everybody knows, since there's no new people watching right now, everybody knows the story of the debate that was set up for me to be qualified to continue to live under my mother's house. The debate was set up with a pastor. The pastor lost. My mother was the judge, who was a Christian, kicked him out of the house. He stamped and notarized a restraining order against me from the courthouse. And at that point, I was no longer around churches that he governed, that he was a part of, and any of his pastors were a part of. So I'm the first that I know that had a restraining order against some religious faculties. So at that point, I couldn't go back to church, but I would sneak back into church before the Bible studies would start, and I would start conversations with the people in the church so that they could ask the pastor the question. Now, this is during and pre-high school days. I don't remember because I never made it through school as well. I was thrown out of every school I ever walked in the door of. But as a child, as a young boy, I was going from church to church, and I was teaching and putting thoughts in the Christian followers' minds before the pastor would come for the Bible study, so that by the time he came, I could put my head down and duck out, because I have a restraining order against me from the churches. So I could put my head down, duck out, and he'd be bombarded by the people inside of his church asking the questions that were coming from me, because they didn't know who I was. I was pretending to be a fellow Christian who had some questions. And so they started bombarding him. He didn't even notice me. Or else he would have called the law, because I have a restraining order. So I would go from church to church, and I was on a mission as a young child. As a young man, I was on a mission to have people question things, and see if people could answer these questions. I went into the school and I did the same thing, and I was expelled from every school that I entered. I would sneak into the school, and I wouldn't go to the classes. instead of going to the class, which I was bored of because the teachers couldn't answer my questions, I would pretend I'm going to class and detour and sneak into the library. And there I would gather up information so that I would wait for the recess bell to ring. And when the recess bell rang, when I was a child, I would go into the hallways and set up classes for the students in the midst of all the chaos of everybody in recess, all the noise. I'm there in a corner teaching classes and having people ask me questions, and I'm answering questions and telling the school kids to question the Bible and presenting different biblical facts and pretend cultural truths. And then when the bell would ring and all the students would go back in the class, I would hide back in the library. So as my mother and others thought I was going to school, I was actually going to the library, and I was truant from my classes, and I was expelled from the school. And my mission to go to school now was just to teach the youths. That's why in the intro, the brother Dome Daly says, yeah, I remember you doing this from '89. And I remember you having the animals and doing this teaching since '89, because I always had the snakes and the spiders and serpents and animals with me, because I would go spend time with animals as a child for hours and hours a day and get away from human society and just sit by the swamps and the ponds and in the forest and just observe the animals and bond with them and watch their structure. And I was very, very, very impressed with their structure. So I felt more close with them than I did going back and watching basketball games and whatever it is that people were doing, watching football games, basketball games, and smoking weed or whatever that was they were doing. I was out in the ponds and the swamps with the animals most of my life. And so as time went on, I started continuing to teach. I ended up joining an organization that I've mentioned before because I saw the organization was also asking people questions that I was asking. I ended up using my animals to teach in that organization and ended up excelling to the as the top teacher of that particular organization. And the students were extremely upset with me because I was teaching from animals and teaching from things that were not inside of the organization's teaching. But I was winning debates. The owner of the organization, the movement, told all the students that if you want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep Ra. And he told me to start teaching the students from the animals that I was teaching in a live class. And he said, I don't have this information. He said, I'm going to take his information. And he was happy. The students were getting angry and jealous, and it was a very strange thing until they eventually came to me with torches saying that I have to burn everything in my premise that is not coming from this particular religious or spiritual movement. I saw that as a form of danger because, of course, if you burn down those things, it's going to burn down my family. It's going to burn down everything. The property is going to burn down. So this is not a safe place to be. I went and spoke to that particular teacher about the situation, and he told me that he cannot bring the movement to the level that where I am. He said he will end up losing half of the followers. He said he'll keep me and a couple others, but he'll end up losing most of the movement because he hasn't brought them up to where I am. And he said, due to the situation, it's not safe and I should move on. And so I left that organization a little bit disheartened because I couldn't understand within me why this was happening. If I was considered the top teacher or the top student and others should teach like me and learn to teach from me, and the actual teacher is getting information from me, I couldn't understand why there was a problem with that because I didn't understand things like jealousy and all of these strange things. I wasn't around that in my upbringing. I mean, it was around animals and just I didn't have that emotion. If someone was superior to me, I would immediately submit to them in their superiority, and that's what I learned through my martial arts and my sensei. He was superior, and I would bow to him, and he was my master in that particular category. And I never knew the emotion of feeling strangely about that. I thought that is the way that structured cultures worked when I was a child. So I ended up leaving that particular organization and moving on, and I ended up continuing to teach. But I was just teaching my family and a few of my students, and some of my students were telling me that I should look on YouTube, and there's people that are sounding like me, but they're not as advanced. And when I went to check out some of the people, even before I looked at the YouTube, I checked out some other avenues, and I found that people were using my audio and they were playing my audio and selling my audios, but they photoshopped my head off of the audio. So it was my voice teaching, but it was their body, their head on my body, and below it said Amenhotep, and they even were taking my name. And I went on YouTube and I saw some of the people teaching, and I said, oh, that's my student from 1994 who I beat in a debate, and he wanted to be my student. Oh, he's a big YouTube guy now? Okay, wonderful. Power to him. I didn't know this. I'm not too familiar with internet, and I'm not too familiar with all of these things. I don't follow the algorithms or whatever these things, popular things are going on. And I just saw a lot of the, I said, oh, that's that person who gets 200,000 views every time he comes on. You all know him. I'm not going to say their names, but that person there, oh, that was the one of the children of the people that I taught. He was the young boy as I was teaching his parents. I said, I know these people, and I know of these people. And I was proud and happy, but I was very strange of why my name was not being mentioned, or why my head was being cut off of audios that were being played, and why people were taking the things that I was teaching and not mentioning me. I didn't know what that was about either, because I didn't have that type of energy. I believe that if someone was giving me something that's superior to me, I give them credit, and that's my nature. But I didn't understand why that was happening. So I started to realize that, oh, it's about algorithms and views and super chats and things, all these different things. So I said, wonderful. That's fine. I ended up checking out some of the YouTube channels. Killer Priest was one of them I was told about. And I know Killer Priest from before, but I wasn't interested in his channel at first. When I knew about his channel, I wasn't interested. And then I realized, Killer Priest teaches through music on a lot of these topics, but he doesn't quite study these things thoroughly. Let me go on his show and give him a master class. When he found out who I was, he was excited. He wanted to have me on and do an interview, and the interview turned into a master class, and it was all to him. My purpose of going on Killer Priest was to teach him about all the things that I heard in his songs. I had all the evidence in the original indigenous teachings of what he was rapping about, but not quite having access to what it was he was rapping about. I noticed it was kind of everywhere. So I said, here's the fact on this, here's a date on this, here's a video on this, here's this. And it blew him away so much that he gave me the show to run the next day and didn't even come back to the Killer Priest show the next week. I was the host of the Killer Priest show. And then every week after that, I was the teacher of the Killer Priest show on Mondays. It was a beautiful thing. People were sending in all type of questions through Super Chat. And then I noticed that people were doing Super Chat bidding. It was really exciting. They were putting in $350, $500 Super Chats, doing bidding wars. And it was all going to Killer Priest and AD. And I was proud and I was happy about that, because I didn't expect or want any type of money until AD, who was the engineer, pulled me to the side and dumped his wallet in my hand and said, take every penny, every dollar that's in my wallet. He didn't even count it. I just saw 20s flying out. He said, whatever's in my wallet, take it, because we've never seen anything like you on the Killer Priest show, and we need to be paying you for your time here. We've never seen this before. And so as time went on, things were getting more busy. For me, people were wanting to do one-on-ones with me. They recognized me from 2002, 1996, 1998. And people were said, I recognize you. You don't look the same, but I recognize that voice. Are you such and such? Are you Amenhotep from Montgomery, Alabama? Are you Amenhotep from Florida? I said, yeah, that's all me. I just look a little bit different now. But yes, that is me. And so we're setting up one-on-ones, and it's becoming too busy. So I invented a word called a pod class, which is, I took the word pod, because remember, I'm not familiar with the computer world. So I said, this is a podcast. I said, okay, well, I'm a teacher, so I'm going to call something a pod class. And I said, here's how it's going to run. I told Killer Priest, I said, I'm going to be completely silent on my pod class until the question is sent in. But the question is going to be sent in through reciprocity, meaning that instead of me pre-preparing a lecture to come to, which is a topic that I decide that I'm interested in, which is what every single Kemet, conscious, esoteric, metaphysical, every single one of them, when they do a YouTube show or they do a lecture, it is a topic that interests them. So they are enthusiastic about it and they're writing it up because it's something they love. I said, I'm going to reverse it. I'm going to remove me from the equation, and I'm going to do classes only on what the people watching want. Put me aside. I'm going to open up the floor to any conscious question that you have to ask. Killer Priest said, how are you doing this? How do you have the answers to these questions already organized on a screen as if you set it up with the person? And he says, I know these are my people. They don't know you, Amenhotep. They don't, this isn't set up. He said, how are you doing that? And I said, years and years and years of development, rituals, money that I took and invested into particular things, and being around certain other masters, and sacrificing being around people, and heightening my awareness by getting answers from places that are first invisible, then visible, meaning that the answers to everything exist already, because nothing leaves the mental conscious plane. Everything that's happened is already recorded, whether it be in people's minds forever, or whether it be on the mental plane of existence that I've done many classes that Ingo Swann taps into, Michael Schillinger, all of the people that I've taught about tap into the 7.8 human resonance field, and they do remote viewing, receiving information through war by not going to the actual country, but staying exactly where they are, doing one-pointed consciousness, and yet they can see what's going on in Saudi Arabia while they're in America. We've done classes on that. And if you take your time to rid yourself from the distractions of the matrix, create healthy diet, become in tune with the ancients, and also from what things my mother told me of what took place before I was born here. If you do all that, you can start developing into shifting from just what's going on around you to being able to capture things. And then once I capture the information, then I go out and I now say, well, how do I present this to be visual for people? I can answer. So I was doing classes first without showing anything on the screen in my original classes, not on the power class when I originally taught. But I said, this is a computer world now. Hey, we have research now. So let me go ahead and give the answer that I already have. But let me go, oh, there's news articles. Oh, there's ancient teachings that match this. Oh, there's scientific data. There's animal research. There's tribal information. There's all this that's saved on the computer world, internet world. I said, okay, I can make this a pretty answer from what I was already answering verbally with my mouth that you saw me in the video when this first began. I had to answer questions from people all over the world, but there was no YouTube at the time. There was none of this existed. I was just on the podium and people would come from London, Jamaica, Trinidad, Canada, and just ask me questions about whatever was on their mind. I had to answer from just accessing it. That was how I started. That was in my early 20s after that was a while ago. But now with the computer world, I can actually make it pretty and show you the answers where you can actually take the dates of things and go research. So I created a saying, ancestral artifacts over religious opinions, and started answering from artifacts and showing the artifacts. If it was about government conspiracy, showing the disclosure video, showing the disclosure documents, showing the UFO documents. If it was about any culture, showing what they say. And developed the Tehuti pod class, which was based on a reciprocity system, meaning that I noticed that people were spending money on things that they were interested in that were killing them. Everybody in this room is eating burgers. Everybody in this room is eating French fries. Everybody in this room is eating bubble gum. Everybody's drinking Sprite, Dr. Pepper, Sunny Delight, 7-Up, Minute, whatever the drinks are. Smoked some marijuana, spent 2 hours staring at movie screens of horror movies. Just imagine that, spending 2 hours like this, staring at Saw 3, watching Freddy Krueger, Jason, Carrie. We know their first name, their last name. We know that it's Freddy, his last name is Krueger. We know Jason's last name is Voorhees. We know their bat Bruce, we know Wayne, we know the Wayne Manor, we know the planet that Optimus Prime is from, we know where the Autobots are from where the Decepticons are from, we know every wrestling move, we know every rock move of jumping off we know all of that information. We know Spider-Man and Peter and Parker and his wife and the Godzilla. We know everything. Nobody can ask you where Santa Claus is from, and you say, I've never heard of him. You know where Santa Claus is from. You know the North Pole. You know the names of the reindeers. You know the amount of reindeers he has. You know who the Scrooge is. You know who the Grinch is. You know who Big Bird is. This Big Bird. You know who Oscar the Grouch is. We know all of that. And we've paid for all of it. We know everything about what's happening with Puff Daddy. We've seen every movie. We got the Knicks game. We got this game, the LA, whatever. We have all of that. Thousands and thousands of dollars on hot dogs and burgers. And when you go to the movies, you have to eat popcorn too. That's $8 a bag. You get a shot of drink. The shots are $8. I heard there are more now. Thousands and thousands of dollars on things that are destroying neurons, destroying brain cells, disrupting the hippocampus area, the memory area, the amygdala area, filling them in with falsehood and a bunch of strange things that should not be in your mind. We know Wolverine's claws. We know what the claws are made of. They're titanium. And we know Superman's enemy is the kryptonite from this planet of Krypton. And then I step in and say, who's Kigimni? How does acetyl-carnitine help the body? I start asking questions about things that are actually beneficial to us. Should a woman really have gestational diabetes? I don't know, but I know Clark Kent, Superman, and I know Venom is the black version of Spider-Man, and Spider-Man was originally a black man. And Deion Sanders did this, and I know Puff Daddy Jay-Z got kicked by Solange. And I say, how do you help hyperhidrosis? What do the native Kemetian people write about out-of-body experience and immortality? I don't know, man. You know all that stuff. I don't know that. I know how to fry up some Nathan's hot dog at the family barbecue. Got all that. So I set up the Tehuti pod class as a door. I came into the world telling people that, call me SABA. It means doorway. Stargate, to be exact. It means a doorway. Meaning that the SABA is just the opening of the door. Whatever is on the other side is already there. The doorway is the partition. It doesn't belong to either room. It's unbiased. You do not have a living room door. You do not have a bedroom door. You do not have a bathroom door. You do not. Because the bathroom door is also the living room door on the other side of it. And the bedroom door is also the living room door. The door doesn't belong to either room. The door is the partition. And once you go through that partition, you're in that particular realm or that particular room. SABA is the door that you ask a question to. Open up the door. Whatever falls out of that door, that's what you requested, like the genie lamp. Just the partition. While standing on MAAT and standing on immortality. So at the Tehuti pod class, for all the new people that are watching, you can send in questions, and the questions are to be valued because your answer is to be valued. And if your answer is valued, then your quest is valued. If you're on a quest and you really want to know something and that thing can actually benefit your life, then you support the time it takes to give you the answer and what the answer is, and the fact that the answer has guidance in it. Not a regular answer, but life-changing guidance. So for example, at the Tehuti pod class, what are some of the questions that can be asked at the Tehuti pod class? Any question that deals with the upliftment of your consciousness, that deals with the upliftment of your physical body consciousness. This person sent in a question about kidney dialysis and what is the MEDU solutions to heal high blood pressure and kidney failure. What is the PSYOPS? What PSYOPs are behind kidney dialysis? Does the kidneys really fail? Or is it the adrenaline failure? And what is the meta solution to high blood pressure? These questions have never been asked in Earth's history that I have ever seen, and they definitely have never been answered. And what happens when you ask that question? Boom, the entire pod class belongs to you. And the others that ask questions, here you go. And here is your movie setup. Here is your documentary. Here is your designed book. You get a designed book taught live. Boom. Liver, truth on the liver, truth on the liver, truth on the truth of the PSYOPS. Kidney disease, the truth, the PSYOPS. The solution of it, which is most important. What is this compound here? Hidden health attacks reveal. And what is this compound here? And the whole class is on that. At the Tehuti Pond class. And so much. This answer took about an hour and 40 minutes to answer, almost 2 hours. Somebody comes in and says, well, I want to know about eczema. Boom, the entire pod class. There you go. This has not happened on the planet Earth. If so, put the link in the room. So you ask a question now. Eczema. No known cause? Any known solutions? The drug diagnosis, prescription, palindrome, PSYOPS cycle. What is the PSYOPS behind eczema? And I showed everybody that eczema is actually 5 diseases. Now, just go back and watch that class. And then the Kemet and Tiru were the first 2, ... The answer is in the class. Modern day doctors give reverence to the Kemet and Tiru by naming the skin condition. The skin condition is actually named after what the Nitiru did. And go back to that class and watch that. Somebody may say, that is interesting. Well, my child is going to school and I'm going to school and I want to know about this graduation. What is this ritual? What is happening? Why do we dress like this? Why is there 12 grades? Boom. What happens to you? Boom. The school PSYOPs, graduation alumni ritual, skull and bone secret society, ancient Kemetic sword of immortality. What do all these people have in common? The Moors, Knights of Templar. Boom. Notice that this topic has nothing to do with this topic, has nothing to do with this topic, and has nothing to do with this topic. Somebody says, well, I want to know about out-of-body immortality at nighttime. Boom. And I'm being attacked by succubuses and all type of parasites at night. Boom. Succubus mind control while you sleep and have an out-of-body. Kemet out-of-body, dream war, possession. Who are the spirit negs? While somebody says, I don't want to know about the spirit negs. I want to know about what the Pope is doing in the Vatican. And is it true that the Pope is in there secretly worshiping the Nitiru? Clearly, through meta language. Boom. Christian, Catholic, secret conjuring of the Nitiru. You see what happens there? Somebody says, I want to know about the Montauk Project. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rock ASV. Here's a $40 support. And boom, what happens? Boom. There's your pod class dedicated to you. A female comes and says, I don't know about the Montauk Project, but I'm pregnant and I want to know about, boom. I want to know, does the baby have consciousness in the womb? Is there a way to communicate with the baby in the womb? What about my pregnancy cravings? And does that have to do with the mind control PSYOPs? Are there really such thing as pregnancy cravings? Somebody says, well, I want to know about Kemetic incest. Is that true? Were they depicted because of cosmology? Or were they actual beings that were involved with each other as the same family? Boom. I want to know about breastfeeding versus baby formula. Breastfeeding. What's the spiritual symbolic meaning of breastfeeding? Why is that baby always on the right side? What is the symbolism of breastfeeding? Another sister comes and says, well, I'm not pregnant, nor do I have any babies, but my cat's eyes are changing color. What's happening with that? Boom, a class on that. This is what happens. Somebody says, I have hyperhidrosis. What's going on with the hippocampus area of the brain? Somebody comes and says, well, I'm not really interested in any of that, but how do I get my body in shape? How do I lower body fat and change my shape and get healthy internally? Can you get that at the Tehuti pod class? That doesn't seem to be anywhere other than fitness training groups. You can't go to a class or go to a YouTube video and ask about seeing spirits and then boom, ask about bodybuilding and get a complete diet program, workout advice, and you send in before and after pictures to the whole audience to let everybody see the proof that your body dramatically changed, and now people can look at you and say, are you a fitness trainer? That's what happens at the Tehuti pod class. If that is happening anywhere else, feel free to put the link in the room. It is not happening anywhere else because this is the phenomenon that's taking place here because this is what the Nitiru wants. What about organ energy? Organ energy and sex energy, sexual magic. What about organ energy? Boom. That doesn't have anything to do with the Montauk Project or breastfeeding or pregnancy or the succubus or seeing our school PSYOPs or eczema or bodybuilding. But boom, there's your Oregon energy class. Somebody says, I'm going to throw a loophole at Tehuti. I'm going to ask about the never-ending story, a movie Tehuti's never even seen before. Boom, 2 hour. It was an hour and 40-minute class on the never-ending story. I still have not seen that movie. I let people know I did not watch that movie. Everybody was completely blown away when that class was finished. How? How do you do an hour and 50-minute class on things that are in the movie, showing clips in the movie, showing all the subliminal messages, the gematria, the numbers, adding up, everything that I taught in the movie, and I never saw the movie? To this day, I don't know what that movie, I don't know. I've never seen it yet. Yet the person that asked the question was blown away. This person wanted to know about eyesight. This person once says, I've had hyperhidrosis for decades. It's been bothering me since a child. Boom. Sends in a question on hyperhidrosis. Hotep SABA, you're very important to me and people who support and follow MAAT from your teachings. I appreciate you, big brother. I sent the donation for hyperhidrosis breakdown also. Is there any home remedies that I can combat this problem with? I've had since a kid. Peace and love. Utu, houseofatton forever. Sends in support. Less than the pair of Nikes that he bought. What happens? After 20-something years of trying to fix hyperhidrosis, one pod class, one answer, he's healed now. For less than the Nikes that's on his shoes, on his feet. He's healed now for less than 5 bags of popcorn. Less than taking your family to see the Avengers. If you take your family to see the Avengers, it's going to be over $50. What do you learn? You learn who Cyclops is. I don't even know the name. The Cyclops is the Morpheus. No, who is it? Magneto has the middle of the. And this person says, no, no, no. I'm going to skip on the Avengers and watching Spider-Man Venom with my friends and hanging out at the club this weekend. And I'm going to send in a $50 support donation. And now my hyperhidrosis is healed. So now I'm not in the movie theater suffering. I'm not around my girlfriend, my ladies, my family suffering and sweating from the palms because of the support of the Tehuti pod class. So that's what happens here at the Tehuti pod class, everybody. Everything from heart stroke to Navajo Native Americans to the matrix breakdown to feng shui to gingivitis and creating your own toothpaste. Everything that has to deal with the upliftment of consciousness and your physical awareness and ancient awareness, and all of that is here at the Tehuti pod class, and it is a support reciprocity system. And that is what's keeping this pod class and the House of Aten continuing at the level, because I have sacrificed the forms of jobs that I had prior to this, which was fitness training. I've trained people that you watch on television, bodybuilders that you see competing. I've trained people with diets for your rappers, your battle rappers, and whoever people that you see and like. And I stopped that and performing, doing magic shows for football teams and magic shows on Canada's Got Talent and all type of things that was taking place, performing at the beaches, all of that to do what I love to do, which is raise the people. But I want people to know that in order to get this high level, then of course there's reciprocity, because we made Will Smith, sorry, not Will Smith, he's actually a good actor. We made Jason and Michael Myers millionaires. Imagine that, everybody. Over the years, we've given Michael Myers and Jason, two people that have absolutely no acting ability. Their acting ability, cha 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 cha. Oh, I kill you. Cha 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 cha. Oh, kill her. Cha. No, sorry, they don't even talk. I'm sorry, they don't talk. Just cha 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 cha. Kill cha 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 cha. And now they're retired millionaires. You never saw their face. You never saw their facial expression. You never saw anything about them. All you know was that they swung an axe or they swung a knife and they killed people. And because they played that role, they are now retired millionaires, because we gave them reciprocity and made them millionaires. The ones who play Spider-Man and all them, it's our reciprocity that made them millionaires. And all the monkey, all the stuff that's going on out there, we've supported that. So the Tehuti pod class is here to show and present that people can support the truth and guidance. So with all that understood, everybody, the questions that are asked today, there's a lot of noise in the background because they're giving the reciprocity to partying and Little Wayne, yeah, or whatever is going on out there right now. That's where their reciprocity and their time goes. But we're trying to change that frequency here. So the question today that's asked is, boom, these are the topics that are going to be covered today. Look how many topics. What is Kemet MAAT accountability? Has that ever been asked on the planet before? And given answers from what the ancients wrote. What was focus in Kemet? How did the Kemetic scribes create the way that you think today? The Kemet Masterclass, ancient Kemet MEDU words that created the English words that you use today. Did the ancient Sphynx of MAAT create 12 words that they teach you now in grade 3? Tehuti teaches on and brings out live venomous snake from Kemet. That was the glyph for family and focus. So many things are going to be covered today. I'm going to put the link in the room for the supportive team and all the supporters and students to jump in. I'm going to go refresh myself and then come back, and we're going to tackle and answer all of these beautiful questions and give a master class today. So here's the link to the room. There it is. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. We got King Lamul. We got Stranger that I see from where my screen is scrolled up to. Stranger is the name of the moderators. One of the first to give some of the largest supports that have ever been given here at the Tehuti podcast. I hope the link went in. I'm not sure if the link went in. Stranger, this man right here, the name of the moderators. I think the last question he had sent in was it was either the triangulation of Ma'at or the space project and its Kemetic connections. And I actually took his question and broadcasted and answered his podcast question on the Killer Pre-Show as my last time going there. So Stranger is also the individual who put a challenge out to anyone. He put a bounty out, $200 bounty to anyone in the conscious community on his breakdown of the Star of David and its Kemetic origins. So this $200 is saved in the PayPal. If there's anyone that has seen an answers on that topic or the topics that I teach on that are thorough, present the link, present the teacher, and that teacher will automatically get $200. But that's something the Stranger sent in right there. So shout out to Stranger, one of the name of the moderators, one of the ones that set off some of the biggest supports ever. So there's the link for the team to jump in the room. We're going to go over a couple things. I'm going to step away from the screen, refresh myself, revive myself, get a little bit more water. This is Osset. She's not the snake that is in the thumbnail, but this is the snake that I usually bring. She is the white cobra. Her name is Osset Hejet Ma'ati, which is Osset the white Ma'ati, the double vision, the double realm of vision. And on the hat is Sekhet. Sekhet is the ancient word for spider or weaver, and it is also the oldest word known on the planet for where the body goes in the out of body after death, called the Sekhet. And if you want a class on why would Sekhet, the ancient name for the place that the doubled body goes to after death, be also the name of the spider weaver, you can send in the question to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, and I will go ahead and answer. That is where all questions are sent in and acknowledged. So shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody in the room. There's the link in the room. And let me see where the moderators are or where the people are in the room. I noticed that the people coming to the panel to relieve me has changed as far as the abundance of the people coming to the panel, or even the moderators that are in the room. So I will definitely be changing things. I don't want to remove the panel interaction, but I noticed that I do open up the panel for interaction for family frequency and vibration. And before, when I did the pod class, it was only me playing Christian videos, funny Christian videos. But I invited people to the panel so the family can vibe and talk amongst each other, because when it is church time, when your mom was at church, there was no such thing as 4 people being at church, was there? Anybody that went to their church and only saw 4 people in the entire church, go ahead and send a video of that, and we will definitely send you support for that video. We'll send you $100 for that. But no, when you go to the churches are packed. There are hundreds of people in there. There's deacons on deck waiting. The pastor's there. There's an entire choir set up at the church that's not even a part of the they're not even a part of the audience. They're sitting, waiting on time, ready to play the piano, play the drums and the harmonica. Choir's on deck ready. Deacons on deck ready to collect the support. Pastors on deck. Sister Mary's on deck at the door. She's baking cakes downstairs for the potluck. That's Christianity that everyone is saying is falsehood. That is the Christianity that you're trying to get the people out of. That's the Christianity that you're saying, listen, man, yo, this is falsehood, man. Come out of this, man. Listen, this is made up stuff. And she's like, Betty's downstairs cooking. While you're talking about falsehood, where do you all go? I go to the Tehuti pod class. I was there last week. There was only 3 of you on the panel. We got 15 choir members on deck, pastors on deck, deacons on deck. Miriam's cooking downstairs. There's a guy at the man at the door. He lets the people in. He ushers the people, opens the door. We're organized and structured. How are you all doing? 4 people on the panel. but we have the truth, man. Forget about all that. We got the truth, man. You're true to the truth, to the truth. And the Christians, like, Nation of Islam guys, like, what? Betty X is on deck over there. Martin X is there making the bean pies. Minister Shazad is about to do his sermon. FOI is on deck to protect us. Peter X is opening the door for people. We're the Nation of Islam. So I am trying my best. I am trying, and I know that for years, due to hypnosis, because of the all the original people brought no structure, no spirituality, no movement. I am trying my best to create a system where people are just as loyal and dedicated to the structure of Jesus and the structure of the fire department and the structure of the Nation of Islam and the structure of the plumbing union and everything that we're structured in, the golfers that get there and the guy that sets up the golf club, everything is structured and organized. And I know when it comes to MAAT and Kemet, our mind just goes, pew, does it? It's like, I'm just going to sit on the couch and be an individual. I'm not part of no structure, nothing. So I'm trying to set it up and change that. So I open the panel, but I do notice that the people coming to the panel, it's people would be on deck ready. And so I may have to change things up or switch up the pod class or just change things up a little bit if people actually don't want that experience. I am trying to be the only teacher that actually gives this type of interactive experience. When you go see the Bobby Hammett, when you go see the Phil Valentine and all those good brothers, you're not getting on the you're not interacting with Dr. Blair on the screen with him and sending in questions and creating a family structure. So we're trying to do that, everybody. So welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Welcome to the House of Atton. And we got the brother Fix here on deck. We got, at least this brother here is being accountable. He says, I'll be on the panel in 10 minutes. Thank you. But we definitely have like 30 people in the House of Atton. But when it's on the panel, I'm sorry, everybody. Christianity kills us. Christianity, Hush Nation, I'm sorry, Hush. Sister Betty kills us, man. Obliterates us.
Yeah, the Jehovah's Witness, the 7 they marching 100 deep, 200 deep, 300 deep.
The bingo club.
Yeah. We have 4 deep, 5 deep, 6 deep.
Yeah, but Tehuti got the truth. I got a testimony to Tehuti, the pod class. Yeah, man. I'm like, it's been 4 years. 4 years. Mom is still at church. Fresh as shoes, too. She has to dress up. She has to get in the car and actually put gas in the car to get to the church. For this, you just have to click a button. And still, it's a struggle. But people will know when this is not here anymore. Then they'll then they'll say, oh, man, I remember a brother named Tehuti. I'm with Ron Nefer Amun now. So shout out to those who do come to the panel and do support the Tehuti pod class. This is only here due to support. It's only just like the beehive. You remove the queen, You remove the drones, the beehive dies. It has to be a system. I'm trying to prove to the world that people that are into Ma'at can actually be disciplined and structured. I'm trying my best, family. I am trying so hard. I'm losing, but I'm trying. Betty Shabazz is killing me right now. Minister X is smashing me. I'm trying. But how you doing, though? Hush Nation doing good, my brother?
Yeah, I'm doing good, Saba. I'm definitely grateful to be here with the out again, you know, so I'm definitely thankful. I'm grateful for all my art you bestowed on me, all the NEFER Aku, the NEFER Ankh, you know, that you hold to my nose, so I can have this spirit. I definitely appreciate it, you know. Beyond knowledge, you already know, the HERU really works, so to our... So
really works.
Yeah.
The HERU really works.
Yeah, I don't know if
my brother the Jed, he used to, before the pod class started, I remember the Jed was here and he would tell you, and now it begins. And in the intro,
really works.
HERU really works. HERU really works. So I'm looking for all those brothers to come up to the panel, and it's fine too, because when I did the pod class, you weren't. This is before you, Hush Nation. I don't remember you in the beginning in original pod classes. I think you were there for Kill the Priest, right? Were you there for the original Kill the Priest?
Yeah.
Were you there for the original pod classes when I was just playing Christian cartoons?
I was there for the brother, the brother, the Hebrew brother. I had the debate. His name is.
Oh yeah. Oh, so you saw. Yes.
Yeah.
So you were there in the breaks. I didn't need much time. I didn't even have the thought of having a bunch of people on the screen with me. I was at the Tehuti pod class. Let me take a break. I would come off the screen. I'll play Christian cartoons and funny Bible videos of all the contradictions, and play that for about 4 minutes or 5 minutes. Go eat, come back, and boom, get into it. I would answer like 7 questions, about 15 minutes.
Yeah, I remember those. I wasn't there. I was.
So I decided on the opening of the panel. What's that, brother? The lag. What's that? Say it again.
I wasn't there for those. Those was when I used to catch them on the rerun. When I watch old pod classes, I used to see the cartoons in the breaks. I used to see them. That's the old pod classes. I remember those for sure. I'd still go back and watch them.
Yes, wonderful. So yes, family. I'll just have to adjust and change up some things. But I'm doing this for the love for the people, to create the family environments, for people to discuss, organize, talk amongst each other, create the vibe. When the brother, I don't want to name all the brothers, but you're not jumping on the panel with them. So trying to make this family environment and orientation, and people vibe. And even sometimes people ask live questions when they come on, and that's why it's just for the supporters to come on. I barely look at the chat. I don't really look at the chat of what people are typing much, unless I see a familiar name or something. I don't really look much at the chat, because the chat is for the chat to interact with themselves, really. The panel is for the people on the panel to interact with us and the chat. So if the people on the chat actually want to interact with me, or want, they click the button and come on the screen after they show support, and then we interact. So that's why I leave the chat for the chat. So shout out to everybody in the chat. I rarely look and see what's going on there. People could type 5,000 paragraphs, but I really look at that. I want to listen and see your face and hear your words and see the facial expression. I don't know if you remember the last time I was on the Good Brother Sonetter show. Shout out to the brother Sonetter. There was a brother named Yara, Hebrew Israelite. I'll say this before I go, just to give people time to come on the panel, because once I come off the panel, if somebody tries to come on, they can't come on unless Patah comes. So when I was talking to, I was on the Sonetter show, backing up my student Patah, as you saw. And I noticed that the Hebrew Israelites were coming strong. And the good brother Dejed mentioned something. He says, when you would do a show, Tehuti, and it's your show, nobody really comes on the panel. He says, but he knows that when Annie does a show, here comes all the Hebrew Israelites, and they're trying to change it to the Bible. And Annie's like, I wasn't talking about the Bible in this class. And here comes the Hebrew, well, since you don't believe in Jesus and all of that. And Annie's like, I didn't say anything about Jesus. So they came on strong onto the Sonetter show. And I let them all talk. Everybody's talking. And I went and did a workout training and came back an hour and a half later. And I said, now let them present what they're saying now that I'm here and interact with me. And so the brother, I mentioned something that he said, and they were calling out saying my name. So I brought up something on the screen. And when the brother came to interact with me, he wouldn't come on the screen. I don't know if you saw that part. He was on the screen the whole 3 hours talking to Patah, talking to everybody, yelling, screaming. His name was Yara. You're cutting off Patah, being rude. A sister named Vicky said, you all aren't rude when Tehuti's here. You're not rude when now be rude. And so I come back to the show, and now he doesn't come to the screen. Because when you come to the screen, when people watch me talk to somebody, they're going to see your facial expression change. Your facial expression will change. Your confidence will change. And that's why when the people come to talk, how come you don't come to the screen and talk to me? You're talking to talk for 3 hours. Now you're talking to Tehuti. Now it's just a black screen. What happened? Oh, that's childish. I should come to the screen. Then you were childish for 3 hours. So I like it when people come to the screen. I can see your face. Because you see behind the screen right here, if I go like this, if I do this, I could be naked doing jumping jacks. I could be doing faces at the screen, and doing all kinds of things at the screen that I can't do when you see me. And so I tell people, come to the screen. Let us communicate face to face so people can see my facial expression. People can see your facial expression. People can see my hands up as I'm talking. Are your hands up typing things, looking up things on Google as I'm talking to you? Let's show each other our beautiful faces. So shout out to you, Hush Nation. Shout out to everybody. I'm going to step off right now. Peace and love to everybody. We're going to come back and deal with these beautiful questions that should be the foundation of anyone's spirituality, especially with Kemet. In all your time of study, Hush Nation, have you ever seen a class where somebody taught on focus coming from the writings of the MEDU on the topic of just focus? Have you ever seen that before in your life?
No, I never see that, Saba.
How about accountability? Do you think that focus is important in your life?
Yeah, focus is super important, you know. It line up with the Sekahu, with the memory, you know,
right?
It in line, you know. But I only know you teaching these things from the MEHR, or I only know that coming from you. So all what I know is from the pod class.
Okay, yeah. So these topics were neglected. And we are here. I am here to resurrect them, and we are here to ask. We, as in the person asking the question, me as the answerer, makes up the we, and the we are here to focus now on the discipline aspects that are difficult to do, more difficult than arguing, more difficult than typing on the screen, more difficult than saying I disagree, blah, blah, blah. More difficult than the Egyptians are black, and Jesus, more difficult than that. But when the computer shuts down, and now you're around your family. Your lady's over here. Your child is over here. What actual life are you living in a disciplined, healthy, spiritual manner that is coming from the people that you're always talking about? The ancient Kemetians did this, and the Richard did that. So what life are you living that echoes that? That's the part that nobody can see. Accountability. Extremely important. What's the Kemetic teachings on accountability? Should you be accountable? What is accountable? What is even the word? What does that word even mean? Consistency is a question asked today by Tehuti. What is consistency in Kemet? What is accountability? What is structure? What is focus? Were there animals involved with the symbology? Were there any practices involved daily? Was there thought? Was there experimentation? Was there anything dealing with an out of body? Was there anything dealing with what happens while you sleep that affects while you're awake? All of that is going to be discussed today, because we are getting into the actual actions of discipline that come from our ancestors that they taught, and the science behind how our body works. We're going to get into all that today. So I'm going to step off, Hush Nation. I think Patah should be here. He said 10 minutes, and that was some time ago. The Jed may be here later. I think Gabby is here. One of them, they take shifts with Aset. So if the Jed can't make it, Gabby comes on. Vice come on when they take the shift switch. Tef usually comes later on class, and Nukpu comes on when he can. And there's Patah. Hotep, Patah.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Uncle Jasaneb.
Okay, you're
Mic check.
frozen, but I heard the words. Okay, you're moving now.
Yeah, I hear
I hear you now. I hear you.
Oh.
Yeah,
Hotep.
You hear him now? Okay, good. Yeah. So, okay. All right, wonderful. So, Patah, I'm going to step off. Now, Patah was studying at least Kemet, at least Kemet before he came, before he met me. And Patah, in your experience, from that point even on to today, these topics right here that you see on the top of the screen is going to be accountability, focus, consistency, and structure, coming from the teachings of Kemet that actually affect the wordage of today. When the Masons were creating the words, the meanings of these words, the focus and all of that, the ancient Sphynx creating words that are used in school today. But the topics of focus, let me come off the screen. Focus, accountability, consistency. Have you seen Kemetic teachers teach those topics using papyri?
No.
And that is the difference in the House of Aten and what's happening out there. I never even heard the Kemetic word for the word focus. What's the Kemetic? I never heard of anybody's. Everybody talks about you got to be disciplined, you got to be focused. Like, what's the Kemetic word for the word focus? What is it? Is there an animal? Is there a netter associated with the word focus? Is there an animal associated with it?
I did a session. I did a session observing reality in the teachings of Patah Hotep, where he speaks on focus your Eve entirely upon excellence, and I did a deep session on the word that he used there, which was sa'ak. But other than that, no, it's only happening here. No Kemetic teachers anywhere that I'm familiar with place a focus on the papyrus. So no, I haven't seen that, and I don't see anybody even coming close to bringing forward the writings of the scribes themselves. And so yeah, you're alone in that great Saba Tehuti, and your students are learning the ways that you've taught us to go to ancestral artifacts, and it's only going to spread from here because it doesn't exist. Not from my awareness, I haven't seen.
Wonderful, excellent. And I will tell everybody, my screen is locking up. I will tell everybody that young brother Scribe. And how long have you been doing sessions now? Has it been a year? A full year? Has it been over a year of just the sessions section?
Yeah, I started let me see, when did I start the first one? Let me see. Actually, the first one started tomorrow, well, August 31st, 2024. So it's a year tomorrow.
Excellent. Right. So I'll say this today because I won't be here during the podcast tomorrow. So I'm going to say this today that this young brother right here, in 1 year, and I'm not going to even consider the whole year. In 2 months of the year, has taught more applicable lessons from the coffin text, from the Kemetic papyri, and how to apply it to today, actual from what the scribes say, and that's my student in 2 months, than any Kemetic teacher that has ever walked the planet in America. And I'll take from 1964. I'll make that statement right here. In 2 months of sessions, this young brother has taught more on the on the actual teachings from the scribes, coffin texts that are not even texts you never heard of before, more than all the so-called Kemetic teachers. That is the trend we are starting, and the reason is because that man behind him. Do you know? Is that a particular scribe? The head is covered live now. Is that Tehuti Most? Who's that behind you, scribe?
Yes, Tehuti Most 3 and Horemheb.
Right. And why is that? Why are we doing this? Because Horemheb, in 2 months, also has taught more from the Kemetic papyri than any Kemetic conscious teacher in the Americas. So to echo Horemheb, to echo the scribes, we are going to do the same. And that is why the good brother, I'm going to shout him out every time, King J, who tries to be the adversary. Every time scribe speaks, King J, always vomiting out. And then when scribe goes to answer, no, this is for Tehuti. Hold on, I thought you... So King J said, and I'm going to repeat this over and over again. When scribe did his class on Sonnetter, he said, the vibe I get from this is cultish. What type of cults, King J? Do you mean like Jim Jones? And do you mean like Waco, Texas? What type of cults? Like the funerary cults, the ancient funerary, and what was the other word he used? Memorial, funerary, and what other word did he use? Scribe, you remember something to do with death? Funerary, I'm not sure and the exact funeral cult. Yeah, mortuary and funeral cult of ancient Egypt. That type of cult. He said the house of Aten. What he got from this gives him the vibration of cult. He said I get the vibration of exactly what was going on with the funerary, mortuary cults of ancient Egypt. Thank you for the highest compliment. Really? Not cult like Jim Jones, not the ones drinking the Kool-Aid, not the Heaven's Gate cult, not them, but the cult of Horemheb. Thank you very much. I'm going to step off, everybody. Support the Tutti podcast. When I come back, we're going to get to these answers. Support. I'll let you all build. Hotep, Scribe, Hotep, Hush Nation. I'll be right back. Peace.
Hotep, SABA,
crazy.
Hotep Marie. Uncle Justin Neb. Hotep. Hotep, great brother. And I love that he pointed that out in that particular session, which was about Geb and cultivating into the ground. So, it was all on theme. So where people think insults are being thrown when you don't live in that matrix, it's actually a compliment. So, to the good brothers who allow me to get some good practice in, and so that's what that is. So, Hotep Marie, everyone, be sure to hit the like button while you are here live with us, and those watching on the playback. I'm very thankful for all of you. for doing that. The support links are pinned to the top, and they're also in the bio as well. So continue to show your support to the Great Saba and ask your questions. houseofatton.org. Pathways to Awakening 2025. Everyone go get your tickets. Make sure that you're able to come out to the Pathways. You don't want to miss that. So look forward to seeing everyone there as well. So Hotep, great fix, great Hush Nation. How you doing, great brother?
Hotep, my brother? I doing good. Give thanks. Yeah, I was there listening to you in SABA and that bill. It was a crazy bill, but it was still a bill. AFFIRMATION don't break down things and just leave them shattered with a bill back up, But I didn't notice that what his name is, Elder Yara. I didn't notice that he wasn't on the screen when SABA. I didn't notice it until SABA mentioned it, because when you was there, he was on the screen the whole time talking to you. And then when SABA come, he was off the screen. So now that SABA mentioned it, I checking yeah, but unfortunately the ISFET is expected. I just learned so much from the ATTON, how to deal with the ISFET. Yeah, brother, dua for the way you does echo MAAT, for me to see and learn from how you just operate in the midst of the ISFET, because the ISFET does be real, I know, evil, but I like how you just deal with it, and it just show me that you could deal with things in a certain control, and you could deal with it in the best way, in the best manner, the best matter, and you could solve the situation in a way than making it more chaotic, So, yeah, to us so much for that. I just see SABA doing it. But then everybody does always push the luck, you know what I mean? But to for cutting off the whole snake thing, because that was just going more ISFET. So to for cutting off. But yeah, I like how you just stand up in the midst of all of the ISFET and handle it, So I like that. Yeah.
Well, to our great brother, I appreciate that. And yes, it's a very intentional thing that I'm doing over there, and it's I'm laying everything out as if it's a 47-step process. So so that's how I approach it. And I've been contemplating on how I want to continue to deal with specific peoples who take it to that type of level. And I decided in how I want to do that, because as people saw throughout the session, and as I talk to these brothers and I learn where their stances are, because all three of them had a different stance. And in my next session, I'm going to summarize this last one. I'm going to show a lot, because there's a lot of conversation that takes place. So yeah, we're going to look at it deeper and see what happened. Oh, we got someone in the back. Let's bring the great brother who was definitely a staple, the great Asar M. Ka, Shimsu Asar, Hekin Necher. Hotep, great brother. Hotep, how are you?
Doing well. These kids is crazy in the back. Hold up.
Okay, yeah, that's what we call singing. You know, we had a kid singing in the back, so no problem, great brother. But yes, and I decided, you know, because when people see the two reflections, and they see someone with the name elder in their title, and they're speaking with someone, when people look at me, no one would ever guess my age, but they always deeply underestimate my age. And so when they see that, it causes a confusion in people's minds, and you see it in people were recognizing the actual level of maturity outside of just the physical body and in the age of years that we walked on this planet. And so it's always going to be a not so great look for an elder to be moving in that way. And because it's a real embodiment, it's a state, it's not a faking thing. To when you actually embody the states and you stay in control of your state, no one can ever out-converse someone in that type of position. The level of awareness that we have on how people communicate, and as I learn how the different brothers talk and how their tactics that they use to put themselves in a illusionary position by being great with perpetuating a conversation and speaking a certain type of way, right, that people feed into, right? But it's real easy to cut all of that with sources, which brothers don't got. So yeah, it's gonna be fun as we continue to do, and as I practice, because I mean it's what it is, and I can say exactly what I'm gonna do, and they can't stop it, because this ain't something that you can just turn on and off. It's a real Pekka Mku. It's a real work. It's real digging. It's real reframing and replacing and recharging, and it's real life. So you can't just turn it on and off. So I can say exactly what I'm gonna do, and none of those brothers will be able to stop it, defend it, alter it at all. And so I'm going to continue to keep just doing what I'm doing, and just let the brother just continue to keep embarrassing himself by trying to walk with me wherever I lead us, in which underneath it all is I led that conversation to a specific point on purpose, and I'm going to continue, because everything that I bring is absolute fact, and it can't be disputed, while the brothers are trying to debate it and don't even know what I'm, you know. So yeah, that type of conversation is not tolerated when it comes to ISFET and speaking ill like that, and it's only gonna negatively affect whoever attempts to send those type of frequencies. Amin Mope teaches a lot on what to do with someone who would be considered a transgressor, and to not dip your reed pen against the transgressor and put it up to the netcher. And when you walk with particular type of conscious frequencies with you, you don't have to do much. Any form of ISFET attack that's perpetuated or projected in this direction is automatically sent back to source, quadrupled. So there's nothing that has to take place in particular other than just continuing to embody the state and not allow any of the ISFET frequencies to affect in a negative way that takes me out of my own ability to control my state. No, it doesn't matter how disrespectful someone gets. I understand the heka that's in place, so people are only hurting themselves, and that's the sad part. That, you know, it's having to watch someone hurt themselves by attempting to try to hurt me, and because the Eve is so pure, you know, just sometimes you just have to put your head down and just allow people to do what they do, and learn the hard way. So it's a long walk, and everyone will continue to hear me say that, because I'm approaching this like it's a 47-step series to reach a particular goal at the end. And I know coming in brand new for a lot of people, you have to establish that you're someone that can be listened to and someone that can be heard. So I have to, you know, I have to talk with whoever, you know, I'm open to talk with anybody on any of these topics, because people are just getting to know me and see me. So it's all going to be beneficial through the process. So Tua and Hinu, great brothers, and of course Asaram Ka was up there with me, and so yeah, it's a beautiful thing. So Tua Fix for that, and everybody in the chat, yeah, for your support. And yeah, let's great Asaram Ka, you there, great brother? Are you good to speak? Definitely want to hear from you, great brother. And did I pin the link? Okay, here, let me pin the link to the top for everybody. And yeah, continue to support this session, this class here. I mean, SABA called it a Kemet master class. So this is going to be phenomenal. And as we point out, this is there. When it comes to what the scribes said themselves, there aren't enough teachers pushing that, and of course it eliminates any opinion. And as we see, just even in, you know, in the conversations, and you see how so much just gets inserted via voice, right? And if you don't have something to directly refute it or eliminate it, people will take that as if it's true, right? And a lot of times you'll see that in different situations where if something is brought up and it may not be understood what's being said initially, and then another topic tries to get inserted, right? It's because the limit of information for everyone else it stops there. So now we have to move to another topic. But when your information is precise, you're always going to bring it back. You know, and so when you see these things take place, it's very important to be observant and not get caught up in the emotion of things, and just watch from a bird's eye view, and pay attention to the reactions and the things, the setups that people attempt, and also that they go into themselves. So whenever y'all are watching me converse with anyone, approach it from a bird's eye view, because there's a lot of technique and very intentional things being done that is causing the effect that it's causing, and each time it's going to get better and better, and we're going to continue to evolve and grow, you know. And that's the difference between what we do here in MAAT, as scholars who study for the truth and not for biasness, you know. We don't go into the studies to try to validate a belief. No, we look at the sources for what they are, and go from there. You know, and so with that type of standard, it's automatically going to set you apart from everyone else, because most people don't have that kind of standard to where we have a direct source and where we're looking at things and asking the right questions, right? Because all of the things that I brought up were questions that I asked for me, because I wanted to know for myself, and none of the brothers knew that answer. You know, none of them knew, and that's for me, that's like the first question: what's the oldest? You know, where are we going to the source? And that just goes to show most people aren't researching for the archaeology, and they'll attempt to bring you into the book. And I never go into the book. I take them right back out. No, let's look at the facts, the archaeology. You know, not diving into the book where Ezekiel says this, and that's where a lot of the confusion gets, because once you dive into the book, you have to shift your perspective and your forefront consciousness, and knowing that now people are bringing forward these writings as if they're true, right? Versus the stories in which we know where they derive from, and that's where a lot of people get lost, because they allow them to dig them into the stories. But I'm just gonna pluck you right back out, and we're gonna look at, you know, oh, Ezekiel, what's the oldest source for Ezekiel? Anytime we go in, I'm gonna pull them out. So just watch that and observe that, because that's where a lot of times we get dug into the stories. And when it comes to the archaeology, it's just factual. There's no real debate when it comes to that. Yeah, we're as what SABA Tehuti is doing here in the standard that he brought forward, and where when I would watch SABA just bring up the sources and show the papyrus, the stelas, the pyramid text, and show the exact line on the pyramid text that we're looking at. Seeing him do that allowed the opportunity for me to know that it's possible with everything else. So it's a beautiful thing that we continue to get that standard, that level, every single week here at the pod class. And when you apply what SABA is doing just into your own, whatever it is you're doing, whatever it is, you can take just what SABA's doing and apply it to yourself, your business, whatever you want to do, and take that level of meticulousness into your preparation, into your studies, and it's going to elevate you, and it's going to take you deeper and further than everyone else around you. So again, tuah to everyone who supports this and recognizes the power that is being cultivated here. And for those who actually utilize the teachings and take what's being brought here, and creating it within your own life to allow the benefits to work for you. You know, that's where it is. And the great ancestors, the Natiru, are in full effect. The Natiru exists. They're fully conscious, and they told us and they taught us how to do it ourselves, to be able to create different forms of our consciousness and allow it to traverse the planet after physical life. That's what the writings are. So for us to not be aware that our ancestors have the ability to do exactly what they said that they were doing, by understanding that and recognizing that, does a lot of powerful things, for sure. So it's never when we walk as an army. Like it's and as we continue to wake up, yeah, it'll show forth itself in the many different ways that the great Natiru and the great Pa'ut provide, and which is just awareness, the Ma'at, the Owatchit, our eyes, our senses, and being able to turn that into an image that represents sight, right? What's outside of your awareness is outside of your control. What's outside of your control means that you don't have no will when it comes to whatever effect comes from that. So the continuation of slowly opening awareness is a washing of the eye. It does allow for greater sight, greater memory, in so many different magical ways. So with here in the pod class, with SABA showing us the writings, the papyrus, and really just setting that as a standard early. I don't know if people truly understand what that allows for those of us who do the Pekemku work. It's not a game. It's not fake. I don't know if people need to hear that in that type of way, but somebody may need to hear it in that way. So it's very true, and you can prove it to yourself, right, by doing it. And so for those of us who are leading in that type of way, yeah, just show your support. Show your support in whatever way, and come up to the panel, and build, and let's converse. That's a very simple way to just show your support, in which, I mean, we didn't just put eyes everywhere for nothing. The eyes aren't everywhere just because they look good. Great Asaram Kai, you there, great brother?
I am. We had the
okay, Hotep, was
calm. It's better than the chaos in the house. No, yeah, you definitely showed a great demeanor the other day on the show, and just breaking the cats down and the elders down, because we realize we're not always an elder. Sometimes we're just older, and we didn't get wiser during the process. And you run into a lot of people like that. And when you run into those types of persons, decorum is everything. Ma'at is everything. Your ethic code is everything. And as Ptah said, and Ankh Shashank said, he will put forth his argument and the people will laugh at him, paraphrasing it, because you kept your demeanor and you stood on the facts. And when you stand on facts, it's very easy to win. So, yeah, as a young scholar, you definitely stepping up to the plate. Once you hit your 50s like us, I know you're going to be extremely solid. You're going to be on point. You're already on point. Your teacher's been on point. And, we got your back. You notice the difference between the behavior of the Hebrew community and our community. Even if you're not from the same Ankh, you're not from the same house of life, or you don't seshu the same nature, you don't follow the same nature, our decorum towards each other is always very on point, very immaculate treatment of each other, and that's important to keep. So when I see you guys, even if I disagree, like me and Jabari disagree on a few points, me and Brother Tehuti disagree on a few points, I don't come at you recklessly, and I still love your energy. And when we do agree, that's when we find that common ground, and I find the moment to back you when there's something we agree upon. I don't look for the moment we disagree to try to stab your weakness. That's my eye.
Yes, absolutely. To our great brother for that. I agree wholeheartedly. And my first session at Saneter, I spoke on how the scribes would have debate, right? It was never. It's not like how it is today. You know, there was always debating our knowledge and information. You know, because it grows you. But it's just today where it's not about the truth. It's not about information. It's not about learning and keparah, growing and expanding. It's a different type of agenda. And so yes, especially as we come together as a collective, like you spoke of, great brother, and show just the unity, and as you pointed out, so NEFER, that we don't all have to originate from the same spot, and we don't, and we're great creatives. We are extremely artistic in our ability to teach and learn the magic that's within the MEDU nature, and why we were able to express it in so many different ways, because we understand that we're all a unique Ka coming forward, and we all vibrate in a different way, while simultaneously maintaining the same foundation, regardless if, you know, we're a hymn nature of Asar, or hymn nature of SCHET. We're all followers of MAAT, you know, and we all led with that. We all lead with the left. You know, it doesn't matter what nature, everyone stands the same, with the left foot forward, standing on that MAAT standard, you know, holding the same symbols of power and dominion and control. And, you know, yeah, so it's a different level, and yeah, I'm here to build. You know, I want to build with brothers and sisters who also want to build. There's enough of the other stuff and not enough of the actual doing, right? That's where I see, just from my own personal observation and just watching over the years and looking at different elders and some of the people who came before, and what happened to the camaraderie, like what happened to the brotherhood, what happened to the, you know,
the build up. Yeah.
It fell. And just from my observation, I just see that it's missing the state control, the ability to embody what the scribes taught, and being in full control of our actions and how we move, and not getting caught up in the matrix, to where certain things can get manipulated and painted on top of you, or give yourself the opportunity to walk outside of Ma'at, you know, by putting yourself in different environments. You know, so we're starting over, literally from nothing, just you know.
That's scary, right? Because I talk the same with Reggie. Reggie is like the connection for. He's the footstool of Dr. John Henry Clark, Leonard Jeffries, Rikedi Amen, and Fudishi Jehuti, etc., Baba Heru. And so when I sat with Harry Kafra, I believe I'm like one of his last interviews before he transitioned to a golden Heru, Imaki. So Imakeru, with him, in talking with that community, they had spats among themselves, but we would never know that. We would never, and you still don't know that. Some of the spats that happen in between them, or even the small disagreements, because they would build with each other on a regular basis. When I talked to Patasa Karasar, and we discussed the calendar, he was put to find out about the calendar. That was his mission. And even though he came back with a 9-month calendar, and I found some substance for a 9-month calendar, it wasn't the 10-month count, the 10-day calendar, or 9-day calendar. It wasn't the 10-day calendar that they left in Cairo and in the other locations, but I gave him some of the evidence for the 9-day one, because he had been on it for so long and couldn't find anything else. So him and Fudishi, and they have different discussions amongst themselves that we'll never hear about. But I hear about. Saber Reggie is in the middle of, and other people are, you know, you might get annoyed with so and so for a little while. Then they come back to the table and talk to each other and get stuff done. And they don't let the outside know what's happening inside in order to get to a resolution of an issue. And that's the great thing when you're around true elders and around true people who build. And this new community that's coming up, they've got to take heed. They've got to, you know, you've got to comprehend that type of thing and thinking and behavior, because if you don't exude that on your sleeves, then you're going to look just like what you see on my brother Sonetter's channel when Hebrews get amongst each other and start talking crazy about each other. This one over here was doing such and such sexually over here, and that came out on, you know, and these are their main individuals. My brother Tazariak is over there doing that with Hebrew. The mighty Hebrew got stuff coming out. None of that should ever come off our tongues about each other in that way if we get to know each other's personal business or something pops up on the internet. Maintaining MAAT is a very difficult thing to do, apparently, in this current stage. But these are, I mean, this is simple stuff from my era that we didn't do. It would mean a fist fight. What you talking about my bedroom for? In that manner. And how did you find out? I need to fight. Who told you to? So these things are not MAAT. Like this is the chaos we talk about that you see on the outside world.
We're back here.
You sick, brother Tehuti?
Hotep, greetings. Who's that?
There you go. Imhotep, Shaver.
Asarim Cup. Peace, brother. Are you able to come to the screen?
Hold on, let me pull up. I'm too
okay,
close.
Peace. Nice to see you, Asarim Ka. Last time you were on here, I was like, Asarim Ka. I was like, oh, the brother from Sonetter. You're in an honorary oh, you're levitating. You're dwarfing. Okay. Yeah. You one of the good brothers from Sonetter. So I said, okay, cool, and my good brother can come on here. I want you to set an example for everybody. So my panel, the way that I have it set up, as you probably know already, it's for people who it's for the supporters. People who actually support the pod class and support the House of Atten. I love to have you on here. You know, I'd like to have you on here. You're good. I've seen you speak a couple times, but I just want you to show the crowd every once in a while. Show them, hey, listen, I support the House of Atten. I like like you said last time, I like what Tehuti's doing. I support the House of Atten. And you know, if you got to pretend I'm the weed man, I don't know if you smoke weed. I'm not sure. But if you ever bought a nickel bag of weed in your life or whatever, but just, you know, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV, just send a little bit of support, and I'll say, you look at Asarim Ka. You know, he's a Saram Tehuti, and the brother is supporting a Kemetic movement, because in reality, there's no Kemetic movements out there right now that are organized and structured. Everybody's an individual. So if you like what we're doing here, just definitely send some support. It's nice seeing you, good brother.
Absolutely. We always try to donate to people when we've got our movement here. We got the Heck in the Chair, of course, channel, but we have I'm about to open a physical location here in Colorado, so we can put our foot on the ground properly. It's just overdue, and they've been asking me, so it's time. So where is it at?
Definitely.
Cash App, TT Amun, PayPal.
You PayPal at RockySV or Cash App PT Moon, and just send anything. Just support. So some support, and this class, you personally will love this class. I'm going to say right now, the Scribe, Atef. Who else? SEKHETI, Harass did. There's a few people that like some of the straight papyri in-depth immortality classes I do, and this is definitely going to be one of them, because like I said before, well, as far as I'm figuring that out, like I said before, good family, that the Kemet knowledgeable information as far as people. When it was brought here, it was brought under just a pro-black, the pro-black agenda, which was a good thing at the time. And so the actual teachings from the papyri and how to apply it to your life as a movement was left out. So today you're going to see for the first time, and if this has ever been done in a class before, where there's going to be straight symbols, papyrus, all type of things. You know how we do it here at the Tuti Pod class. What is accountability in Kemet? You know, ask the Kemetic scholars, ask the teachers, what is even the word for accountability? What is the meta word for accountability? What is the teaching, the scribe, the perm, HERU, the coffin text, any teaching on what accountability is? What's the meta? What's the word for focus? And what is the specific teachings on focus and how you apply them and change your mind and your consciousness directly based on what the scribes said? What's the Kemetic word for consistency? Consistency in structure as far as your actions. What are the words for these things? And today we're going to be focused on how does the English word differ? We have the word for the question is going to be, the question was on order, focus, accountability, structure, consistency. We're going to be going over the English word and then going over how deep the meta word is and how it's going to all tie into immortality and animals. And we're going to go over that because we need structure, we need consistency, we need everything as a Kemet structured movement that the people that we talk bad about have. Okay, so a Christian can come at any given moment, a Nation of Islam brother can come at any given moment and say, we got Sister Betty's right over there, Jonathan X, he's at the door of security, we got these 5 women, they're doing the potluck, Pastor Reggie Morris, he's going to be doing the sermon. We got 15-man choir on deck, 3-woman choir on deck, the drummer's over there, we got the cleanup lady, all structured, even though what they're teaching is wrong. But they're killing Kemet in structure, absolutely obliterating people who represent Kemet in structure. They're like, we're Seventh-day Adventists. We eat this, we eat that, we don't eat this. We're structured. And they could come to us and come to a Kemetic person and say, hey, in Kemet, was there structure? Was there accountability? Was there a ranking system? If you're Kemetic, was this person over this person? Was there a certain thing that you do daily? Was there a certain food that you ate? Was there a certain thing that you read and applied to your life? And the Kemetic person would have to say, absolutely, we are the ones that actually brought that to the planet. Nobody had any spiritual structure until the pyramid text. There was no spiritual structure of afterlife and immortality prior to Kemet bringing that. So we actually founded it, and now the Christians and the Muslims, all wrong, all false information. But you can guarantee that Jonathan X is at the door. Farrakhan BX is security. Sister Betty Shabazz is going to be reading the hymn this week. Singers are going to be on deck, and it's going to be a structured system. So this class today is going to be on the meta words for those, how those words actually affected the English language that you all use today. And then it's going to go into some, you know how it does when we get into overdrive, it's going to go into some explosive information. And we're going to get into the animals, the Kemetic snake. There's a Kemetic snake that is a word for sight. There's a Kemetic snake that represents family. There's a Kemetic snake that raises up like the cobra, but it's not a cobra. There's an Ararat snake that raises up, but it doesn't flare up. That's a particular one that's shown in a profile that's different from the cobra that's shown forward. We're going to go over all of that. So it's going to be a beautiful thing. And of course, you know how we do the Tuti Pod class. If we're talking about animals from Kemet, then more likely I'm going to have one in the class. So I'm going to have the Kemetic snake that is going to be taught about today, that represents vision, that represents immortality. The actual word. Does anybody here know the Kemetic word for eternity? That's a snake. It's a serpent. It's a Kemetic word for eternity.
It's
anybody? Who said? Whose voice is that?
Me. I'm cheating though. You
Who
know
said
I'm good. Asaram Khan. You know that's half.
Wait. Het is immortality, but it's not a snake. It's immortality, but Het is not a snake, is it? Which one's a snake? It's a word you use you probably used it yesterday.
I probably did.
Scribe, class. Everybody knows this word.
There's a word to TCHET, which is a serpent that means eternity.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going over. So yes, Het is a word for eternity. That is usually a man with his hands up, or the flax moving in and out of each other. But the word for eternity that's also going to represent the focus and the vision is TCHET, and it's a particular serpent, a particular snake from Kemet that they would see that was similar to the cobra, that it could rise up like the Arabic cobra, but it did not, it cannot flare out. So it's going to be TCHET, and we're going to get right into it, everybody. So let's get into it. Hotep to the chat. Peace and love to you, Asaram. I hope you figured out the Cash App. He's still working on it. I hope he figures it out.
You sent your little something.
I appreciate that, Asaram. Thank you so much. And so we're going to get started. Let me go ahead and put the question on. So this support was sent in by Tehuti. Is Tehuti, and when people hear that word, so it's Tehuti, but some people pronounce it Tehuti. So it's his name is also Tehuti, but he pronounces it with a Tehuti because the soft J and the D and the T are the same. So he's Tehuti, and he sends in the largest supports consistently, and he sent in one question that was going to be about the Jesus Jasu change, when the frequency change and the Mandela effect. Jesus Jasu, he was going to send it on that. Then he decided that he wanted to send it in on the disciplinary aspects of Kemet. So we're going to put his donation on the screen. Shout out to the people who have me as the least viewed but largest to receive support for their questions, and I'm glad you all appreciate me. So I'm going to go ahead and show the question on the screen right now, and oh well, he sent in, it was another question. He changed it so the donation is going to reflect the first question. Let me see if I can find that. I'm going to go ahead and put it from the actual screen here. And where did it go? Okay, here we go. Boom. Class thumbnail, class the 30th of August. I'm going to go ahead and focus. Okay, focus structure. Here it is. Focus structure animals. Put on the screen here. And the screen is moving slow, but
sorry, MK. I put my number in the back
here it is.
For you to message me, great brother.
Let me get this off of here. Oh, sorry. He's a bird. Okay, 1 second, everyone. My keyboard was on top of the other keyboard, making my computer perform Tourette syndrome. So we are off. It's back. And okay, now hopefully it comes on the screen. Here we go. Okay, Kemet, animals, structure, order. The support is boom. Whew. This is going to be a beautiful blow away class today. Let me go ahead. Oh, it's not loading the it's not loading it. Let me go ahead and okay, everybody, it's playing a little game with me, but that's okay. I can beat the matrix here. We're going to put it on the desktop. Oh boy, this is funny. All right, here we go. It's on the desktop. Right? Okay, here we go. And I'm going to load it from the desktop. Here we are. Hopefully this will work. Replace destination. Thank you. And let me load this up. Here we go. Okay. Boom. Is this it? Come on, load up, please, like you're supposed to. Okay, good. Like Nanya Setmer says, ta-da. Okay, here we go. Ta-da. Okay, here we go. Commit structure. Okay, it can fit on the screen. Yep. Okay, here we go. All right, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and put this on the screen. Shrink it. I'm going to do this, and it should show on the screen in a couple of seconds. I put the donation with the proper question. When you see it pop up on the screen, please. Okay, here we go. Boom. Windows. Okay, get ready to take some big noise. We already gave them all the huge noise. We give them transformers and everything, but here is the support, and here is the question right here. Amunet is away, so I will go ahead and read this. So first, for the set of questions, he sends in, I don't know if this, I think this is 7 questions and support for a Jesus PSYOPS question that he changed, and he sent $222.22. We're gonna first give him some big noise again. We give him some monster noise, but just give him some big noise, Scribe, for this, and then we'll read the question out.
And yes, the HERU really works.
Works.
You are watching a master at work.
Okay, wonderful. And Gabriella, if you're listening in the background, if the Jet is listening, tell the Jet that this class is also another addition for his Ren. So I hope he's listening. Hope he's comes around, because this is going to be, this class is there's a section in here for his Ren that he's going to learn something new about his Ren today. So let me go ahead and read these set of questions that are asked. Actually, Hush Nation, can you see that? It's small on my screen. Could you read that for us, please? It's small on yours too.
Yeah, it's small, but I could see it.
Okay.
Peace and love,
okay.
SABA. Peace and love, SABA Tehuti. This is a set of questions replacing the Jesus PSYOPS inquiry previously pending. Thankfully, through your discipline podcast, you've made me realize living as a free spirit was actually destructive and toxic, and thus these questions are centered around structure, order, focus, accountability, consistency. I affirm this assists those a part of your grade pod class as well. 1. It say 1. I can't see what it say next to it, but it say the Kemetian perspective. What is focus? 2. What is structure? 3. What is order? 4. What is consistency? 5. What is accountability? 6. How can one combine focus, structure, consistency, and accountability? in their daily lives to maintain order towards a sound life that aligns with the NEFER, even during the multiple attacks from this PSYOPS society, in order to achieve success during these current times. Again, thanks for all the consciously powerful and enlightening information you disseminate throughout your amazing great podcast. It's greatly appreciated. Peace and love. KHUTI and Ra Aishat.
Woo! That was a lot. Thank you for reading that. Calm down, calm down. Thank you for reading that. And thank you for the 190. Let me get this off the screen. Okay, wonderful. There we go, class. So this is what the class is going to be on. Plus, there's going to be so much more. We're going to get into the English language. We're going to show that the English words that were inspired by the what the actual Sphynx really is. The Ra Herakuti Tem Ra. What the actual Ra Herakuti Tem Ra Sphynx really is actually sparked to the words that you're taught in grade 3 that you're still using today. So much is going to be taught in this class. Then we're going to teach about the Kemetic snake of focus. So peace and love to everybody that's watching, all the great students that are watching the pod class. Harass did. Shout out to you. I just see you in the class. She says Tua Jehuti for asking the question. And shout out to everybody else who's watching. Nukpu. I'm just looking at the screen. There is a Tef. There's a Tef. Tua for the question. Very powerful questions. It's about 6 of them. Questions, looking forward to the answer. Wonderful. So here we go. We're going to get into it. And just so everybody knows before we start, yes, the Kemetic word, there's a Kemetic word that's going to deal with family, sites, and eternity. I've taught about it before. It's called TCHET. And there's a particular snake that represents that because the ancestors based their entire language on wildlife, animals, nature that it was around them. So if you did not understand the animal's behavior, if you did not understand the animal's perspective in life and what role they played, you wouldn't be able to say 2 meta-netta sentences, because you can't say meta-netta sentences without automatically discussing animals and plant life. So because you know the Tehuti is all about animals and plant life, and was about that since I was around 7 years old, and that's what actually brought me into awareness. Yes, I have the Kemetic snake that we're going to be teaching about. I will show you before we start, so that once we get into the teachings, you will actually see it in the meta-netta glyph. And this is TCHET right here. So this is the snake TCHET right here. He is the TCHET Kemet, and there's something very specific about him, which I mentioned in the class that dealt with his intelligence and his family structure. The only snake that represents family structure. Those who remember me teaching it, I'm glad you remember. Those who don't and those who are new, you're going to learn about one of the snakes on the planet that the Kemetians, Nile Valley people saw, that demonstrated the closest behavior to how to treat a wife that humans did. But of course, the snakes were here first, so they were actually doing it first. So this is the TCHET snake. His name is TCHET Kemet. And yes, he is all the way in from Kemet, sent to me. So he is born and raised up in Kemet and then brought to me. And now he is my friend here on the KHUTI pod class. We'll be teaching about the TCHET snake. And this is the one that raises up in the TCHET symbol, but does not expand its brow like the Ararat. So there it is right there. Boom, all the way from Kemet. So we're going to go ahead and teach. He'll be in my hand while I'm teaching. And when we get to that part, you're going to see the significance on how this particular snake ties into family and focus. So let's get into it, everybody. So I'm going to say peace and love to Ptah. Peace and love to you, good brother. Peace and love to Hush Nation. Peace and love to you. Asar, are you AJ?
Yup, that's me on
Is Asar
Cash
AJ?
App.
Okay, good. We got another AJ. Hopefully this one will stick around. Shout out
no.
to
I'm
shout out to
sorry.
Asar. You're not AJ? Who are you?
What's going on? What's happening?
What's
happening
it's
right
under, it should be under, I think it's under Monumental Comics, as a matter of fact.
Oh, okay. You're not Did you do a Cash App or PayPal?
I did a Cash App to
Adrian?
Amun. PayPal. Yeah, it might say that under there too. Adrian's Monumental. There.
Oh, that's what it is. I put the two initials. I made up AJ, but
oh,
AJ,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
that's you. Shout out to Asar MK. That's probably the last time you'll ever hear me call you Adrian. So shout out to Asar MK and all the great supporters. Peace and love. You go. Nice to see you, Asar. We're gonna go back in. We got 50 people ready to go. Go back and you can jump back in the chat if you want to see a sentence of peace or whatnot before you jump in. We're about to get right into this answer, Asar. So peace to you. And if you not, jump in the chat, type, interact, and let's get into this answer. All right, everybody, here we go. We got 49 people watching. We are about to get right into it. Shout out to all the people that are here. Let me get the timer out. Nanny, can you grab the timer for me? We got to get the timer out. Grab the timer for me. Yeah, the phone. No, I'm not sure. We're going to grab the phone and we're going to get right back into it. Here we go, everybody. Going to get the timer. Press 9 if you can hear me. Make sure that you can hear me well right now because, once I start, it may, I may not look back at the chat and I won't know. So anybody pressing a 9, we got Angela Gates. Angela Gates, shout out to Angela Gates who pressed a 9. Asaram Ko says, who's feminine? Okay. Oh, thank you. Who's feminine? Not sure what's happening, but all right. And who's feminine? We got there's the name. Amun, Min, Ra, Sut, Atum. I just like saying that name. There we go, everybody. So there's Basatut, Angela Gates, Nookpoo presses a 9. Ebet presses a 9. Harass did presses a 9. Robert Williams presses a 9. And Asar says, who's feminine? Not sure what that is, but from what I know of Asar, I don't say there's nothing feminine because we all have feminineness, but he's extremely masculine. So I don't know who's feminine about. Asar is a masculine, manly man. So here we go. We got Basa Tip presses the 9. Nana Amun. Here's Nana Amun. Peace, Nana Amun. Yes. You see the title, you see it's about Kemet, and Nana Amun appears. All right, here we go. We're about to get started. We got TCHET right here, all the way from Kemet. He is in shed mode, so his eyes are a bluish gray, if you can see. And he is TCHET, medically significant venomous snake. You're not going to die, but his bite will ruin your day. It will ruin your week. So yes, he's venomous from Kemet, and the Kemetians were very focused on taking things that were dangerous and making them symbols of immortality. So most of the animal symbols in Kemet, from the lion to the hippopotamus to the Sobek, crocodilarus to the cobra to the TCHET, the venomous snakes, they're mostly dangerous animals. And thus they represent the palindrome of immortality. Okay, because life brings death and death brings life. So shout out to someone typed Asar feminine. They removed it. Okay. Well, okay, let's go. I don't know what's going on. All right, we'll get back to the class. Shout out to everybody here, Hush Nation. That just looked like the snake. Okay. All right, we're about to get started. Everybody, you ready? We got the 9s in the chat, and we are ready to go. TCHET, are you ready? Are you ready to go, man? Are you ready to go? And you're going to eat tomorrow. Tomorrow's your feeding day, man. Oh, you're doing great. And TCHET, like Asar, has 2 mates, 2 wives, mates. Here we go, everybody. Boom. We're going to get started. Let me go ahead and put this on at the right place. Oh, you saw the light and hissed. You don't like the flash of light? That's just the words to the podcast. He saw the podcast lights go with the yellow words and went, hey. He didn't like the flash of the podcast lights. Hey.
All right, here we go. We're gonna put on the boom, boom, boom. I hope people jump back on the panel. For Sarenkar, if you're still here after the answer, definitely jump back on, and all the people that were on the panel and others jump back on. Let me go ahead and get the timer on. Boom. Okay, TCHET, and let me go ahead and get the this on. One more expanded 1. Oh, good, it's perfect. Here we go. All right, everybody, are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Rob Lowe is here with the 9. Wow, I did not know their eyes did that when they shed. Yes. Rob Lowe with the 9. Boom, the snakes I seen on this podcast. Okay, wonderful. Here we go, everybody. Ready? 54 people going, and we're about to start. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. Happening. Okay, we're about to start now. Let's get on the sounds loud. Get on the Tutti podcast music, and here we go, everybody. All right, ready? We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2. Oh. Computer's going Tourette syndrome on me. Okay, we'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tutti podcast, the question and answer class of the House of a 10. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists. Excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. All right, start again. Boom. Welcome to the Tutti podcast, the question and answer class of the House of a 10. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, what's the original language of spirituality, who are the Neteru, what about my physical health, purity, what about mental health and mental detoxification, what about out-of-body experiences, are those from ancient sources, or are they just new age teaching, what about government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Now, fortunately, now that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrewism, thinking that you have escaped the matrix, which you have, now you go to the popular common conscious platforms. Little did you know that you have stepped into another matrix, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden in disguise and has infiltrated in the form of the new age consciousness, atheists who have disguised themselves as conscious teachers, quote unquote Kemetic teachers, quote unquote esoteric guides, quote unquote metaphysics teachers, in the agenda of the matrix, just to focus on the knowledge, quote unquote, but not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients with indigenous references. Most, if not all, their lectures, showings, panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves, their spiritual beliefs, but just wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification. But they do not live any actual written culture, thus they can only teach from either memes or what is called counter-teaching, which is just to go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate, debunk, I expose you, or I challenge you videos to other spiritual beliefs. The subject matters stay on the beginner's phase, which is a good phase, but it's just the beginner's phase, which is limited to the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, the Bible is stolen, the Hebrews are wrong, the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen. But after showing you where it's stolen, none of them stand on the actual specific part that it was stolen from and give the original teachings of that specific part with the actual teaching is coming from and the original text of how to apply it to their actual lifestyle. They do not stand on the original teachings that it was stolen from as their actual way of life. Their focus is just to show you that it was stolen and then leave you right there. That is called breaking someone down, but not building them back up. If you show that something is stolen, then show how we should adhere to it in our original mind state prior to it being stolen. But that part takes discipline, which is what this class is going to be about. For the next topic of focus, that is only the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are black, but I won't follow them. I'm only proud of what they physically look like. But as far as the discipline, forget about that part. I'm just happy that they're black. And now let me go eat Doritos and watch the football game. Or let me tell you what's wrong with such and such group, slandering another person or another group. All of their titles are argumentative, such as the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are American Indian, not African. But never just on what the pyramids in America are for and how they can enhance you, or what are the disciplines describe ways of the Native Americans that can be applied, that can enhance you spiritually, that you actually practice on a daily basis. They can only do what's called counter teaching, which is when your favorite popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture alone itself that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have confidence that any African or MAAT or Kemetic culture can actually stand on its own and hold the people's attention. They need contention. They need the shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything. You will note that most of their statements start with negative foundational speech, such as, well, most people don't know. Let me tell you where you're wrong, or what you fail to recognize, what you fail to realize. They're just fighting words, fighting everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice when the computer shuts down or when the debate fight is over. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have, they just have the urge. Water, please. Okay. What they actually practice when the computer shuts down, when the debate is over, those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, the high that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism, to disunite under the guise of knowledge, but no structured unity system as all the ancients did. Thus, they have no movements, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals as all the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to culture to culture to justify whatever their actions or feelings are for that day, with no accountability to anyone telling them where they are wrong or where they have slipped up in the culture, in the cultural way. Thus, they are about what's called lonism, individualism, which is no matter what they do, they can always justify any behavior because there's no written concrete way of life that they stand on, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isbet, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in no ancient culture, because we always moved as a mental unified group, not individuals hiding behind computer screens teaching I follow no man, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you get back to your original roots and your original cultures. But every time you go to those original roots and original cultures that they teach on, every single one of those original cultures was a unified force of structure and accountability to a specific way of life discipline. Thus, disunity is the New Age conscious community's teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists who are just outsiders collecting knowledge on Egypt and debating Egypt historically to see who is the top scholar, but not from a disciplined way of Ma'at, of people who actually lived it, livers of anything, and the unified followers of Ma'at that actually created Kemet, in which they studied, that had structure, discipline, and a ranking system. Thus, their videos, lectures are mainly complaining or what is wrong videos. Here are wise words that the House of Attend echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink. And thus, the people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up and gave them a better way. If not, you were just a complainer and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses of people who are in need. Thus, your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of Attend, the Tehuti class, the only platform class movement that exists on this planet Earth, where you can send these type of questions in with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer, customized, and on top of all that, then taught live personally for you and the audience while getting subconscious matrixes broken is here at the Tehuti class. What are the questions
For this section, the Tehuti will answer today. And that was already read off. What is the Kemetic perspective of focus? What is the Kemetic perspective of structure? What is the Kemetic perspective of order? What is the Kemetic perspective in teachings on consistency? What is the Kemetic perspective of accountability? How can one combine focus, structure, consistency, and accountability in their daily lives to maintain order towards a sound life that aligns with the NETER, even during the multiple attacks from this PSYOPS society, in order to achieve success during these current times? Again, thanks for all the consciously powerful, enlightening information you disseminate through your amazing, great pod classes. It's greatly appreciated. Peace and love, Tehuti. It started off by him saying peace and love, SABA Tehuti, because he sent an original question. This is a set of questions replacing the Jesus PSYOPS inquiry previously pending. Thankfully, through your discipline pod class, that was an amazing question in class. This is like part 2 of it. You've made me realize living as a free spirit, because that was one of his questions, was actually destructive and toxic, and thus these questions are centered around structure, order, focus, accountability, consistency. I affirm this assists those a part of your great pod class as well. So he's not only asking this for himself, he's asking this for the entire class. And notice on line 6, he says, how are these combined? How can one combine focus, structure, consistency, and accountability? So look out for that section, because that is going to be addressed specifically, because as we go over this, you're going to see that even within the words themselves and the teachings and the symbolisms, that all of these words are actually combined, and some of the words are interchangeable for the other words as we get into the MEDU. So here we go, everybody. You ready? Okay. Where's the where'd the bucket go? Sorry. Nanny? Yeah. Sorry. One moment, everybody. Right now, I can't see Chet's bucket. Okay, one moment. Here we go. Ready? Let's get started, everybody. Just go ahead and look for and look to see if the thing is closed or anything. Okay, the bucket is okay, here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. All right. We're gonna move this over, and here we go. It may be on there. Okay, yet another beautiful question from the dedicated student Tehuti that is of the most of important questions to every single aspect of your existence. And yes, of course, especially to MAAT and the NETER, who established it all. Focus, structure, order, consistency, accountability, according to MAAT and the words of the NETER. And let me ask the class and the listening audience, which I asked on the panel, since the days, you saw now? Since the days that Kemet was introduced to the Americas, associating with African identity amongst quote-unquote black people, since Dr. Ben, since Dr. Clark, since the 1980s up until this day, has there ever been a class on structure, focus, accountability, consistency, strictly according to the actual words of the ancient scribes and the symbols of the ancient scribes, according to the subliminal messages, thank you, according to this and according to the subliminal messages within structures themselves, according to the subliminal messages within structures themselves that the ancients left. So the ancients left subliminal and symbolic messages within each of these words that link into the next word. Has there ever been a class on history on this? I know your class is on the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, the Hebrews are wrong, the Hebrews are wrong, the Egyptians are black. Yes. After 45 years of the Egyptians are black and the Hebrews are wrong and the Bible is stolen, what about the class on the application according to the scribe words themselves on consistency, structure, accountability, focus, and order? Has there ever been a class? And the answer is no. If there is, put the link in the room. To my knowledge, there has not been one, and that's why we're here to change history, to bring history back to what it's supposed to be and what it was laid by the ancestors. All right? So, mark this date. It's supposed to be August 30th. It's August 30th, 2025, as the first time. This class was actually going to be for last week, but August 30th, 2025, for the first time, that focus, structure, order, consistency, and accountability will be walked through according to the actual words of the scribes themselves, intertwined with the actual words for each of these words in the MEDU, and how focus, structure, order, consistency, and accountability were imbued within the mathematical coding and imagery of the structures themselves that were built and surrounded the people that introduced focus, structure, order, consistency, and accountability to the entire world. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. These are just some. We're going to give a HENU, like we did to the great Nesubiti, the great warriors. A HENU, here are some of the scribes and writings that introduced structure, that introduced focus. These are the scribes that introduced this to the world, meaning that regardless of what religion you are in, there is no spiritual system, there is no religion that you are in that is not based on structure, order, consistency, accountability, and focus. So anytime you are in your particular religion, please give praise and HENU to the ones that introduced this to the planet Earth. This was introduced by a particular set of people that have had a particular way of life and consciousness, and then your religions came afterwards. So if you appreciate, whether you be a Hebrew Israelite, a Christian, a Muslim, whatever you may be, if in your religion has anything to do with order, structure, accountability, consistency, and focus, you will now give praise to Nikare, 2420 BCE, Amenem Opi, 1290. Some have them dated as 1000, but 1290. And, of course, shown in the biological imperative, because the difference, again, between the original structure, the original way of life on the planet Earth and the religions today, is you will never see a depiction of any of the religious characters today with their wives. You will never see females involved with their scribes. You'll never see a picture, a drawing of Moses, Jesus, anybody with their mate, with their family. But in original Ma'at, we show the family. So here's the scribe, and then we're with the family. So this is the instructions of Amenem Hopi. Then we have who? The person that I asked about on scribe's screen, which is in the class, Haremheb. The scribe in general under Tutankhamun, 1336 BC. That's in the back of scribe's background. Haremheb. Here's the instructions of Mary Carey. This goes back 2025, which is this date today, this year today, in reverse. So it's this year today in the BC. So right now it's 2025. Well, let's go back 2025 in the BC, and then you're going to get the instructions of Mary Carey. Here's the instructions in papyrus of Ankh Shesh Ankh, which is where I quote the definition of Ma'at from in multiple classes. The real definition of Ma'at that was never brought prior to the House of Atten, which is not just order and justice, but the real definition. Go back to the classes, and you'll actually hear in this class as well. Focus, structure, order, consistency, and accountability. So Henu Ptah Hotep. So Henu Nikare, Henu Ptah Hotep. I didn't mention him. Henu Ptah Hotep. Henu Amenem Opi. Henu Haremheb. And Henu to all the scribes that introduced this to the planet Earth. Not that this was their version of it. Not that, we had Islam, you had we had Christianity, we had the Hebrews, we had this, and y'all had Ma'at. No. There was no we had, y'all had, none of that existed. This is the introduction of it to the planet Earth. Then the rest sprang out. Here we go, everybody ready? So we give HENU to the origins of consciousness and how we can follow them. And it's going to get very interesting. Here we go. Now, first, we're going to go over each of these words and the definition in English, so you can truly appreciate the difference between the English and the MEDU and the extreme intricate definitions. Once we get something really, hold on, something's coming through the window, hold on. They're doing some outside, strange. I don't know what that is. Woo, strange. Okay, so first we are going to go over each of these words and the definition in English, so you can truly appreciate the difference between the English and the MEDU and the extreme intricate definitions. Once we get what these words actually are in the original language of the MEDU netter. Okay, so here we go. We're going to start off with focus. So we go to the English word focus. Focus is supposed to be the center of interest. Whoa, jumping. Focus is supposed to be the center of interest or activity. This generation has made environment a focus of attention. The state of quality having produced clear visual definition. His face is rather out of focus. So here's the definition of focus. Okay, good. We're going to move over to structure. Here's structure in the English. The sense may be building materials or action. What is that? Oh, I see what's going on. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. Hold on a second. Let me fix them, everybody. I see exactly what happened. Okay. That's what happened. Okay. I'll fix that later. All right. So structure. The sense may be building materials or action or process of building or construction. Either way, it is obsolete from 1610, that which builds an edifice, especially of large and imposing. And the next, consistent, acting or done in the same way over time, especially so as to be fair or accurate. Let me get this up. I see what happened. Okay. Acting or done in the same way over time, especially as to be fair or accurate. Okay. Now, it says a state of being answerable from accountability. Earlier was accountableness, and then order, body of a person living under a religious discipline. French order, position, estate. Estate, rule, regulation, religious order, from ordine. It goes on from the word "are," fit together, semantically attractive. Okay. Here we go, everybody. Now that we have gone over and I have shown you the meanings of these words in English, are you ready to see the definitions of these words in the original language, how they are described, how they are livable, and how they are applied to your life, and how the ancient ones imbued these words to the point of even mathematical and symbolic exactness? Of course, everybody, you know, to take it a step further in frequency up. What time is it for, everybody? What time is it for? What time is it for to get to that level? What should we do, everybody? Go ahead and type it in the room. I'm going to leave that on the screen. I'm going to step off of the screen for a second. One moment. Just type in the room. What time is it for, everybody? Here we go. Boom. Boom. Okay, everybody. Little glitch there. Okay, everybody. What time is it for everybody? Boom. Let me go back to the screen. Go back to the audience. What time is it for everybody? What should we get into? Boom. Tehuti Overdrive. Tehuti Overdrive. Let me go ahead and just put this on the screen for everybody to see. There it is on the screen. What time is it for everybody? I think you know the time. It is time for to step this up a bit. We're gonna step into the next round. You ready, everybody? I think you're ready. Let's go. Let's get it. Tehuti Overdrive. That's right, everybody. You ready, everybody? Let's go. It's time to get into this. Time for the fire. Time for this. Are you ready, everybody? Let's step it up a notch. So we went over the English definition of these words. Let's step it up, shall we? Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. You're absolutely right, everybody. It is time for Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Okay. Let me start you by opening the SABA door to accountability. I will show you the direct attestation from the hands of the scribes. I will guide you to the application, then take you to the actual word, look at it, and immediately you will see the difference in how deep the original MEDU understanding is of accountability, the word, and how the MEDU inspired the English word and thought that you have of accountability today. So one, the MEDU story behind the word in MEDU for accountability is going to demonstrate how multi-layered this is. And then you're going to see that this was studied by the people who were putting together the English to create the word accountability. And then you're going to hear the word accountability again. And you're going to see why it's actually called that word directly from the MEDU scribes. That's a specific word that's being used that you are using for this definition over here. There we go. The definition of being a state of answerable. So the definition that you're getting is a state of being answerable. But what does this word have to do with being answerable? This specific word we're about to find out right now, because the reason why it's that specific word is only because of the scribes of Kemet. It could have been any word. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Let's step it up a notch. And here we are. Boom. Let's go. Henu to the scribes. Henu to the netter. Here we are. Move down a little bit. Screen is white. Let it come back. There's this. Ooh. Okay. All right, here we go. We're scrolling down. Here we go. So the state of being answerable to, right? Why that specific word? Here we go. Accountability on this planet, Earth. I will take you back to 2055 BC to a modern day people, what modern day people have mislabeled, what they call the tale of the eloquent peasant. There's no such thing in ancient Nile Valley called the tale of the eloquent peasant, which is a type, which is now found in the British Museum. So here is what the ignorant and those who disguise the true titles of these writings, what they want it to be, they call it the tale of the eloquent, part of the tale of the eloquent peasant. Call it by what the indigenous people call it themselves, and that is the psyops to take you away from what the indigenous people thought and spoke and wrote themselves and give you a whole new nuanced frequency. So here it is. This is actually called in MEDU the SEKHETI NEFER MEDU, the one of the field who is good in speech. There's nothing here about a peasant. Nothing about an eloquent peasant. No eloquent peasants going on. So the SEKHETI, NEFER, MEDU. And there it is in the MEDU netter. There's the SEKHETI, SEKHET, right there. Which this word by here is also the same word that is on my hat. The same word for the weaver. It's the same word for the place that all the ancient REE Nesubitis and everyone in Kemet strive to get to, called the Sekhet. It was a word that meant field, but it also meant power of memory. Here's the word Sekheti, and here's Nefer right here. Here's the Nefer, and here's the mit or the met. Do with the person with the hand to the mouth. That's a plural of met, metu. So there's the word right there. No tale of an eloquent peasant. Nobody ever heard of that. Nobody heard of that. Nobody heard of that. Okay, so here we go. You can't take the word tale of an eloquent peasant and associate it with the Sekhet and everything that I just associated with that the ancients actually wrote themselves. So here we go. We will see that the word accountability today is a direct derivative of the immortality teachings of the ancient scribes of MAAT. Accountability was the accumulation of that which you have done on this planet and how it will affect the Sekhet. There's that word again. The Sekhet, which is your memory and the memory of those that you have affected. This is why the word accountability is used today. Why? Why is that word used today? Let me ask, what do you call the person you hire to mathematically organize your finances? Let me come to the class. Class, I'm asking all 40, 51 people. What do you call the person that you hire to organize your finances for you? What's that word? You hire this person and he or she organizes your finances for you. What's that word for what's the title of that person? There you go. Asam quick on the draw. Accountant. Wait a minute. Accountant. That's right. Harassed accountant. Hush Nation accountant. King Lemur. I am Kodani. Accountant. Right? Accountant. Right? Wait a minute. Do you hear a word in there? They tell you that the word accountability is being answerable to something. And yet you hire somebody for your finances, and that's the only other time you use that word. For somebody who manages your bank account. You hear the word in there? But the word, it says, is the state of a person being answerable to something, like you did something and you own up to it. Like, yeah, I didn't do the kitchen this morning. Yeah, I messed up the children said we messed up we did the cookies, Mom. We messed up the carpet. We didn't take the dog out for a walk, so the dog pooped all over the carpet. They'll say that's accountability. But yet then they'll say the person that you hire to manage your finances, he's the accountant. Here we go, everybody. You ready? You ready, everybody? Maharu, Basafit, Maka, Oxafek, accountant. Nukpu, accountant. Maharu, accountant. Right? CPA, which is what? The certified public accountant. That's right, Rob Williams. Accountant. Ashnation said, are you going to snake style me? No, you're right. There's no snake style in this. No, but we're going to snake style the world, because we're going to show you why they use that word for the person that governs your finances is the same word used for the children that mess up the kitchen. Why is the person that you have in control of where your bills go to and your bank accounts and with give him the receipts, he does your taxes? That's the same word for the children that mess up the kitchen. They were accountable. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Why are those two words there? Ready? Boom. Let's get this answer for the first time, August 30th, 2025. Here we go. Are you ready? Because you all are using these words for your children and the person that does your taxes. Why is that? Why is the person that does your taxes
Does he have to say, did he mess up the kitchen too? Good answer, everybody. Everybody got that right. No snake style. This is the snake style for the world. Well, there we go. So that every time you hear a Christian or Muslim debating with you, or anybody your children, this is how you start conversations to get people to higher consciousness. Anytime you hear somebody talking, they talk about accounting, they talk about, yeah, our children are really they're accountable. You say, hey, you ever wonder why you call your the sharp haircut? Here we go, boom. Yes, you're accountant. You hear the word inside accountability now? Huh? Here we go, everybody. To hear the words? We're merging your mind into where the word actually comes from. Why is this, everybody? Because as far back in the 2000 BCs, because the scribes were treasurers. They were the accountants. They accumulated and mathematically added up items. That's what the word you hear that's why you hear the word in the English word accountability, because the ancient scribes were the treasurers. They were the ones adding up things. They were the original accountants. As you can see them depicted here, in BC. Here they are. You see him taking record. Now we're going to go, that was the scribes from the Masaba of Akhenaten, 2400 BC. Now we're going to go to the tomb of MENU. The accountant scribes, accounting and recording the harvest. They're accounting something. They're counting up something. They were the mathematicians. Here we go, everybody. Boom. And here we are in the MEDU. We're back to what they call the eloquent peasant, the SEKHET NEFER MEDU. No eloquent peasant here. SEKHET NEFER MEDU. Here we go. So here we go. When he is buried and earth envelops him, we're automatically heading into the afterlife. We're automatically heading into after a person is buried. When he is buried and the earth envelops him, his name is not effaced on the earth, and he is remembered on account of his nefer. On the account. What's the word for account here? He is remembered on account. So right here, we're going back to what 20. Excuse me. Remember this, where this goes back to. We're going back to the Nefer MEDU, all the way here. Because anytime any Muslim, Christian, anybody talks to you about accountability, ask them, show them accountability or accounting to in your papyrus, in your writings before 2055 BC. We're going to the first time accountability is mentioned here, 2055 BC, in the SEKHET NEFER MEDU, that they call the eloquent peasant. And now we're going to look at the word. So there was nobody writing about accountability to the afterlife in 2055 BC, except for what was in the MEDU. And we see when one of the first times accountability or accounting is mentioned, it's immediately associated with immortality. It's immediately associated with the memory of someone after they associate this accountability with what's happening after someone has passed and how they are SEKHET, remembered. You see? How there's sakau. See that word right here where my mouse is? This is the SEKHET. This is a version of SEKHET. The sakau. So there's Saka. Saka, which is what SEKHET comes from in Sekhem. All the same. Saka. This is it right here. There's the memory staff. We already went over this in many classes. That's the lotus, which end up becoming the memory.
go back to that class. I don't want to get sidetracked, but anyways, we're gonna go back to it goes back to the memory stuff, and this is the lotus emerging out of here, the Saka. So here's the Saka right there, which is the memory on account of his goodness. So the accountability was the account of his goodness. But what's the word goodness? The word goodness here is this one here, NEFER. What did I teach you the word NEFER really means? Ask anybody, what does the word NEFER mean? Any of your Kemetic teachers will tell you, NEFER means beautiful. It means a beautiful. A beautiful. It means a beautiful. NEFER means longevity. The longevity of the life that was here, that you had time to accumulate your actions, leading to the longevity continuation in the afterlife, to live the longest life. And that's what made the thing beautiful. It was literally a word that was used. This NEFER was a word that was used by the accountants. If you go back to the NEFER class that I taught, where the NEFER was used, but with the cubits, the raw cubits, it was the word 1 over NEFER, 2 over NEFER, 3 over NEFER, 3 over NEFER. It was an accounting word used by the accountants and the scribes, and it meant longevity, counting something to its longest length. 1 over NEFER, 2 over NEFER, 3 over NEFER. Remember that class, everybody? Your Kemetic teacher won't tell you that, because he'll just tell you NEFER means beautiful. NEFER means beautiful. He's spending too much time arguing whether the Egyptians are black. He's not even realizing what this symbol is. This is NEFER. It's a longevity symbol because it's the part of the body that deals with your breathing and what keeps your life long. When this part of the body is healthy, you live a long life. It's NEFER. It's used for the word longevity. So he is Saka'u, Seket, Saka, remembered on the account. We're going to get to what this word account is. On account of the longevity of his life, because the life that he lived, he was able to accumulate good actions so that his name is not effaced on the earth. So he accumulated longevity in life. So now when he gets to the afterlife, he's able to be TCHET, or he's able to be immortal, or continue the longest life, which is the whole goal of everyone in Kemet, was to live immortality, which is literally the longest life you could have. So that's the word NEFER, was the breathing area of the trachea and the breathing area of the body that allowed you to have long life. Because as long as you're breathing, you're alive. Ding, 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 ding. You get it now? There's your accountability. First time, 2055 BC. Okay. It dealt with the longevity of life and how one is remembered and how one passes on to the afterlife, which we're going to find out how the symbols of the scribes and the accountants was merged right into chapter 3 of the Purim HERU. Here we go, everybody. Ready? The accountable symbol, the counting, NEFER 1, 1 over NEFER, 2 over NEFER, 3 over NEFER. That was an accountant. They were counting things. Ooh-wee. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Okay, let me ask the class, what part of the body do they use this day and time to describe you having to confront things that you have done? I want you to fill in the blanks, everybody. It's the participation class. Fill in the blanks, everybody. In order to hold yourself accountable, you have to blank up to what you have done. What's that part of the body? Huh? Fill it in the class, everybody. We're going to show you how this directly comes from the scribes. Fill in that blank. In order to hold yourself accountable, you have to blank up to what you have done. It's a body part. Is it shoulder up to what you've done? Is it neck up to what you've done? What part of the body fills in that blank? In order to hold yourself accountable, you have to blank up to what you have done. Is it toe up? Is it knee up? Is it hamstring up? What part of the body is it, everybody? Let me come to the class. In order to hold yourself accountable, you have to, it's a body part. You have to what? Put the body part in that sentence. What body part is it? You have to what up to what you've done. It's a body part. I'm giving you a big hint. You have to say it in a sentence, see if that makes sense. In order to hold yourself accountable, you have to blank up to what you've done. What's that body part? It's an actual body part. You are getting it. Angela Gates put stand up, which equals leg. But no, it's the actual body part. You don't even have to equate it to anything. It's an actual body part. Be a man and blank up to, what's that word, everybody? Huh? Blank up to it. Huh? What's that word, everybody? You all use it every day. Probably used it yesterday. What's that word? It's a body part. You all know it. You got hands up. You got hands up. Stand up. Arm up. Okay. What's the body? It's a body part. Not something that's the equivalent of a body part.
It is the actual name of a body. When I say, you all are going to go, you're all going to say, oh my God, I use that every day. Come on, man. Blank up to your actions. What's that word? Ready? There we go. Nefer, Netter, Nature, J, got it. Face. In order to be accountable, you have to face up to the things you've done. Come on, face him man to man. What's that word? It's just that part of the body. Notice that, everybody? Everybody in this class has used that. You use no other body parts for accountability other than that. It's not a word that equals a body part like stand. Stand can equal a leg. Not that. It's the actual body part. In order to hold yourself accountable, you must face up to the things you've done. Everybody in this class has used that. Face up to it, man. Face up to it. But why is it that body part? Notice that? It's never chest up to it. Lip up to it, man. Nose up to it. Shoulder up to it, man. Belly up to it. Elbow up to it. Hip up to it, man. You gotta hip up to it, man. Knee up to it. Never that? Angela said, oh my, I'm in the latter part of the body. Right, harass. When you have to deal with the truth, just face it. Where does that concept come from? Are you ready to find out, everybody? Love it for you all's participation. That's right, the face. Here we go, everybody. Ready to learn this for the first time? August 30th, 2025 in the Tehuti pod class. Are you ready? Well, everybody else is screaming, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, and the Bible's wrong, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black. For 52 hours, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black. Where are the teachings? Let's get to the actual teachings of the consciousness that came from these great black people. Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? Boom. You ready? Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Face up to it, man. Here we go. You all right, everybody? So again, fill on the what? But now you all know it. Now you are like, I've used that before. Everybody watching this, let me ask the class: what part of the body did they use in this day and time to describe you having to confront things that you have done? Fill in the blank. And I said, just put the body part in the blank. In order to hold yourself accountable, you have to face up to what you have done. Everybody's used that. Everybody in here, right? But why that word, everybody? Why is the word accountable associated with a face? Ready to break that matrix? Ready to see? Yes, face. Face up to what you have done. Guess what the MEDU word for accountability is? Remember that word account that we just saw? In the NEFER? In the SEKHET NEFER MEDU? Remember that word accountable? Account for what he has done. His name was account. What's that word for account? You read, everybody? So this came directly from the her, everybody, from. It's a face. August 30th, 2025. Here you go. Her. It's a face. That's the word for account. Boom, up. The face, on account of, concerning, having on it. It's the account of something. Because of, like because of. The reason. So the children hold themselves accountable to messing up the kitchen means, how did this kitchen get messed up? Because of the children. That person will live on account of his name. That means that everything everybody knows about him is because of the things that he's done. So the word her, accountable. The word accountable, accountability, and accounts from the accountants, which were the scribes that added things up as one nefer over one nefer over one, two nefer over, one nefer over, two nefer over. The word accountability is the word face. And now you have it in your language and have no idea. In order to hold yourself accountable, you got to face up to these things. Like, why am I face? I want my whole body. My whole body's standing. I'm gonna stand right in front of this situation. Not just my face is there. It's my face is there. No, my whole body is there. But the word accountable is actually face. So now you use accountability with face up to it. You use that from the her, from the accountants, which were the scribes that were counting things up.
telling man that as long as he's accountable for his good deeds, he will be NEFER. NEFER is the scribal word that's used for counting things. 1 over NEFER, 2 over NEFER, which was the trachea area, which meant long life, dealing with counting up the accumulation of things you have done, just as the scribes are counting the bread, counting the wheat, counting the gold. What does this all add up to in the end? Immortality. But in the physical, there's 5 pieces of gold, 2 pieces of bread, 5 pieces of corn, whatever it may be. This is the accountant. Are you ready, everybody? Woo! Jamestown jumps in. So true. World's crazy. Ass up, face down. What is that? That's right. Oh man. Woo! That could be a podcast too. Tehuti, why did we use the word ass for your bum and a donkey? But anyways, here we go. Angela tickled Angela Gates. You ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Face up. You get it? That's right, man. And harass was. I was naming all my body parts. Oh my goodness, it's fun, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to the fun class, Tehuti Pod class, breaking it down and building it back up, showing you what the ancestors taught, while enjoying the teachings, making it exciting, enthusiastic, because we were enthused about what the NEFER brought. Now I am teaching you in a way that you can bring to your children's friends. You can bring to your accountant. Start a conversation. Says, you know, you're an accountant. You ever wonder why your name associates with having to face up to your actions? No, I never thought of that. And he may be interested in that because that's his job career. So, tell me about that. And by talking to him about that, now you ease your way into the... Have you ever wondered who the original accountants were on the planet? From the scribe, boom. You got him interested in Kemet, everybody. He wants to know his history as an accountant, right? And how to associate with accountant. A, face, which means because of. There it is, everybody. So the word for accountability. A beautiful Khoisan person is the word for accountability. Yes. Oh, get this 2-part class? Yes. Face. Thus, now that you are accountable because your deeds add up, which equals counting. That's why you see the word count in the word accountable. Thus, people can now count on you. You see that? When you try. You notice that, everybody? You will live by your words and deeds of your name. So now that you have built up that trust, what is the other word they use when people trust you? They say, I can count on you. I count on you. See that? Accountable. That's my accountant. I can trust you. You can count on me. It deals with numbers and mathematics. Here we go, everybody. And it's about to go right into the afterlife. You ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. 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 Press the 9 if you can hear me, everybody. Press the 9 if you can hear me. I don't know if my screen stopped. The numbers went down from 50 to 32 people, and then the screen locked up. Or maybe it should stop there. I'm not sure. Press the 9 if you can hear me. I don't know if it's locked in. It's stuck on Angela Gates. Oh, there we go. Okay, harass good. Okay, boom. Here we go. Ready? 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 Okay, good. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. Boom, boom. So, add up, counting. Thus, people can count on you. Count on you because you represent, which is from the words re and present. I want you to remember that. Represent is from a prefix and a word, from re and present, because now you are the face of the thing that you are accountable for. And everybody says, yeah, who's the face of football? Who's the face of battle rap? Who's the face of... Notice how they use the word face. It's the same thing. Now you're the face of something because you're representing something. You are representative of it. You are an echo because now you are the face of the thing that you're accountable for, and thus you can hold the position of instructing. Thus, when we look at this word face, which is also accountable, guess what else it means? What else does the word face mean? Huh? Ask your Kemetic teacher. I'll just tell you the Egyptians were black. Here we go. What does the word face mean also? It's R. What else is it? Here it is. There it is. Face, which is to give command. You see that now? Do you see how it works? Now you are in position because you are the representative of that thing. You are in position, and now you are her. You're the face of that thing. So now you can command others. Now you can lay charge upon. You see that? You are in that position. You cause people to focus now. Why? Definition: call the attention of. What's the attention of? Attention is focus. Now you are the one that is the accountable one. Thus you're the face, you're the her. People can count on you. So now you can give commands, and thus people now turn around and look at you. They look at you and listen to you, which means what? They are giving you focus. There's the word accountable, her, and focus right there in the same understanding. Because now you're the instruction giver, which means one has to pay attention to you and give you focus now. Boom. You are the one that can now give commands. You are the one that can call the attention of others, which attention was the definition of focus when we looked it up. To give your attention to something. You ready, everybody? Look how beautiful the MEDU is. Look how beautiful and intertwined the languages. Much different than just the English friend. I'm going to get the screen go white. And it's going to go back. Here we go. Everybody ready? Let's go. We're not done. We're just beginning. Here we go. Boom. Ready? Here we go. Face up. And thus, modern day terms inspired by ancient Kemetic scribes that you now use today. What is it called when you can depend on someone? Fill in the blanks. And I think I already answered it. You can, yes, count on me. I already pre-answered it. That's right. So, here we go, everybody. Boom, ready? Move over. You see that, everybody? Count on you. All this comes from the scribes and the accountants and the face and the her. The word for accountant is the face. Do you see it now? You are the echo. You are the echo. You are the best that people can count on, because your needs, your deeds add up. Typo, and thus you can be the face and the representation of that which is what to be remembered by, which is the word SEKHET. Here we go. The Tehuti were accountants. They counted and measured the accumulation of gathered foods and more to evenly, fairly distribute them and count them as accountants. Right back to the tomb of MENA. That's what they're doing right there. Accountability, and that's all of your gathered deeds. Just as the scribe gathering farmers' goods, what equates to the concept of you reap what you sow, or in other words, reputation that lasts forever. Whether you do evil or follow MAAT, precisely as the scribes wrote, and if you follow MAAT precisely as the scribes wrote, your KHU energy and SEKHET type would be remembered for memorial, which is a form of immortality, as stated here in the ancient laws of MAAT by the great elder Ptah-hotep 2375 BC and the scribe Wenediamu, and he was the junior scribe. I want everyone to also take notes that in most cases in this class, when I go over the scribe's writing, you will see that they are not mostly from a PDF this time. They're from my personal notes all the way going back to 2006. To let you all know that these questions of focus, structure, accountability, order, consistency is something that I actually live and scribe down references that I have on these topics goes far back to my personal notes as my family from 2006 and even before. So here we are, ready, everybody? So here's Ptah-hotep, and there are my notes from 2006, my thumb. And here we are, from Ptah-hotep. Who is near you, gracious as man, in man's memorial. That's what you're remembered by in the years which follow the scepter. Know your neighbors while you have property. Know your neighbors while you have property, and do not show ill temper to your friends. It will be a river bank which fills up, is greater than its riches. For the property of one may belong to another, but the character of a man of rank will be beneficial to him. And a good reputation, there's the NEFER, reputation will be memorable, punish severely, teach thoroughly, for suppression of wrongdoings leads to the establishment with the structure of a NEFER long-lasting character. So the character, the beneficial to him is a good or NEFER long-lasting reputation, which will be a memorial. NEFER is the word long-lasting. Punish severely, teach thoroughly. This is structure. This is what's going on in a culture. There are punishments for deeds, and there's teachings that are both thorough and severe and serious. Suppression of the wrongdoings of the isfet leads to the structure of the long-lasting character. And here from my books again, there's my thumb and finger holding it. Good is the memory. There's that memory again, the sekhet. The memory of the makers lasts forever and all time. That's consistency. Be a scribe, take it to heart. Let your name become as theirs. Better is a book than a graven stela, than a solid tomb enclosure. They act as chapels and tombs in the heart of him that speaks. Surely useful in the graveyard is the name Ren in the people's mouths. So this is all about the accountability or counting your actions that are left in the memory of people as you pass. Because man decays, his corpse is dust, all his skin has perished, but a book makes him remembered, SEKHETI. Right? One of the reasons why the oldest name for the area of the afterlife, the heavens, is the same word for memory. It's in the memory conscious plane. We'll do a class on that later. Through the mouth of his reciter, better is a book than a well-built house. Better is a writing or a book about you than a well-built house, than a tomb chapel of the wealth. And wealth it's better than a solid mansion, than a stellar temple. And he's going to say, is there anyone here like Hardy Dedef, the scribe? Is there any like Imhotep, the scribe? Is there any of our kin like Nefertiti? Is the scribe of Ma'at Wenediamun given to Wenediamun? So your reputation, what you're known by, is more important than the wealth and riches of the large mansion. And we can prove that today by asking everybody a question. Let me ask everybody a question in the room. Anybody know of and respect Marcus Garvey, Khalid Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad, Francis Cress Wellsting, Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben? All of you know them and respect them, right? I'm gonna come off the screen for a moment and wait for your answer. You all know them and respect them, right? I'll be right back. Yep, Asaran Khan says, yep. You all know about them, right?
Oh man, Osama is the only one that respects. Okay, good. Dr. Clark, for what they did. I respect the Honorable Elijah Muhammad for what he did in his day and time and the access to information that he had access to. I can't compare Elijah Muhammad to what's going on now and the abundance of information of Kemet. Elijah Muhammad in 1932, he blew away everybody, okay? Marcus Garvey for the knowledge that he had, everybody. Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark for what they had access to. They're nowhere up at the level of what's happening right now in these teachings, but go back to their time and what they had access to. It wasn't even internet out back then. It wasn't even, so respect to them in their frame. I respect them all. I respect Noble Drew, all of them for the intention that they had and what they had access to, right? Now, see how you know all of them? Everybody knows of them? How many bedrooms did Marcus Garvey's house have? Huh? What kind of car did Elijah Muhammad drive? What was he pushing? What kind of whip did what kind of whip did Noble Drew Ali have? You say you don't know that? Huh? How many gold rings did Marcus Garvey have? No? Frances Cress Welsing, what was her apartment looking like? How many bathrooms in her apartment? You say you don't know that? You don't know that because you're interested in that. When you think of Khalid Muhammad, you're not thinking of Khalid Muhammad. He lived in a three bathroom with waterfalls. That's not what anybody says when anybody's asked about Khalid Muhammad. Nobody talks about he lived in a Mercedes whip driving around Lamborghini. Nobody cares what kind of car Frances Cress Welsing had. It's never in the teachings. Noble Drew Ali, what did he have? What kind of buggy? Nobody cares. What you care about these people is the consciousness that they left. That's why if somebody asks you about Khalid Muhammad, the first thing you're going to say is not going to be, Khalid Muhammad had a 4-finger ring with some diamonds on it, and he had a bathroom with the waterfalls coming down. That's what you're going to say when you talk about like Puff or the rich guy, all them guys. When you talk any of those guys, when you talk about Elijah Muhammad, when you talk about those people, you're not talking about their riches. He had $8 million in the bank, man. It's not that. It's what he accomplished. Huh? What kind of whip did Bob Marley drive? Who cares? Do you know about that? Huh? How many cars could Bob Marley's garage fit? You don't. Nobody cares if it's not anybody's teachings. You care about what Bob Marley brought you. Tupac died with 8K. Tupac died with less money than most people have watching the podcast right now. Nobody's talking about Tupac's money. When we talk about these people, it's the sekhet, the memory, the consciousness that they left and affected you by. Marcus Garvey, you're not thinking about Marcus Garvey wore gold-plated shoes. No. So that's what the scribes taught. Here we go. We're going right back to it. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go right back to the scribe. That's what the scribes taught. And we're right back to it. Here we go. Boom. Screen share. Here we go. Boom. Bada bing. Here we go. So man decays, his corpse is dust, all his kin is perished. The book makes him remembered. Sekhet is in the conscious memory through the mouth of its reciter. Every time you read about Marcus Garvey, you're saying his name. Every time you read about Sheikh Anta Diop, you're saying his name. You have no idea how many bedrooms Sheikh Anta Diop's house had, and nor do you care. Go look up John Henry Clark. Go look up Dr. Ben. Respect good brother Dr. Ben. Go look at the apartment that he lived in when he passed. He passed in a small 1-bedroom apartment. You don't care about that. You care about his book he wrote and how that affects you and your children. That's what these scribes are talking about. Is remember through the book and the reciting of his name, her name, the memorable. You see that? The scribe. So yes, here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? Yes. You remembered reputation, the legacy that you left behind, the character that you left behind. That was beneficial. That was beneficial to people. It was a memorial, which is the root word of memory. A memorial, and affected people
and it's kept on after your physical life has decayed. People are still talking about Elijah Muhammad. People are still. I just watched Malcolm X today. Was it a couple hours ago? We just watched Malcolm X a few hours ago. We're still saying his name. We're still saying Bob Marley's name. Huh? It was a memorial and affected people, and it's kept on after your physical life has decayed. It is the echoed Sekhet memory that is carried on, that gives a man and a female in MAAT, as long as they follow it daily, and affects others' lives, as a great reputation that people could count on them. So now we know that the concept of accountability came from the scribes being accountants and the accumulation of their good deeds, equivalent to counting on a scale that influence how you think today. Why I use the word accountant. Oh, by the way, guess what the word reputation really means in the English that you have today? You all think you know what the word reputation means? What does the word reputation really mean? Now you're going to find out what now that you know all this, let's go to the word reputation and see what it means. Now that after August 30th, 2025, now let's look at the word reputation and see where the Masons got reputation concept from. Ready, everybody? Ready? Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we go. Reputation. Reputation. Credit. Reputation. Reputation. General sense of opinion. Estimated good or bad. Old French. Reputation. Reputation. And directly from Latin reputation. Reckoning. Considering. Thinking over. Reputation. Act in the past. It's from the word repitar, which means what? Reflect upon. Reckon. Count over. The word reputation is to count something, count over. There's your word accountant, accountability. There is the counting, there is the scales. So the reputation is dealing with counting things. So that's the original word reputation, meant to count something. 1 over NEFER, 2 over NEFER, 3 over. Boom. Today, in the English, you use some interest. Here's some interesting reasons. You would know the reasons why the beginning type was here, because of these are the interesting answers, and now you know the reasons of these due to the Tehuti pod class in your SABA. Repetition means to count over, which is accountability, to count things. The scribes, back to the scribes once again, they're all intertwined, coming from Kemetic concepts. You can't tell me in the other sources why reputation and accountability deals with counting things. Amenemopi and his Hemet had HERU 1290, 1213 BC. Thus, the writings of Amenemopi, we see the symbolic merging of the role of the accountant with morals and truth, and of course is associated with the Nefer Tehuti. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. While his eye travels, that deals with something looking, back to the focus again. His eye travels around the two lands. He sees who sins with his finger. That is a false scribe. He takes away his provisions by the flood. For a scribe who has sinned with his finger, his son shall not be enrolled. That's your punishment. Your son cannot be a scribe. If you spent your life with these things in your Eve, your children shall see them. How long is that? Your whole life. Is that not consistency? There's your consistency teaching. Spend your life. That means you shouldn't. Your life. Huh? Let me come to the screen. Spend your life with these things in your heart. So people who are attracted to Kemet, because the blackity black and the thick nose, the big lips, and blackity black, the scribe and talk nothing of anything about that. It says, here's what you should do. Have these things daily for your entire life. Know these things. Spend your life with these things. What things? The Knicks game? What things? Knowing what happened to Puff Daddy? Those things? Huh? With what things? Spend your life with these things in your heart. Be consistent with these things. That's when I was a youth, when I was a child, when I was young. I immediately knew something was wrong, and I removed myself from all of it, from all of the football, or the bear, all the stuff, smoking the weed, hitting the club, but I went out with the animals. I removed myself from all of that. I wanted to just be around those things, which was the only thing I had as a youth, as an example of consistency. Watching how the bees lived every day. They did the same thing every day. The ants and the termites did the same thing every day. The beaver does the same thing every day, daily, every day. That was my first teacher. Who was your teacher, Tehuti? That was my first teacher of consistency. Spend your life with these things daily. So there's no way, as a person in Kemet, I should be able to ask you, you should know more about the Avengers and Thanos than when in Diamoon. Because if you're into Kemet, if you're into MAAT, it says spend your life with these things on your heart. These things. Not the Avengers, not Wolverine, not the Knicks game. Huh? Can you name more football teams than you can Kemetic Scribe? Huh? What happened? Huh? Can you? Huh? Can you name more horror movies than you can? Can you quote the names of more horror movies than you can the words of the scribe? And you're walking around with the unk. I'm unking it up. I got the unk black man, the black, Kemetic, the black man. I'm black. I got the unk. I'm the king black unk man, king blank unk Imhotep unk man unk. You can name everybody in X-Men. You can name everybody in X-Men. Everybody and their powers and their everything that they do. You know what Thanos' gloves does? You do everything. Go ahead and just rattle off 13 scribes for me real quick. Want a 13 scribe count? Rattle off 13 words from the laws of MAAT real quick. Not the 42 laws of MAAT. There's no such thing as that. The actual writings. Rattle off 42 words of Neket to one in Diamoon real quick for me. Huh? You know what's happening with Puff Daddy. Spend your life with these things. In order to get to that level, you spend your life away from the distractions. And that's how you get on the frequency of the netter. Huh? There's no way you should know more about Thanos. You know more about Mario Brothers. Tell me, you know more about Mario Brothers than Win and Diamoon. Huh? Mario Brothers, man. Let's reverse this, everybody. I'm here to reverse this. There we go. All right. He takes it. You spend your life with these things in your heart. Huh? These things in your heart. Not who won the Knicks game in your heart. You got that down. In fact, we know who won the basketball. This person ranking 5th and slam dunking, Shaka slam dunking. Do not unbalance the scale, nor make your weights false, nor diminish the fractions of the grain measurers. See the measurers right there? Do not wish for the grain measurers. Do not wish for the grain measurers of the field. Then cast aside those of the treasury. There are treasurers. The ape, which is Anan, Tehuti, sits by the balance, while his heart is the plummet. See how they're merging now. Their career, their job, their accounting job slowly merges now into consciousness and immortality. See how it slowly merges now? Now Tehuti's involved. Went from actual physical weighing of the measuring in the field, now going into Tehuti, Anan, and the heart sits by the plummet. The one who discovers these things to create them, do not get for yourself short weights. They are plentiful. Yes, the army by the might of the netter. So now we see the scribes. This is their physical job. This is the tomb of Rekemere. Somebody rattle off 5 things Rekemere did. Go ahead and rattle off 5 things about Wolverine. Huh? I'm black of the black of the black of the black, and the Bible's wrong, and the black of the black. I know Wolverine is, but not Rekhemeret. All right, let's tighten up. This is the tomb of Rekhemeret, 1400 BC. The scribe treasurers measure of the gold and silver at the temple of Amun. So here is their actual physical job, and this is how they imbue their physical job into the accountability and inconsistent and confirming echo as in the double realm in the afterlife. So here's what they do, which is their physical job, counting up the wheat, counting up the gold, counting up the silver. And what gets created from that? Boom, mortality. Because these were the tools of their actual physical job. So now as they're doing their physical job, they cannot help but think about what their spiritual system is. That's how beautiful the ancients were. Okay, it wasn't like today working at Rent Center. So their job is imbued in immortality. So as they're doing the, as you heard from Amenemopi, be fair with the scales in your physical job, what you're doing, because that's going to be accounted for in the afterlife. So we see the scales of the scribes, and then immediately we have Tehuti, who keeps account, the original accountant. What is he keeping account of now? The original gold. What's that? Your light accumulation. So as the scribes were accounting the gold, the physical gold, Tehuti was accounting your Bak, B-A-K. We'll look up the word Bak and Nub and see what those words are. And you'll see they're the gold falcon and the gold. Words used for your spirit. Words used for your Ka. So that was called the Ku, the light. It gave off light. It was light energy. So that gold is now being measured because that's your Ka and your Ku, which is held where? In your heart. Which is why what? Which is why today, where are we? Which is why today, when you're told to remember something, remember, memory is the Sekhet, the same word for where you go to in the afterlife. The same word echoed through all the scribes. Sekhet this. May your Ren be Sekhet. Remember this. Be remembered. Sekhet, Sekhet, Sekhet. So where's the memory in? When you when you remember something, what do you say when you're in school? I'm going to memorize this by what? By your heart. Why do you say that? Because of the scribe. This all comes from that. It all comes from that. So now I'm going to memorize this by heart. I thought your memory was in your brain. I thought your memory dealt with the hippocampus and the amygdala area. The hippocampus and the amygdala area giving sequential memory. I thought that was the sequential memory and the emotional trauma memory and the amygdala and the hippocampus. So why don't you ever say, I got to remember this, remember this by brain. You always say remember it by heart. That's the concept of the heart being weighed on the scale, because the heart holds all the sekhet that's being weighed against the feather, and it has to be lighter. They're not even. Ma'at does not mean even. Does not mean we're going to be ma'at, we got to be equal. So a little bit of health food and a little bit of burger, we just to keep it even. Ma'at does not mean even. There's nowhere the word ma'at is not even. Your heart has to be lighter. When you look at the scales, they're uneven. Hey, Sekhet, you getting hype, man? You getting hype, girl? You getting hype? Like, yeah, give me these. I'm trying to get my hands braced on something. Come on, man. Stay still. You're teaching too hype. Tehuti, you're teaching too hype, man. Stay still, man. Come on, man. You're moving your head around too much. Okay, good. Good? Are you good? I'm going to go around the back of the hat. Too much excitement here. So here we go. The Sekhet. You memorize things by heart. All of these terms you're using today coming from the scribe. Memorize these by heart. Don't memorize your basketball team by heart. Again, you know where. Again, you know where. You know more about. You know way more about Shaq. You know about Nick Nets. Tell me you don't. Tell me two things about Nick Nets. Nick Nets, the scribe. Go. Here we go, everybody. This new Kemetic version of Kemet that they have, this new age Kemet, pure laziness. Here we go. So Tehuti keeps account, and your light accumulation, consciousness, Ku, is measured. Count on the scale of of accountability. You see it, everybody? You see all these words? Here we go. Boom! There's your original teachings and understanding of accountability, which is the counting of your conscious energies and deeds as they match the precise following of Ma'at, and the purification of your Ba, or your Bak, which is also gold, the golden falcon, that would be eventually measured by its light frequency. As you now face, HERU, face all the flashes in front of you from your DMT, right before you die. Oh, my life, this light flashed before my eyes, like my life flashed before my eyes, like this great light flashed before my eyes right when I was about to die. That flashes in front of you and holds you accountable, holds your accountability for the afterlife, because no conscious memory is erased, lest you will face accountability, HERU, her, face all of your actions. Can you see now how intricately deep and the difference between the original accountability and the English version that we use today, that only has minute traces from the original? Welcome to the KHUTI pod class. I'm going to read a couple more, then I'm going to have to take a break. Everybody, I have to take a break. When you are imbued and live the teachings and practice and live the frequency of the netter, yes, you can do over 1 hour classes just on the netter, just on the teachings. All the religious references I added in for comparison. They're actually not mentioned anywhere in the class writing. So just on the teachings. Here we go, everybody. Boom, ready? Here we go. Repetition means to count over. Now, let's move on to the original teachings and understanding and language of the word consistency as taught by the ancient Netiru. Here is the English, everybody. Consistency. What is consistency? Acting or done in the same way over time. Act so as to be fair or accurate. Consistency. I will show you. Let me move it down. I will show you examples of consistency that were performed by the ancients from spirituality, immortality, and giving reciprocity. Consistency dealt with spirituality, immortality, and reciprocity. And then analyze the word and then show you how deep consistency gets. Let us start off with the victory stela of Pi 747 756 BCE. I know Scribe, Asaram Ka, Amun Sut. I know they're in heaven right now. This is pure Kemet. Here we go. We're in Kemet heaven. Here we go. Victory stela of Pi 747 756. Here we go. Are you ready? The victory stela. Then he threw himself on his belly. That means he bowed down so low to the ground, his stomach was touching the ground. I don't bow to no man. I ain't bowing to no matrix medic then. Then he threw himself on his belly in the presence of his majesty. Peace be with you. HERU, Lord of the place. It is your wrath which has done this against me. I am one of the king's servants. I don't serve no man. I always see people giving genuine praise to KHUTI. We don't serve no man. It's a cult. I am of the king's servants who pays taxes and to the treasury as daily offerings. That was the way of life of the people in Kemet, to give daily offerings and treasury daily. Notice this word daily. Daily offerings. Making a reckoning. There's that word reckoning. Remember the word reckoning? accountability and reputation, reckoning of their taxes, because it's counting, making accounting of their taxes. I have provided for you far more than they. Then he presented silver, gold, lapis lazuli, turquoise, copper, every sort of gemstone in great quantity as an offering to his superior. Yep, his money wasn't going on the Gucci watch. No Rolex watch, no iced out gold. I'm gonna spend $200 in the strip club. I'm iced out. I'm getting the rims on the car and everything. Nope. His reciprocity was to the one that was over him as a daily offering. This is the part that they don't read when they keep reading Egyptians are black. Egyptians are black. Okay. Egyptians are black. Talk to us about the reciprocity given to your elder in ranking. That was daily, every single day. Let's talk about that. Boom. And then you see the consistency directly associated with the reciprocity that is associated with the scales and offering given to the one who he respects. Because yes, reciprocity was a part of the way of life that pertained to consistency. And the word I want you to focus on here is daily, because that is the precise word used in the MEDU for consistency itself. We're going to find out the MEDU word for consistency is the English word daily itself. We will look at that shortly. For now, I want you to understand that consistency means to do something again, which is to copy. Except for it is just not one act of copying. Consistency is continuously copying, a continuous copy. And now I will take you to the instructions of Mary Carré, 2050 BCE. Are you ready? Here you go, from my personal book, from my notes from 2006. Here we go. We do not just study this for debates on the internet. This is my way of life from my family, going back to 2006. That's just the notes from 2006. Here we go. Instructions of Mary Carré. Echo your ancestors, copy their knowledge. Copy your forefathers. This is the laws of MAAT. Copy your forefathers, for work is carried out through knowledge. See their words, endure in writing. Open that you may read and copy knowledge. Even the expert will become one who is instructed. That's why the word SABA means teacher and student. Do not be evil. Do not be an esfet, for patience is good. Make your lasting. See, there's lasting monuments. Long-lasting, NEFER. Monument, something that lasts. Consistency. Monument in the love of you. Do you understand this? Making your lasting monuments in the love of you. Have a lasting statue made of you. We don't do that, Tehuti. We don't. You're a part of a cult. Y'all worshiping man. Eh? We like the new way in time. We like that. Make a lasting monument in the love of you. Have a statue of you that your children, that your followers can come to and praise when you are gone. Just like the Netzer were praised in the form of statues when they were gone, when they were no longer around. That was the worship of man, because man was the original thing that was worshipped, and everything around us that existed was worship. It's just that we don't know what the word worship, Henu, which is the word for phallus. That's coming up later in the class. Here we go. Does the word worship mean phallus? Tehuti, you're weird. I want to be weird. I want to be weird. Thank you. Here we go. I left society and left school and went out to nature to be weird. I want to be as weird as possible. Thank you very much. Here we go. Let's get weird, everybody. Here we go. Copy the knowledge. There's the laws of Ma'at, you see? In your actions. You make a long-lasting monument in the love of you. Multiply the people whom the city has enfolded. Then the Netzer will be praised because of rewards. Men will watch over and this with either a monument or something structures damaged here, and give thanks for your goodness. So people will start to praise your monuments. You see that?
and they will give thanks to you. They're giving praise to you when you're gone, just as the netter were praised when they're gone, because you are one of the netter. See that? Your health will be prayed. Huh? So they make a statue of Tehuti, of me, or make a statue of anybody, someone in the pod class that did something that deserves praise. Hey, look at them, they're worshiping Tehuti. Oh, then you're not Kemetic, move. You're not Kemetic, move, you're some other thing. Because this makes it very clear you make a lasting monument, which is a statue that is in the love of you, so that people in the city can praise it and watch it, watch over it, and give praise and thanks and goodness of your health to the statue. Just like Tehutimos did. That's what our ancestors did. Everybody's too pretty. Everybody's too worried praising an invisible Jesus. No, you're supposed to make a statue of you. Huh? Make a statue of your female mate and have your children bow down to that statue. Huh? Let's get it in. Let's get it cultish, huh? That's what the Kemetians were. Let's get it the same way. Copy, endure. Both words that mean consistency. And do you see the consistent theme of your ancestors? And I'm going to take a break in a minute. Of the ancestors in echo, representation, which means to represent. That means to be seen again. Represent is the same theme as accountability that I just taught you on. This is the key that the Matrix wants to distract you from. The unity of having continued allegiance to the ways and wisdom of the forefathers and foremothers and copying them. Thus, what they did would not be ancient anymore, but it would be continued. Thus, it would be present and consistent. You see? Present and consistent, because the trick is in the Matrix to have you continuously calling the beings of the past. Here's the ancient ways, I say ancient, and if you're performing it now, then it's consistent. Huh? Nobody calls July 4th an ancient practice, because on July 4th, it's you out there in the present. Huh? Nobody says to anybody doing July 4th or Thanksgiving, yo, man, you're living in the past, man. Those are the old ways. They're the ancient ways. You're weird. You're doing the old ways, the ancient ways. You're doing it now, so it's not ancient. It's ongoing. Huh? It's still continuing on. So it's as ancient as you did it yesterday. Huh? Nobody tells you, yo, man, I'm doing this ancient practice. What's that? I'm going to tie my shoelaces. We've been doing that for over 200 years. Is that an ancient practice? This is regular because you're doing it now. So I'm teaching the houseofatton. Continue, copy, do what the ancestors, Mary Kara was told. Once you copy it, that it's not just labeled and put in a box as ancient. It is you. You're doing it now. So that it's a continuation, which is what? Consistency. Huh? But the LA Lakers are going to win against... Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. Huh? Here we go. It's consistent. It started off consistent because while they were doing it, it wasn't ancient. Notice that? When Ramesses was doing it, it wasn't ancient because he's doing it. When Pharaoh Khufu was doing the same thing, it wasn't ancient because he's doing it. So when you're doing the same thing, it's a continuation. It's not just stopped as ancient, it's ancient continuous. You're still doing it. Once you stop doing it, then of course it has a timeline, and you stop doing it so that it's only ancient. That's the Matrix. Here we go. Huh? We're making it continuous. Huh? Just like your Halloween and Thanksgiving. It's been going on for hundreds, thousands of years. Now your Halloween been going on since Saturnalia, since the Romans. Nobody says, we're doing the ancient practice. You're continuing doing it. Here it is, everybody ready? Here we go. Let's get the words of our ancestors as loyal. People are more loyal to Halloween and Thanksgiving than they are to the words of Mary Carey and the cat and Wen and Diamoon. Huh? Huh? Halloween comes around, everything else comes around. We're loyal to that. We're loyal to that. Because they don't have to tell you to practice it, you just do it willingly. Now I'm saying, let's continue what was always practiced, unless you become a part of that brainwave frequency. I'm going to read two more, and then I'm going to take a break. A break.
And everybody else can jump on the panel and talk about what they think of the class so far, because I'm not done. I hope Tehuti most is here. Here we go. The Tehuti pod class is continuous, consistent. There is no pod class that is not. Copy the forefathers to prepare for the afterlife, which is structure and echoing. You see it? Here we go. We're back in the writings. Emulate the great departed, those who have passed, who are at rest within their tomb. No blame occurs to him who does it. So in the real time, you're not mocked for worshiping your ancestors. No blame is accrued to you who does it. It's only in today's time, Tehuti, you're weird. You're doing weird. You're weird. It's strange. I want to be weird. I don't want to wear a baseball cap. Sorry. I don't want to wear a football jersey. Is it a football jersey? I don't know what the heck it is. I don't want to wear a basketball jersey. I don't care if it was Michael Jordan signed it with his tongue. I don't care. There we go. Emulate the great departed who are at rest within their tomb. No blame accrues to him who does it. It is well that you be ready too. When your envoy comes to you, now we're in the afterlife. See that? When your invoice comes to you, he shall find you ready to come. Why? Because the accumulation of how you live in the physical, now you're ready to come. Your place of rest and saying, here comes one prepared before you. Do not say, I am too young to be taken. In other words, you can die at any time. I want to come to the screen for this before I take a break. I want everybody to listen to this. Please listen. I talk about death a lot with my Neterts. If you've been with me, if you've been around me, I talk about somebody could die. TT, I don't hear from TT. I don't hear from... Why? Because as an animal, you're constantly thinking that you're going to die. That's what makes birds so sharp. You can't just grab a bird. Huh? You ever see a bird when it wakes up? Like that. You ever seen you when you wake up? Oh, man, back a little back. Let me sketch it. Huh? You ever seen a bird when it wakes up? A rabbit when it wakes up? The 1 second after the rabbit wakes up, it's exactly like it is for the entire day. Because it's sharp, it's on its toes, it could die at any moment, huh? You ever seen birds and flies and rabbits? I'm getting off on the bad foot. A slow, grumpy day. A grumpy day. I don't know about today, man. Oh, I'm gonna stay in bed. Huh? You ever see a snake wake up? We'll wake up a rattlesnake and we'll see if it's gonna strike. It's immediately in striking position. 2 seconds. Less than 2 seconds. There it is. Praying mantis. It's like that immediately because it's always thinking about death. So the scribe who always thought about death because death was leading to the afterlife said, never think that you're too young to die. Never. Never. When you're 15 years old, 20 years old, 11 years old, 19 years old, don't look at the elderly and say, yeah, man, you better do this now because you know your time is soon. I got a lot of years ahead of me. And then you go and walk and slip on a banana. You're talking to the 90-year-old guy. Listen, man, you better slow down and take care of yourself because you only got a couple of days left. And as you're talking, you get hit by a car, final destination. Huh? You're only 14. The 90-year-old guy looking down at you like, what are you saying, bro? You saying something? Huh? Never think that you're too young to die. It means that every day you should be thinking that this is my last day. What can I do for today? What can I do that is the best of what I can do for this day? Because I'm not going to be here tomorrow. It says, don't think that tomorrow will come. Be foreseeing and planning in case you get there. But don't think that it has to happen. Here we go, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. Huh? Structure, echoing, consistent, copying. That's how do you see the scribe, the women, Neter, portraying themselves? How do you see the scribes, the women, and the Neter portraying themselves? Boom. As copies of each other. Do you see it? Consistency. They're mirroring each other. Do you see that? You see the scribes, you can't tell them apart. Their hands are bent in the exact same angle. Their faces are mirroring each other. Husband and female, Kemet, mirroring each other. You see that? Here it is. Send it to Jem. And Nefertiti, mirroring each other. Ankanata, Nefertiti, mirroring each other. Annie, Tutu, mirroring each other. Aset, Neptet, so close you can't even. It looks like there's one. It looks like it's one body. marrying each other. When they look in the direction of a star, even when they look away from each other, they are marrying each other. Whether they're looking towards the same direction, looking at each other, so they're looking towards one direction. Here they are looking at each other. Here they are looking away from each other. It does not matter. They are representing copy. The concept of copying, echoing, continuance. That's what consistency is. Boom. Huh? Imagine I said every time. Imagine I came into the pathways and I said every time Gabriella, which her name will be Gabriella by that time, but every time Gabriella and Amunet, or every time Gabriella and Nana take a picture, pose in the exact same way. Tehuti, you're weird. You're weird. You're a cult. Imagine you had a picture of all of us in the exact same pose. Look at that cult. while they're holding their ankh. Look at the cult. the guy King J calling us a cult with the ankh on his arm. It's just like the Kemetic cult, ankh on the arm. I don't think I'll ever debate again. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Are you ready? Boom. Here we go. Boom. Here we go. Echo. Boom. As an echo of each other. Consistency. Now back to the word for consistency, and note how deep this word becomes. Let me take you to the advice of the youthful scribe. Let me take you to the advice of the youthful scribe. Here we go. Oh, scribe, do not be idle. That means don't time waste. Time wasting is an abomination to the Nibiru. Wasted your time. Wasting your time is an abomination. There's no laziness. There's no time wasting. You have a goal. You see the goal. You will get that goal. There's no time wasting. That's some new age stuff going on. Oh, scribe, do not be idle. Do not be idle, or you shall be curbed. Curbed straight. The straight way. Do not give your heart to pleasure. Remember, focus your heart on this daily. Do not give your heart to pleasure, or you will fail. When I have my meals, I enjoy them only because I'm used to them. I don't eat meals for pleasure. My pleasure is appreciating them. My church made them for me. I don't eat meals for pleasure. I eat them for the nutrients. Okay? Write with your hand, recite your mouth, and converse with those more knowledgeable than you. There's the ranking system. Exercise the office of magistrate, and you will find it advantageous in old age. Fortunate is a scribe skilled in his office, the possessor of a good upbringing. Here we go. Consistency. Here we go. Preserve in action daily, and you will gain master. So preserve. What does the word preserve mean? It means to hold something in the exact state that you want it in, and it stays there. You know, something preserved. It doesn't change. It doesn't rot. Whatever action you're doing yesterday, do today. Whatever action you're doing the day before, daily action. There's that word daily again. It's called discipline. It's a part of Kemet. Everybody hates because everybody just wants to be black and black. I'm blacker than him. I'm black daily. Like you're born that, you can't even help it. What are your actions now? Serial killers are black. Here we go. And here again, we see that the actions, not wasting time of discipline, respect for one wiser than you, are actions that should be practiced. There's that word again, daily, to attain mastery. Eker, perfection. And there is that word daily again. But what is this word that the ancients used for consistency? Have your current Kemet or MAAT teacher taught you this yet? No. Perfect. Well, that is why you're here at the Tutti Pod class. What is the word for daily? Because the word deep. I'm going to take a break after this. I got to. Now let me take you deep into how the ancients imbued consistency, which is to do something daily, and see how they directly tied it into the MEDU word to imbue immortality. This was the concept of the imbuement of an echo, to echo something that is the representative, because it's repeat, which is the echo, and it looks identical to the original thing in which it's echoing from. Let me take you to the words of the netter in the hands of the indigenous people themselves in Per MHERU, chapter 78. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Shu, I am Hetep, Lord of there's the serpent. This one is the raising, the Araret. And notice the difference. You're going to see the difference when they show the cobra sideways profile. Notice that it's bent and angled so that you can see the widening of the neck. See that? The snake I'm going to show you after this is is profile, because there is no neck expansion. There's going to be two different snakes. That's later on in the class. Woo! I am Hetep, Lord of the Arera, right? Wasti, adored, Nook Rek. I know the Ku, that's the light consciousness. I know the Ku, the light consciousness, is the Nefu, breath in my body. The light consciousness is the breath in your body. Go back to my class on that. The Kot in the body. Shall not I be repulsed by the bull of terror? I shall come daily. Here's the word daily. Into the house of the double lion. Shall come forth from it. Into the house of Aset. I shall see the holy things hidden. I shall pass through. Huh? What's going on here? There's the word daily. And daily is associated with a repetitive lion. Are you ready? There we go. See, the word for consistency, or to repeat, or to copy, is men. Men. It's M-N. M-A or M-N. Pronounced min or man or ma. And is associated with the house of the double lion. I want you to remember that. The house of the double lion, which is an echo itself. But why a lion, everybody? Why a lion? And make note, our ancestors never taught immortality without association with an animal. Woo! Why a lion, everybody? Why is consistency or daily associated with the house of two lions, Revereti? And I'm going to take a break right here, everybody, and come back in a few minutes, and we're going to find out why consistency is associated with a lion, and not just any lion, but a double lion. That means an echoed or copied lion. Oh my, let me take a break, man. Let me take a break right here. Step away, go revive myself. And so the link in the room. Now for the team, the supporters, all the brothers, sisters that were here before. Hopefully, maybe a seventh here by this time. The Jed is here by this time. Hopefully, the Tehuti, the one who asked the question, is here by this time. Jump on the panel. If the Jed is not here, Gabriella, jump on. Nuku, jump on. Thank you. Perfect timing. All the supporters, the House of the 10, jump on the panel. Talk to the people about what you think of the class so far. Saram Ka, you're also, of course, you can come on, you give them support. We know you from Sonetta. Jump on, discuss what you think of the answer so far, and support the Tuti Pod class. I'm going to take just a quick break because, yes, I have to revive myself and come back as a better copy. So there's the link in the room. Where's the House of a 10? There's a link in the room. Hey, Haraz did. Peace to you. There is a Tef. Okay, Tef is around, at least in typing. There's Patah. Patah's around. That's right. Jump in the room, everybody. Family, jump in so that I can step off for a moment. House of a 10, roll call. Nuku, Rush Nation. House of a 10, roll call. Any females in the House of a 10? Any females in the House of a 10? Roll call. Ready? Jump on, and I'm going to step out. Everybody. Nukpu, where are you? Did you move into the apartment yet? Huh? Where's the Nukpu? Come on in. I got to step out. I want to get right back to this class because now it's gonna take a step up from this point too. Ready? Jump in. Shout out to the good brother Owen Hythe. By the way, I mentioned Owen Hythe last week. We hadn't seen him support for about 3 weeks. So after the class, boom, 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 three supports came in from Owen Hythe, which most importantly lets me know that he's okay because Owen Hythe vowed to support every pod class. And when I didn't see the support for 3 weeks, I said, well, as a man of his word, something must have actually happened to him. So everybody check out for Owen Hythe, see if he's okay or whatnot. But immediately, boom, flip, 3 supports with the dates on them. So shout out to Owen Hythe. Thank you. All right, anybody's gonna jump on the panel? Or do I gotta put on Bible cartoons? Okay, I'm gonna step out, everybody. I don't know where. Is that moderator? Where's everybody? Where's everybody? Okay, I'm gonna step off, everybody. Hotep Isfet Wars, that's right. He says, oh, that's Nook. He says, Hotep Saba having some problems here. There's the Tefrem Kem Ma'at. Perfect. That's the one I want to. How you doing, good brother Hotep? Is he frozen? Oh. I think he's muted or something. Can you hear me, Hotep? I can't hear you. You look completely silent. Crickets. Mosquitoes thinking. Termites debating.
Mic check. Can you hear me?
There he is. Yes.
I'm not at home, so my system isn't. I don't know how to work it.
Okay. You're doing your best.
Echo. It's an echo on my end. Is it an echo? Can you guys hear the echo?
No, there's no echo. We hear you clearly, but check your tabs to see if you have the podcast open on the YouTube. If you do, it may echo.
Okay.
Whew. Okay, we hear you clear. You're great. On our side. And Atef, can you hear me good? Uh-oh. Atef is working. See, Atef, it doesn't matter where he is. He could be out and about. He's going to make sure he comes to the pod class. Except for last week, though. I got to talk to Atef about that. I don't know what Atef was last week. I answered his question with him and Karen. He didn't even show up and say thank you. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I got to check on it. What happened? Hey, Atef, how you doing, brother? Still on mute. Do I have you muted? It shows. Let me see if I can unmute. No, you muted yourself. It says so. Whatever you did that first time, we heard you great. Whatever you did. Hold on one moment. Okay, I'm back. Atef, try your mic. Let's hear you. No, we can't hear you, but we heard you before. Whatever you did the first time worked great. It was echoing on your side. Maybe Patah can come and help you out. Where's Patah? Patah, where are you? Where's Patah?
Can you hear me, mic check?
Hear you great now. You're back. Yep.
Okay, all right. I'm not at home. I'm traveling, but yeah, I'm here, Saba. I am here, and this is wonderful. So take your break, and I will hold you up for a little bit.
Okay, wonderful, excellent. And last week after I taught the class, I was looking for you and Karen. I had to close the class and didn't see any of you. I was like, this is for Steph and Karen, and both of them are gone after the class.
I couldn't make it last week. I was there, but I couldn't come to the panel. But I did reach out to her, and she did finish watching the question. She said she fell asleep, but she did say she enjoyed it. I'll send you a copy of the text and show you what she said.
Okay, good. Okay, I was looking for both of you afterwards. And where's the Tef? But okay. All right, where's the Tef? I say, where's the Tef? And he's gone. All right, he had some complications. I need to step off. So, Tef, try to come back on. One of you members come back on, because if I step off, I can't let anybody on the screen, and everybody's just looking at a dead screen. So jump back on. Where is the House of the 10? Where's the House of the 10? All right. Asar M. Carr, are you around? You can jump on as well. I saw you typing in the room. You can jump on. Talk to the people, everybody. Talk about the class, those who enjoyed the class. I'm trying not to step off and just leaving the class running with music playing, dead air. It looks like I'm going to have to do that because there are no moderators or anybody in the House of the 10 that is clicking the button to come on the panel. So let me go ahead and step off here. I know it's just having some technical difficulties. He's not at home, so I pardon him because he's trying to set up from a strange location. So I'm going to step off, everybody. If I hear the boop, I may come back and let everybody on, but I won't be able to let anybody on unless I'm in front of the screen. So going once, going twice, going 3 times, I have to go recover myself. So I'm going to step off, everybody. I'll leave the screen on. There's a step. Perfect. All right, it's tough. I see Sekhmet has your back now, so.
Can you hear me, mic check?
Very good, very clear. And I'm going to turn the music down.
Okay.
So we can hear you even better. Okay, there you go. I'm going to step off at Tef, talk to the people, tell them how you appreciate it, tell the people to support all those supporters in the that are watching that appreciate this support. I'm going to come off. We're going to blow it off again because this is we're just half the class in right now. So shout out to Jehuti for asking the question, and I'll be back. Peace of Tef, Frem. Oh, your name is split up in the. Oh, it's different now.
I don't know, Snob. I'm not at home. I'm traveling and I'm using my laptop, and I was having some technical difficulties. But if you can hear me and you can see me good, we're gonna go with it.
Yes, you look good. You can sound good, and your name is split up in the bottom. It's a Tef Rem, and then meta words, and Kem Ma'at. So it looks good though.
Okay. I didn't do anything to adjust it, but we're gonna go with it, Saba.
Okay, good. I'll be back, everybody. Peace for now. I'll be back to blow this class away again when I come back. Everybody get your notepads ready when I come back. Your iPhones, your iPads, your eyeballs. Get them ready. I'll be back. Peace.
Hotel. Peace and love, mic check. I want to first give a big shout out to the great brother Asar M. Ka for coming up and for his powerful MEDU. I was listening to what you said and just giving HERU to the great brother Patah with his poise and the way he was behaving on Sanetta's class, dealing with all that chaos and representing. So I just want to give you HERU for that and recognizing that and acknowledging that, because that was definitely one of the things that I noticed as well when I first came into this information and this knowledge, coming from Islam and my spiritual journey. One of the things I noticed about SABA very early on was the way he behaved and, the difference in how he behaved versus the other brother or whatever isfet that he was dealing with. It was just always remarkable. And at that time, I wasn't aware of Ptah Hotep and the maxims of Ptah Hotep and Unk Shesh Unk and all of those Sebaites. So that was foreign to me, that demeanor and calmness behavior. It was kind of foreign to me. But I recognized it as the way one should behave, but I just wasn't accustomed to seeing it. So definitely give a big HERU to the great brother Scribe for being that example in dealing with those brothers and answering those questions. I think that was very, very NEFER, and big of you, like the great brother Hush Nation say, big MAAT. So big to you, big up to you for coming on our platform and acknowledging that. But yeah, man, when I saw SABA display that first, I was so impressed, and I wanted to know more, just watching, and then, just standing on the information and, not veering off, and just being clear and precise, and still dismantling the ISFET, still addressing whatever the issue was, in a calm, collective manner versus what I was accustomed to, just very emotional and, responding. Just sometimes you just rambling because, you're letting the emotion take over. So witnessing, for me, I'm just speaking on for me, witnessing that, for me, that was my first example of witnessing MAAT and observing it in real time, being displayed by SABA. So I recognized that was something that I needed to echo. I needed to learn that style. I needed to know what he knew. So I'm thankful for our ancestors, man, for leaving this knowledge for us, and for SABA for breaking it down for us and being so clear and precise, and breaking us out the matrix. So again, HERU to you, great brother, for coming on the panel and being an example of someone coming from that platform, because I remember just going over there and just having to kind of just dig through all of just listen to all of the argument, all the disrespect, all the the way they speak to each other, and still deciphering to be able to get the good from it, to get the knowledge, to get the wisdom, to get the whatever the information that was being conveyed, to be able to get it. I would have to put a lot of effort into it, and it was very distracting, because it's a lot of false information being spread and being shared and propagated. So for me, as a baby coming into this knowledge, to be able to see that the example being displayed, it piqued my interest more than the fighting. Although that excited me. The arguing used to excite me once upon a time, not no more. So peace and love, great brother Hush Nation. So yeah, again, man, I just want to definitely give you a shout out and big HERU, and especially to our teacher for being that example. HERU to you, great SABA Tehuti, for always demonstrating that example, and for us even to see as students, to see your example being echoed as you're going over now about the echoing, but to see our brother Scribe echo that, is very NEFER. So to you, great SABA, for always being that example and for giving us something NEFER to echo. And big my great brother Hush Nation, what's going on, great brother? Good to see you. And HERU to the great brother Tehuti for posing this question. And I love your questions, great brother, too. I just want to, before I give it to you, Hush Nation, I just want to give a shout out to the great brother Tehuti for asking his questions, because what I'm noticing now is with some of your questions, great brother, they're questions that are how we should behave, versus just like a question on what is this or what is that. These are questions like really giving us insight into basically what we can do next. Like Saba say, he breaks it down and then builds us back up, but he's giving us the instructions and showing us, different examples of how we should behave. So Tua, for your question, because your question definitely is going to add a lot to my, daily, how I live my life daily. So Tua, to you, great brother. Hush Nation, what's going on, great brother? Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you, my brother. Hotep Marie Ma'at. Big salute, big Ma'at, big love, big axes. Yeah, good to see yourself. I could give you some HERU for all my ATTON fire, the house of ATTON on fire. So I have to give you HERU for the fire. You're blazing in the place, you know what I mean? The NEFER presentations, they keep getting better and better. Yeah, I like how you join up with Annie Pata to make that session, so it's like not just the Jetsa Gem vision, it ain't just like the primordial vision taking off and it just getting better and better. Nah, the too many buttons getting more and more fire, the sessions getting more and more fire. So yeah, I like how you're echoing the ancient superpower Ma'at beings. Yeah, so dua for that, most definitely, Manetta. I appreciate everything you're doing for the poem ATTON.
Nini, great brother.
Yeah, big salute, big love, big appreciation. Yeah, and I appreciate how Saba going in on this class here. This class, it's serious, but it as serious as it should be, The class good for me because I get in my rent. And this class is a good preparation for anybody who getting the rent. So I just listening and taking heed. So I'm gonna have to go over this class. This class have a lot of seriousness, like I say, but the PECA cool is off the chain. So I like how is pure axes, just axes swinging. Yeah, I know it would be a middle class, but it's a middle class with a lot of seriousness. So yeah, I like it. Put on the pressure, lace up your boots. One of those greatest Ma'at ever at the ready type of classes. These classes, so yeah, see Saba say, I don't eat for pleasure, I eat for nutrition. I could relate because I just come from eating 6 years plant-based, so like everything was just nutrition. But then plant-based, fried chicken, I lack in nutrition. But Basato give me a whole scientific 9 amino acid breakdown and all kind of thing. So chicken and then after Basato drop them jewels on me, I hear Saba teaching on them. So I chicken whoa. So I could definitely relate to that thing with eating for nutrition, So when I hear Saba chop that, I like, boy, this PECA and cool real. But I like how when you get the rent, the PECA and cool still going on, a prem HERU vibe, you know, to comfort as conscious light. So yeah, I like how the class going. It feel like it's for me specifically, you know. So yeah, I really appreciate you sending in this question because it aims straight at me directly. So to Kehuti, yeah, to for that question, to for sending that in. And yeah, again, take heed, make notes, take action. Because you know, like Annie Potat say, like Annie Potat and Tehuti say, like SABA Tehuti, Amahotep Ra say, you know, it's like you take it, you put it into action. But yeah, it's all good for the picker and cook. Cause I get in my rent, so I need it especially, you know. So yeah, but big salute to Kehuti for sending in that question because SABA going into some serious MEDU that pointing directly to me. So yeah, I appreciate it. Big MAAT.
Big MAAT to you, great brother. Hotep and new to you for always supporting, for your consistency, and for your MEDU, great brother. And definitely look forward to you receiving your REN. Some a very magical, very transformative, magical thing. And I think it's very necessary too. When you're ready, I guess, you know, everyone, people be ready at different times, but you know, I knew I was ready when I received my REN. It was very, very special for me. And I'm very grateful to have received it when I did and everything that took place. You know, how it went down. I'm forever grateful. So Hotep and new to the great SABA Tehuti. And yeah, I look forward to you receiving your REN, bro. You're going to see the magic. It's going to be very magical. Different things are going to happen. And you're going to notice that just you'll see. You'll see, and then you'll start to comment on them. And then you'll get these classes and you'll, you know, along the journey, you'll pick up different things that SABA teach about your REN and about you that, you know, you can't fake. So yeah, to you, great brother. And I look forward to that. And yeah, man, Ani asked me to help him. I mean, he told me to just, you know, just create something and just to showcase, you know, what we're doing over here at the House of ATTON. And I knew that he was doing it. I knew that his presentation was going to be on Gab because it was supposed to be sooner than it was, like a week earlier or something. So we knew it was going to be on Gab. And, you know, I wanted to just, you know, just maybe do something like that. That way, you know, we was on the same frequency. So, you know, I put together a little clip with one of my characters that was definitely inspired by SABA, but by his teachings and just by some of the foolishness that goes on and that I see. So if you saw that somebody put in the comment, they didn't know that they didn't want to receive the information because of the character's skin color, right? And that's when Sonetta came on after and said, you know, we got to grow up, we got to mature. That's just a character, that the brother is actually behind the creation of it. And but I did it on purpose though. And her name is part of the joke. Her name is Cynthia Sudo. So it's,
yeah, but
go ahead, brother.
It had so much jewels in there to pick out those things, you see? So when you're picking out those things, you're missing out on so much jewels because that presentation was so NEFER that you could have picked out big jewels or so much parts, you know? So to pick a distraction like that is unfortunate.
Welcome back, great SABA.
Welcome back, SABA.
Peace. Peace. We are back, ready to go. Came in right at Chris to Christian. SABA gave me jewels. And what is it? Sandra the pseudo.
Cynthia
Chris
Pseudo,
yeah.
Christina.
Yeah. So Christina. So what you do is beautiful, Atef, and we have to understand that we're living in a frequency where the real focus of the matrix that people have in them, why they argue, debate, and have to say something against, is to make the excuse not to follow anything. That's what it actually is. So if you have a friend, if you have somebody that you know, and they get into a high position, you're like, I'm not following my Uncle Reggie. I'm not following such and such. I knew him when he was changing diapers and he was on the street smoking. It's any excuse to find a fault so that you don't follow anything. So people will hear a beautiful presentation of yours, see everything all the time that you put in, but they'll say, I don't like the person's skin color. And just not to follow it. That's what it is. The way that you know that it's the matrix is that they don't do that, and I'm gonna get to class after this, is that they don't do that with any of the holidays. They don't do that with any of the holidays. So nobody who celebrates Christmas, says, I'm not following Christmas anymore because I don't like the nose on the reindeers. Nobody picks out a little intricate thing that they don't like about whatever the holiday is. I'm not doing Thanksgiving no more because I don't like those cranberries. Forget Thanksgiving. I'm totally throwing. But you'll see, whether it's the Tehuti pod class, the teaching, your demonstration, look how many people have come here and disappeared because of one thing. One lady disappeared. I don't like the way Tehuti keeps asking for donations. Of all the 900 questions and everything, I've broken spells, healed people, all the things. It's just to find one thing so that you don't have to follow anything. That is the focus. So that's what it is. But they'll never do that. I don't like Valentine's Day because I don't like the chocolate. I don't like the cards. I'm gonna leave Valentine's Day. Never. So because that's what they want to follow, the laziness. So anybody who makes any excuse to find one thing as a problem and leaves because of one thing, it's because they always wanted to leave. They always never wanted to hear, and they're just looking, waiting. What is that one thing I can find? That's what it is. Your girl is absolutely perfect. Everything is perfect about your lady. She cooks, cleans, she listens to you, she nurtures you, she does everything perfect. I don't like that. She wore black lipstick. I'm done. So that's what it is, everybody. So we're gonna get right back into this pod class, and get ready. So that's good. We don't need those people anyways. The people that disappear for one thing, we didn't need them anyway. We don't need them. We don't need them anyways because they're not assisting with the. Once again, this whole class about structure. The people that do that and complain or whatever it is, if you look at their life in the culture, those are the people that have no structure. So they're just looking for something to run away anyways. They have no structure. I don't like the way Tehuti does this. I don't like the Tehuti does that. Let me sit back and I'll just watch by your example. Not that I do that. I don't do that, but I just don't like the way you do it. So that's what it is, everybody. So you're doing great at TEF. I love your presentations. People are just looking for any excuse not to follow structure, and that's all it is. We just leave those people alone. We're looking for a tight-knit structure group, the ants. You never see a ant leaving a colony. I don't like the way the queen bee move her neck like that. You never see an ant. Where's the ant leaving the colony? Where's the bee leaving the colony? I think the queen bee's butt's too big. So we're just gonna leave all the people alone. They're unstructured anyways. They have no structure, they have no movement, no gathering, no nothing. So we're gonna get back into this, everybody, and we're gonna let the people that leave the colony because the queen bee's butt's too big, and we're gonna keep moving towards building this ant colony and beehive. So we're gonna say, so everybody, we're gonna start right now. Get your pen and pads out and say peace and love to you, Atef. Jump back in the chat. Peace and love to you, Fix, Hush, Niashan. Jump back in the chat, and here we go, everybody. Here we go. Chop, chop, chop. You ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. We're getting right back into it. Let me get the timer back on. Woo. You ready, everybody? Boom, 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 boom. Boom. The complainers never have a structure. Oh, man. They're never accountable to the structures. Here we go, everybody. That's okay. We are building. Let's keep on building, everybody. Ready? Boom. Entire screen. Boom. Put the screen back on. And here we go. I'm going to put the 1, 2, 3, and boom. Timer. Oh, no. Uh-oh. So let me make a note of something because something just happened here. Okay, we're going to put a 1. Oh, my goodness. That's so strange. The timer went out, but I'm going to put the time. The timer reset somehow. Interesting. Okay, we're going to start again. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Let's reset the timer, but I have the original time that it was on, so I'm going to add the 2 times. And when we get to the end of the pod class, we can see how long that it is. Everybody ready? Get your iPhones out. Get your iPads. Get your eyeballs. And start getting ready to gather this information that is life-changing. Here we go. Let's find out what's going on. Let's break the matrix while hearing what the ancients that are continuous to the day say. Here we go. Boom. Boom. Okay, we got it now. Here we go. Boom. And there it is. And boom. Okay. Here we are, everybody. So where did we leave off? Right here. Right here. We see the word for consistency, or to repeat, or to copy, to continue is min, man, ma, and is associated with the house of what's called it's 2 lions. It just says 2 lions, re t, which is an echo itself. But why a lion? Why would a lion be associated with copying? And make note, our ancestors never taught immortality without the association of the animals. Find everybody down why the lion is this animal associated with repetition, which influence your children in grade 3 to this day. Ready? Go over here. Let's find out what words everybody knew since you learned them in grade 3, and let's see how it was affected by the double lion. Are you ready? Here we go. Let's get the screen back off of the white. Give it a few moments, and it will come back into visualization. And there we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. Everybody can see me. Everybody can hear. And here we are. Boom, boom. And guess what? Guess what the word for ma, lion, actually means in MEDU? Oh, wait, where were we? Wait, did I pass it? Hold on. Let me go back and see something, everybody. Hold on. Okay, yeah, I'm right. Here we go. So guess what the word ma, what does the word lion actually mean in the MEDU netter? Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. What is the word for lion, and what does it mean? And how does it tie into this theme of accountability, consistency, echoed copy? Let's find everybody. Guess what the word for lion, which is ma, actually means in MEDU. Are you ready? What does ma mean? What is the word for lion? Boom. Likeness, which is a copy. Likeness, the like. Do you see it, everybody? The word lion is the word consistency or copy itself. There it is right there. Boom. The ma, which is the lion, which is like, which is likeness of which is a copy of something. The word of the image of the lion itself is also a double copy, likeness. So rarity is double lion, which is a copy, and the word lion itself, the other word for lion, which is ma, is the word for likeness, which is a copy of something. Why is this lion associated with a repetitiveness? Okay, so boom, the word of the image of the lion itself is also copied, doubled, likeness, echoed, which equals consistent. And why is this? Are you ready? Remember, it's the Tehuti overdrive time. Ready, everybody? So why is this lion associated with repetitiveness, which is copying? The oldest structure in Kemet is actually a lion, which people today miscall Sphynx, which has nothing to do with what it is. Anybody knows what Sphynx means? That thing is not called Sphynx. Sphynx is the thing in your bum, your bunkie, that holds it tight. It's called a sphincter from the word Sphinx. It holds it tight. So the Greeks renamed this thing Sphinx, and because they thought the hands out were holding the neck of a person tight. The Greeks and the Romans, immediate violence comes to their mind, so they see the lion with its hands out, so they say, that's how you choke somebody. We'll call this the choker, the Sphinx. It is not called Sphinx. The real word, welcome to the podcast, the real name for this reveals how it is an echo. The real word for what they're miscalling and evilly calling the Sphinx, which means to choke somebody out, the actual real name for it in MEDU will immediately tie in to why the word lion means to make a repeat or a copy of something. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Welcome to the pod class. Are you ready? Here we are. Boom, boom, boom. So remember, the oldest structure in Kemet is actually a lion. It's a lion with a man's head. People today miscall Sphinx. But why is it there? And what is it an echo of? Why does the word lion, copy, and ret, double lion, copy, repetitiveness? So why is it there? And what is it an echo of that would create the concept of a double lion or a lion being a copy? Remember the concept of astrology, which is completely Greek made, has nothing to do with Kemet. But when you think of astrology, you think of these things called houses. Remember, it's called the house of the double lion? Because this actually became the oldest symbol in astrology. The house of the double lion, or the house of the echoed lion, became the concept that bred people calling these time periods, or these constellation time periods, houses. Ever wonder why they're called a house? We have the house of the echoed lion, or the double lion, and then we have the oldest symbol in Kemet as the lion. But why is it positioned exactly right here? And why is it a lion? Right, everybody? It has to do with copy. Because of what it echoes. Remember, the word lion means echo, to be like. Because the Sphinx true name is Ra HERU Tum. Ra HERU Tum is Ra, the sun in its horizon, and Tum, which is a completion. It's Ra HERU Tum, and sometimes it's Ra HERU Tum Re, which brings it back to the Ra again, because it's a sun. It's something dealing with the horizon coming back to a completion, because the horizon actually comes to a completion because the earth is revolving, and the earth is on an axis which causes a smaller circle than the earth to form and point at what people are calling the houses of astrology. And the oldest one is Leo, what they're calling Leo the lion. 25,920 years. So 25,920 years is the complete circling of the precession. Then it doubles again. So every 25,920 years, the axis on its 23-degree axis makes a complete circle, which is a cycle, which means as soon as it begins again, that begins a new cycle or a new year, the great precession year. So Ra HERU Tum, which is the horizon, Ra the horizon coming to a completion, is what this Sphinx is really called. Why? Because it marks the longest cycle of completion that the earth makes. So there's a day, 24 hours, there's a month, 30 days, there's a year, 12 months, 365 days, and then what's larger than that? The great year, which is the cycle of the precession, which happens every 25,920 years, and every 25,920 years, guess what happens? The Sphinx aligns to its image in the skies. This is a double lion. It's two lions. This is the double lion. This is the rareti, the double lion. The two lion, which completes a complete copy or an echo or what's called a cycle. And thus the word for lion, which is the Sphynx, itself means a likeness of. Why? Because it's a likeness of this star constellation, which became known as Leo the lion. I don't think I'm putting the screen up. Let me put the screen up. Showing the screen? Is everybody still here? Press 9 if you can hear me. Let me do the screen share. I don't know where the screen share went. Press 9 if you can hear me, everybody. Here it is. Ready? There it is. Remember, the oldest structure in Kemet is actually a lion, which people today call the Sphynx. But why is it there, and what is it an echo of that would create a concept of a double lion? The Sphynx, whose true name is Ra HERU, and a horizon which causes a completion, which means the sun horizon completion, which signifies the completion of Re, which is Leo facing the horizon at the exact alignment of its mirrored likeness, image, 25,920 years, making a complete procession, a tomb, which is a cycle, which is a complete cycle or complete procession, was called the Great Year. So the lion, as you can see on the screen, points to itself in the past the Milky Way on here to the Leo star constellation. Why do you think this is called the Leo star constellation? Because it's named after the Ra HERU, which was a lion. We're going to see why it's specifically called Leo. Press 9 if you can hear me and you saw the screen. Boom, there we go. Angela Gates, press 9. Hash Nation, press 9. Ephraim Kim presses 9. Maharu, you liking this class? This is a Kemet class for you. Basatit Maka Oxafek. You're gonna have good dreams tonight off of this class. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Boom. So now you know why the word lion, rareti, double lion, and lion means a copy or a likeness of, because the lion, the oldest image of a lion, is literally the copy of the Leo star constellation, marking the time of the Great SEKHETI, 25,920 years. When you look at the Taurian papyri and see the time period of the SEKHETI, it goes back to that time period. That's the beginning of a new cycle. It's another class. I already did a class on that. So let us continue. Here we go. Boom. You ready? There's your lion. So this line is a copy. And there's your procession. Huh? There's 1,920 years that lines up with a lion. Well, you see the flat earth. The Sphynx lines up because the earth is flat. Nope. This only happens on a rotating ball with 25,920 years, and exactly at that time they calculated it back with the computer, and as soon as they calculated it back, the exact image, the exact what they call the Sphynx, was lined up to its duplicate called the Leo star constellation, and it happens only on the precession because the Earth is on a 23-degree axis, and that's what our ancient people knew. And there it is, lined up directly with the what they call the Sphynx, which is real name Ra HERU lion, which was Leo, also coming from the word Re. The original word for lion was Re. When they turned the letter R into an L, the original symbol of the Earth cycle, so they turned the R became Li, and then Li became Leon, and they became lion and Leo from the word Re, because originally it was an R there. They turned into an L. So Re became Li, and Li became Leo. So it was the original symbol of the Earth cycle. So you literally, your word lion is created because of MAAT. Here we go. So the symbol of Earth cycle. So boom. So the lion, which was Leo, also coming from the word Re, when they turned the letter R into an L, was the original symbol of the Earth cycle, where a celestial renewal would occur. It's a cycle, which is circle, and the renewal was constant. It was a consistent circle, which is consistency. So the Leo lion was the Sphynx, the Ra HERU is the oldest symbol on the planet for consistency and a constant rotation of the great year. There is your word, and there is your oldest structure embedded in the actual architecture of the Nile Valley, which is the word consistency. The oldest word consistency is the Sphynx itself, Ma. The Leo, the lion, Ra HERU the great year, the great cycle, 25,920 years, Boom, here we go. And once that cycle started over, that would be a copy and an echo of the last one, because every circle in existence is an exact echo of every other circle, because they're all 360 degrees. Thus, a consistent echoing. This is how internally deep we took the concept of echoing imbued into the lion called the ray to create the symbol of consistency. Woo! Here we go, everybody. Boom, ready? And guess how our ancient ancestral concept of consistency echoed into your daily language today. Let me ask the class, typo the class, a question. When you do something again, what prefix, typo, what prefix do you use today to put behind the word, or which is really in front of the word, as in doing something again, or playing something again, or starting again? What's the prefix, everybody? Type it in the room, please. What is the prefix that you put in front of an English word today when you want to turn that word into a cycle or a copy or something being done again? I'm going to give you a moment. Type it in the room. What's the prefix, everybody? Oh, my. Ray is a cycle. So Ray is now in front of English word. Let me move that up. Everybody got it right? Ray is an English word. It's just R-E. It's really just the word R. So it's really just the word R, because the way you spelled Ray is R. Sometimes just by itself. It's just the word R sometimes. And sometimes it's R with an arm in it that makes an eh sound, an eh, an eh. So it's Ray, Ray, Re, Ra. Ray is now in front of a word that makes things doubled again, because Ray was the ancient word for lion. The way you said lion was the word Ray, and the word lion, which was Ma, which meant to double something again, or meant the likeness of, the copy of, because the oldest image of a lion is the image of something recycling or redoing itself again. 25,920 years, and every time it recycles back to the beginning, it's pointing directly at its copy. So not only is it a cycle of the access, but it actually points to something that is also its own copy. So thus the ancient word for lion is the word Ma, and thus it's the house of Rareti, the house of Rareti, two lions, Ray. Wait a minute. Hold on, let me come back to the class. Let me see something here. That's Ray-Ray-T. That's plural of two rays, Ray-Ray-T. Here we go, everybody, which is lion, right? Called the Ra HERU Tem. Pronounced Ra and Ray. But let's go back to that and see. Let's go screen share. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. 1, 2, and 3. Here we go. Let's go back over here. Ooh. Let's scroll back over here. Here we go. So you see it now. So the house of Ray Ray T, also called Ra Herakuti Tem. Let's see where it is here. Hold on, let the screen come back. Boom. Boom. Go back up. Okay, here we go. Boom. So Ra Herakuti Tem, which is Ray Ray T. Let the screen go. I'm trying to get the screen back. The computer is going white screen on me. Let me see if we can get it back. Okay, let time get the screen back. Woo-wee. And here it is. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so here we go. So it's 2 lines. That line is called Ra Herakuti Tem. Let the screen go. And what do we have here? The double lion. What's the pronounce? How does it sound? The double lion? R-E, R-E. So there it is, the double lion, because the word for lion is pronounced Ra and Ray, both the same thing. And that's why the double lion, the 2 lines, is just making R-E-R-E. The words you put in front of a word to make something repeat itself. Here we go. That's Ray Ray T. And the Ray Ray T, the lion, singular, the largest sculpture, is called the Ra Herakuti Tem, or the Ray Herakuti Tem, whichever way it's pronounced. It's called Ray Ray T. It's really just. All right, let's scroll back now. Let's scroll back down. So here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we're here. Moving over, moving over, moving over. All right, there we go. Ma. So there's Ma. And there is the Ra Herakuti Tem, Ray Herakuti Tem, Re Herakuti Tem. And it is the word for, it is the symbol of a cycle. So that's your taught in grade 3. When you want to make a word a cycle or to repeat itself, Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. You all typed it. You guess how the answer is the concept of consistent echoed into your daily language. Let me ask the class. We already asked it. And how do you do it, everybody? If you want to start something again or make something a cycle or make something a copy, what do? You put Ray in front of the word. You see? Because it can be pronounced Ray, Re, Ra. Here it's R-I, Re. You see that, everybody? Up above it's R-E, and here it's R-I. It's just Re, which is a lion, which is to make a cycle, which is to copy something again, because the oldest symbol of to copy. Do you see that, everybody? Boom, boom, and boom. Harass, can you hear me? Here we go. Here we go. And even the person that said Ray and Ra are entirely 2 different words actually responded and had to agree. Yeah, actually said the word rerun. There's Ray again. Even when they disagree and agree. Here we go. Ray, Ra, rerun. There it is. So you see there it is Ra, Ray, Re. It is the lion, the concept. Because remember, we're saying these words and vowels that were never even there in the first place. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. So there we go. Boom. We're going to go. There it is. Rewind. There's Re, which is the lion. The R got turned to a letter L that became Lee, and that became Leo. So boom, everybody, to replay. These are the 12 words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. These are the 12 words. Remind, restock, retell, restart, refresh, rewrite, review, reread, retake. And here's some 3 over here. One could even be rerun. Here it is. There's a bunch of re's. Here it is. So boom, replay, repeat, redo, rewind. And there's the ancient word Ray, which is the lion. Ray, Re, Ra, Re. There we go, which is the original celestial image on this planet for the repeat, which is copy of the procession. Boom. Welcome to the Tuti Paw class. Here we go. Boom. Boom. Everybody, here we go. All right, we're going down, 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 down. Okay, now what is the other word for copy? Echo, double, which is consistent. Yes, and guess where it is? Guess where? Let me take you to plate 15 of the Perm Heru. Here we go. The other word for copy. In the present, there's the scales again. And what's mentioned right after the Maka'it? Thou art my soul. You see the consistent theme of copy with the scales again, back to the scribes and the accounting and the counting, and the consistency and the daily. So there's Maka'it, the scale. Thou art my double, which is Ka-E, my double, or Ka, within my Kat. And what does the Ka do? What is the Ka? What does it do? It does the opposite of what atheists teach today and what people teach today. They teach the physical bodies first. Nope. It's the Kenemu, forming and making strong my limbs. So the Ka energy, the double that's inside of the body, the light energy, the double inside of the body, that's what makes the limbs and makes them strong, is that. So it is the originator of the limbs. It is there before what's called the physical matter, and physical just means to heal. So here we go. May thou come forth, and may thou come forth to place happiness. Right there by the scales is the double again. So here's the echo again. There's the accountant with the scales, and there's the scales of which Tehuti keeps account of your light accumulation consciousness. Ku is measured, counted on the scale of accountability. Ooh-wee. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. We're still going. Tehuti out there. Did I answer your question yet? Of accountability. See that? The scales is the measurer. The measurer of accountability. Boom. The Ka, the doubled body, and the scales of accountability that echoes out as the Ba. Both Ba and Ka means echo. Both the word Ba and Ka means echo, which is consistent. The doubled body that travels into the realm of the constant, life into rebirth, immortality. That was the doubled body, the body of consistency, because it's going into a realm of constant called eternity, the eternal realm where you're not supposed to die a second time. And if you do not die a second time, that means your goal is to exist as a conscious, constant being. Your goal in life was consistency. That was existence in itself, which I'm going to show you that shortly. So here it is. So you have the Ka, which is the pure energetic template, and the pure energetic template gives off the pure energetic projectable double. That's why it's called the pure energetic projectable double. The word Ba is double, Ka is double, because it doubles out and it keeps doubling once, doubling twice, and it keeps echoing out. And that is how you have an out of body, because each of these bodies are on their own plane of consciousness that can't go to the next frequency, so it has to echo something out of that frequency, and that one can exist on that frequency plane, and then that one echoes out another one, and it's complete, consistent, copy, consistency. So that's the word Ba is double, because it's constantly doubling itself, and it looks like your physical body. Ooh. And so is Ka. So Ka is double. So as I brought this information back to the world decades ago, guess what else the word Ka means? What does the word Ka mean? It means double, and it is the word for the spirit, but it means something else. Guess what else Ka means, everybody? Are you ready? What else does the word Ka mean? So I want you to understand that this body, the Ka actually gives off the Ba. So the Ba and the Ka are the same, except for the Ba has the ability to leave the body more often. The Ka more often stays within the body, giving it its life force energy, but it echoes out an energy force that can continue to echo out. So this is depicted as something that can fly like a bird. So the Ba is called the golden Bak.
called the golden bach or the golden light bird, and it echoes out. But the ka is the source fueling the ba. So the ka is the source that stays right here, the pure energetic template, and it fuels the bioenergetic projectable double. And so the ka is the source, keeping the ba echoed and keeping the physical body alive. Once the ka is gone, there's no more ba echoing out. It leaves itself, it leaves this, and the physical body dies. And thus the ka becomes the ba, because there's no body for the ka to dwell in and keep alive anymore. So the ka is the sustenance. Please make note. The ka is the sustenance that doubles out the pure energetic projectable double. And as I brought this back to the world decades ago, guess what else the ka means? What does it mean? Word cow comes from ka pluralized, because cow is an ancient meta-native word. Thus saith Ani, triumphant homage to thee, thou art the neb, the sustainer, the neb of Ma'at, right in truth, or the examination, the Au, the one, the neb, sustainer of the He, eternity, conscious maker, Arit, of there's the TCHET snake, TCHET everlasting, I have come to thee, my neb sustainer, Ra, I have made food offering to the neb of what? The cow. Because cow was the plural form of a sustainer, because the ka is the sustainer of the body, and it's the projection of the pure energetic projectable double. So thus the sustainer in Kemet, which represented the mother as a what is that? The mother as a sustainer of the baby, is where you get the word cow from. Cow, K-A-U, cow. And they translate it cows. Yes, the word cow is a meta-native word, and it represented the sustainer. Why? Because when you come out of the body, just as the ka, just as the ka is the provider of energy source for the ba, the pure energetic projectable double, the cow is the provider and sustenance of the baby calf, just as the mother's breast is the sustainer and sustenance, because she is now the female cow, and that's why the mother Neter is called the HERU, which means the house of light, the house of the Heru. And what is HERU symbol? A cow, right? Because that is the cow, that is the ka doubled, the sustainer. Why? Because the scribe said the ka is that which makes the body. The ka makes the body. The ka keeps the body strong. So thus the ka is the sustainer. It's the one making and generating the thing that is physical. So thus anything that is a sustainer is associated with a ka, and thus cows, these animals here, were the sustainer that the Kemetians would see feeding the baby. So what did Amenhotep do? Portrayed himself drinking from the actual cow as the sustainer, right? The Neter Het Heru. So the nourishment to feed a baby, the word for copy is also tet, techeta, tet, same word, who is the echo double of the mother for rebirth. Ooh-wee. Here we go, everybody. And remember this. Remember this. Remember this word, everybody? The word man or men, however you want to pronounce it, men, is the word for daily. That's the word for consistency. Remember this word, everybody? Man, consistency. Right? So they put this little dot here. Why? Because this has the pronunciation. They knew from the Coptic that this had the pronunciation of an E sound, as in min, min, not an A sound as in ah. So sometimes you'll see words written with this symbol here, which is an A. So you say, oh, it's man or it's ra with an A, but they know that this symbol here, that is also considered the letter A, is shown in the transliteration with a little dot that makes it an E sound, an E. So it's re, men, min, mean. That's why the little dot is there, because it can be pronounced this way as well. But look at this, everybody. Do you see the ra symbol there or the re symbol there? You see that? So that's mean, M, an E, and an N. And then you see this light symbol there, the word for daily, consistency. So the word for daily consistency is mean. Remember this, everybody. Remember the cow image. Remember the ka.
Remember the pure energetic projectable double and its association with the cow's milk and feeding Amenhotep and HERU. Min or Ma. Remember that, everybody? And I just showed you that word. Here we go. Woo! Here we go, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. There's the word min. Thus, guess what the symbol used in the word Ma, which is echoed consistency, is the word for? What is this a symbol? What makes this the Ma? Are you ready, everybody? Guess what that word is there? Do you see the symbol there that actually makes up the word? Do you see it, everybody? There's a symbol that makes up the word. Do you see it? What is that symbol there? Watch how deep this is. Watch how everything is intertwined. Remember the head HERU. Remember the word for spirit, Ka, doubled. Pluralized as cow, which is what the actual animals are named after, feeding through the head HERU. The breast, Amenhotep, showing himself suckling through the breast, the head HERU, receiving the milk. Let's look at that word Ma. Remember that's this word for lion. Remember the word Ma is also the word continuous. Why? Because the lion is an echo and min is also continuous. It's a repetitiveness. And let's look at the symbols inside of that word and see what it means. Are you ready, everybody? What is that symbol that makes up the word Ma? Ready, everybody? Boom. Here you go. First time, August 30th, 2025. Welcome to the Tuti class. What is that word, that symbol there that makes up the Ma sound by itself? Uh-oh. This word too. What is that? What is that word? What is this symbol? What is going on right here? What is this right here? Ready, everybody? Boom. What is that makes up the M of the Ma by itself? MEHR is the word for milk jar. The MEHR is milk jar. Why? Because the Ma, making the MEHR word there, is this symbol right here, which is the milk jar. It by itself is the Ma. That is the letter M making the Ma sound. Is the milk jar, relating right back to head HERU and the milk and the Ka, the provider, the sustainer of life, and the cows being the double animals that provide the milk the Kemetians would watch. And this Amenhotep shows himself under the cow, the sustainer of life, giving the milk, giving his body sustenance, because the word Ma that makes up that word, just the symbol itself is the letter M, and the word, and that makes up the word MEHR, which is milk jar, because the Ma by itself is just a milk jar by itself. Boom, everybody. Oh, boy. That's the milk itself. The milk jar is the Ma. That's the letter M in that word, is a milk jar. That was what makes up the word Ma and the word MEHR. Boom, the milk. Man. The milk which gives life. Ooh-wee. The milk which gives life. Let me move this over. And it's used to create the word MEHR, which is milk jar again. But it itself by itself is a milk jar. Milk jar, or milk which gives life to the child from the mother, equals cow, which came from the word cow, which is Ka, which is the sustainer of life, because the Ka makes the body, as the meta word said, as your consistency. Man, as your consistency and accountability gives you consistent life to you as a Ka double of the cow, which equals life, sustainer from the milk for your continued life, for your restart of your echoed body, which is your Ma, which is also the word lion, which is the word likeness or echo again. We are the best. We are the best. There's no language like this. There's no language that's constantly telling the story of immortality inside of the language itself. This echoes the accountability of all which you have done in the physical realm, as I brought back to this planet's consciousness decades ago, is called the Satut, the Sata, the STA, or the Satut. One of Harasdid's favorite words. The Sata. Here it is, everybody. Boom. So here's the pure energy of the serpent. It means what? To make a copy of. Huh? The satut, which is the serpent, which represents the man standing outside of his body, resurrecting out of his body. The sata, satut, which means to walk out of the body in the param heru, is the word for copied image, because that's what the pure energetic projectable double is. It's a copied image of the last one, and a copied image of the last one, and a copied image of the last one. Portrayed as a serpent, the one sideways that's not flaring up, standing up. Note the word stand and standing up. We're going to get that to in a minute. This is called the sata in the param heru. When it says I walk out of my body, the word for walk out of body is sata, satut, which means what? To make a copy. Because they know they're not literally walking with feet out of the body, but they're moving out of the body, and the only way you can move out of your body is for the ka to create the pure energetic projectable double, to make a copy of a copy of a copy. Welcome to the pod class. Here we go, everybody. Boom. So boom, here we go. Which is likeness and copy again, the consistency, which is the purpose of life, is the STA, the sa, or the sata, the statut, is to stand up and walk in MEDU netter. The way you say stand up and walk, particularly in the concept of coming out of the body in the param heru, is sata or satut. And the image shown with it is this serpent standing up and walking, which means copy. Oh, here we go. We're still going. Here we go. Are you ready? Here we go. This accountable. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Boom. Ready? Okay, we're gonna go down, 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 down to this accountable. Ready, everybody? Computer's moving slow, but that's fine. Guess what the symbol is for daily? You see that word daily? Ma or min or men in the milk jar, which makes the ma sound by itself. This accountable ka double, as our ancestors have stated, is the true self of that which makes the out of body composed or formed of. The true self of the out of body, which is your inner body, the light body, because the light body composes. It is the foundation. It is the sustenance, forming. You see, you are my double. What does the double do? The double is forming the limbs. So what was there first? The energetic body or the physical limbs? The double forms the limbs and makes them strong. That means that the etheric light body, the ku and the ka, is actually the first body. And it looks like a double when it comes out. But it's actually with a T at the end. It's another class though. Here we go. Boom. And the matrix knows this. What is the word that means composed? Because the ka is what composes the physical body. So what's the word for composed? Ready, everybody? The matrix knows this, that the ka is the existence of that which composes the physical body. So what's the word for compose? That is the root word for consistency. Ready, everybody? What's the word for compose or consistency? Ready, everybody? Here we go. Right? Consist. Consist, which is the root word of consistency, means that which you're made up of. Do you see how it changes now? Do you see what's happening? It's going right back to its original MEDU meaning. Because I thought consistency, consist or consistency, which is where the word came from, means to echo something. It does. But the original MEDU was the echoing of something, because the actual double echo is that which actually is making up the physical body, which is what it consists of. So now the word consist in the MEDU is also to compose or to make something, because it's the doubled ka that makes the physical body. So now when you look at the word consistent, it takes you back to consist, and consistent means to copy or to do something over and over again. But then when you look up consist, which is the root word of consistent, it means to be composed of. You see that? That is straight from what we taught. It's the ka that composes or makes up the physical body, creates it, strengthens it, and is also a double, which means an echo. So that's the ka was the word for that which creates something, the consistence of something, and the word double. So now we get into the English when the Masons put together the language, and now the word consistent means to be copied of something, but it also means to be composed of. We know where you got that from. Tehuti made it up. Tehuti wrote the dictionary. He made that up. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. So now we go back to consistency. The word is consist, which means to be composed of, right? Composed of something. It doesn't mean to copy anymore. Now it's consist. Composed of. Consist. Now guess what they say. Are you ready, everybody? Guess what they say when they bring this into English? The word consistency is that which they have, the real word that they've never told you. You will find this out for the first time in history here at the Tehuti Pod class, August 30th, 2025. Remember, I taught you daily is ma, or min, which is consistent, is also min, which means firm, because in ma'at, one which is firm and is consistent, this is where you, because it's something consistent, it's also firm, which is where you get the saying, I stand firm on my beliefs, because you're consistent with them. And remember, I taught you that the true constant is the soul that stands up as the sata, or the STA. It's called the STA in MEDU. Or guess what the Freemasons who studied this put for the definition of consist all this time right in front of you. Are you ready, everybody? What's the root word of consist, which we know now is the ka, which is the sata, the body that walks out. What is the other one? Oh, consist, to exist in a permanent state as a body composed of parts. So now consist means to be in a permanent state of a body composed of parts. Stand firm, huh? Now the word consist means to stand firm. The two words that it means in the MEDU, stand firm. Hey, where is it from, Mr. Mason? It's from stand, from sata, S-T-A, which is to stand or to make firm. Tehuti made it all up. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. There's your word consist, consistency. Now all of a sudden consist means to exist, and it means to stand. Consist means to stand firm. The two words for min, firm, and stand, sata. And they say, well, the root word of consist is STA, sata. Here we go. Boom, everybody. And they say it's from the PIE. PIE is not a language. PIE means it's something they made up called Proto-Indo-European, which is anything before Indo-European, which is anything before that. It's not one consistent, it's not a language. So we know where it come from because the word stand and to walk out and min and ma and firm, using the MEDU in the perm HERU, is sata. We know that it's ma, we know that it's copy. We know that ka is the consistent, which is the cow's milk. We know that. So now you have a word consistency, which means double. Consistency, which means double, coming from the word consist. Well, that must have something to do with a double. No, this word consist means to exist in a permanent state, to stand firm, from the PIE, sata. Yes, sir. Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? Boom, man. Did I answer the question yet? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. Consist now means to exist. It means to exist in a permanent state. You know, like immortality, something that continues. Consist in a permanent state. Huh? Body composed of parts, from sata. It means to stand. Yeah, consist means to stand. So everybody in this room, if you use the word consist for the word stand, press a 1 and show me a video of that. Show me a video or any proof of anybody in the room said, you know what, man? I want you, children, stand up. Tell me when you ever use the word. When did you ever use the word consist for stand? Children, you're misbehaving. Consist up. Can you please consist? Stand. Consist. I consist for the Pledge of Allegiance of the United States of America. You have never in your entire lifetime used the word consist for stand. But that's the real meaning, because they're giving you the meaning that comes from the meta meaning. Stand, to walk out, stand up. Sata, to be firm. The min, which is consistency. STA, yeah, it means to exist. It means to stand. From Sata, from language that we don't know what that language is. We'll just say PIE. What language is PIE? Somebody speak PIE to me, please. Show me the PIE dictionary. Oh my goodness, here we go. Sata. You've never used the word consist for stand, but now you can see when they're putting this language together where these concepts come from. You know the word consist. You know the word consist means stand now in the meta. You know, Sata is to stand and walk out. It says it right there in the meta. You know, it's Ka, the Ka, that which creates and makes things into existence, your physical body. You know that it's min, ma, firm. You know all that. And all those words are words for consistency and standing up. Let's go, everybody. Let's go, everybody. Oh my goodness, here we go. Tehuti. Did I answer your question yet? Oh man, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. Consist, PIE, Sata, to stand, to make firm, you know, because when I want to hold my girl firm, I say, I'm going to consist you. Hold that football firm when you run across the field. I want you to consist it. Consist the football for me. That man consisted me. No, we know where it actually comes from. They're giving you the ancient terms that comes from. Woo! Boom. To exist in a permanent state. Huh? To exist in a permanent state, to stand, to make firm, from stata. That is not what you have ever been told before August 30th, 2025. That is not what you have ever been told. The word, oh man. You never been told that was the word consistent before in your life. You never used that word consistent, meaning I want to stand. I'm gonna consist right here. Don't sit down. Please consist. You never were taught that anywhere in your life, that the word consist means stand. This is a completely taken from the original concept of the soul in Kemet as the Sata, the STA, which stands firm, which is min. It can be so it can be an indestructible, permanent state of immortality. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Ready, everybody? Let's see if we're going to end this off. Oh my. By the way, I put part 1 and 2 because of the donation. Part 1 and 2 in the same woo-wee. Ready, boom. Here we go. Bum, 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 bum. Boom, everybody. Oh my, here we go. This understanding of consistency, yes, was called min, which was also the lion of the cycle of 25,920 years, and min, which was to be firm, stand in a resurrected state of permanent existence, or risen, light, the Sata. Here's another demonstration of the word min. To remain, which is consistent. There's your firm, to be firm. Stand, firm. See? Stand firm. See, there it is. There's the min again. We already had these words. There's permanent. There's all your words and consist. There it is. Now here it is. About every place. It's from Sata, from Setet. Becomes Setet, Satut, Sata, Satut, Sti. All of these words the same, coming from my soul. How do you come out of your body? How does your body come out? It's satut. It walks out every place. Satut, which is a copy. The copy of something, because it echoes out. It echoes out. It is the light serpent. Serpent representing the resurrection. There's the sati her, serpent god. Seti, steti, light, fire, because that's what's coming. That's what's coming out of you. That's the ka, the cool energy. That's your divine flame. Your setit, divine flame, divine fire. Your set mr tef, fiery serpent. Serpent god in the boat, her, all these things dealing with serpent and fire and walking out, because the sata is shown in the Perm Heru as a standing serpent. And there's the set het, everlasting fire. See that? Everlasting fire. That's the set to walk out. What's coming out of the body? 30th, 2025 will be the first time you will know what existence means. You all have used the word existence before, right? Does anybody know what existence means before August 30th, 2025? Ready for the real meaning of existence? Ready, everybody? Here we go. What does existence mean? Ready, everybody? They never told you. Do this. Uh-oh. Exist. Stand. Emerge. Huh? The word exist is there's the stand again. Exist is to come to light, arise. Arise, light. Huh? To arise, light, stand. There's your concept. Stand. P-I-E word. Sesist. See, sit. Reduplicate. From what? Uh-oh. Bing bong. Sata. The word existence. There it is again. So consistency and existence seem to all come from this word that means to stand up, stand forth as light arising. Stata. Huh? Stand forth. Come to light. Arise. There it is right there. Sata, the serpent, the fiery light that arises, literally coming from the P-I-E word. Sata again. Here we are again. Sata. Boom. Have you ever been told this before in your life? Have you ever been told this before in your life? Yes, existence is the same root as consistency, is from the MEDU, to stand, to be firm, to come to light, to rise, all from the teachings of the ancients. That's the very purpose of immortality, existing through consistency, which you now know as of today means permanent, everlasting state of the out of body, called the sata, that which walks out. There's your word for existence. Sata. Stand up. Stand forth. Arise is light. Light to stand firm. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready, everybody? Boom. Here we go. Ready? Are you still teaching Tehuti? Yep. We're about to end it right now. Here we go. The word for exist in the MEDU was un. That's another word for existence, which was a rabbit. The rabbit is one of the fastest copiers or multipliers on the planet. Thus, the copy aspect again, the word for existence is a rabbit. There's your copy aspect, or reproducing, reproduce, there it is, over and over again, because that's what rabbits do, hump like a rabbit. Here it is, aspect. And guess what the word for copy is? It's also tet, like as in King Tet's name, King Tet. Tet is copy. When they say what King Tut means, the copy, King Tut Amun, the Tut Onkamun, the life copied of Amun. Yeah, it's Tet. That's the word copy. Name, it means copy, and thus Tet, it's the serpent, the spine, the structure, and copy, consistency. And thus, guess what the other MEDU word is for consistency or endure? Let me take you to the Purim Heru Play 2. No Bible shown yet today. What? A 2.5 hour class just on the teachings with no Bible? Uh-oh. That of Osiris, he endureth. What is it? Untet. Oh, there it is. There's the rabbit. Untet. Untetef. He endureth. Everlasting. See the word for enduring, which is consistency. It's the which means existence, and tet, which means a copy. Copying something. And the one who exists long lasting is the NEFER. Here we go. Untet. That's the word for endure. The rabbit, which copies itself continuously. One of the fastest, the rabbit and the rat, the fastest reproducing mammals. Is it all starting to make sense now? Untet. There it is. Your current Kemetic teacher, your current Kemetic priest, has never taught you this, right? Of course he or she hasn't. Because this is from the netter. Let's continue, everybody. This is from the netter. Those 24 hours a day. Let's get to the what we're teaching. Let's get to the untet. And none of this structure, consistency, accountability, which is all order, can happen without visualization and focus, which is foresight, thus represented by animals whose range of vision is always raised above other animals. So guess how you write the word for structure and eternity in the MEDU netter, which is TCHET. There it is right there. How do you write the word? With its hood, not the cobra that expands its hood. When they show the cobra raised up in a profile, they turn it a little bit to the side so you can show the expanded hood. This one is a serpent that is rising up. That's not showing, the focus is not an expanded hood. The focus is that it's rising. This is the ancient word, TCHET, which is copy and eternity. That's what eternity is, an everlasting copy, everlasting cycle. It never ends. The serpent, with its head standing raised as the Sata, is also the TCHET. These are specific type of snakes. Excuse me. These are specific type of snakes that live in the area. These are specific type of snakes that lived in ancient Kemet that were depicted sideways, because unlike the cobra, the Araret, the focus was not on them raised with expanded hoods. These ones raised without hooding up, because in Kemet, although your teachers never taught you this before, but in Kemet, there are serpents that raise up that don't have expanded hoods. They're just associated with raising up into eternity, emphasizing on their ability to foresee above others, focusing on the goal without distraction. Because, typo here, because, typo there, is a complete different plane. Their view, typo here, their view of their range is a complete different plane, sight frequency. Here, that's why when you're talking to somebody and you're like, man, I'm on a higher level than that. Do you notice you say that? Why do you say higher level? You say, man, that person talking all this mundane stuff, he's on a low level. My mind isn't there. I'm on a higher level. There's no frequency that's higher or lower in distance. There's no level that actually has a height to it. Their frequency changes. So when you say I'm on a higher mental plane, what do you mean by that? Where did it come from? It came from this, because there is no actual mental frequency that's higher or lower than the person that's talking to you, that may be talking about Drake and strippers, and you're talking about quantum physics. If you look in that person's brain, his frequency isn't lower than yours, and yours is taller than his. The concept of higher and lower comes from things that actually raise and things that are actually below it. It comes from these serpents called the Araret, raised. That's why Nemiz means expanded consciousness. Nemiz, because talking about your brain, that's higher, not because it's literally higher than anything, but because you have a better perception of things, that foresight. My perception of things is at a greater level. It's more expanded. It's more versatile than yours. So this higher and lower dealt with animals that were of a perception, where the other animals were down here, like a giraffe has a better perception of things. A serpent that raises has a better perception of things than the little worm that's down there moving in the mud. And the cobra rises up here, and the other snakes are like, I see grass and stones. And the cobra's like, I see the grass and stones, and I see you. And I see the enemy coming from about 5 feet away. You can't see it because the grass and stones are in your way, Mr. Snake who can't rise. You're looking at the grass and stones, and by the time you turn the next corner, a wolf has you. I'm standing up like this. I can see there's a hawk over there about a quarter mile away, and there's a lion and a hyena over there. I'm going to turn around. You keep down here on this lower level fighting with the grass and the stones until you see 2 paws come down. The serpent raises up. It's on a higher level of perception and focus than the other animals that are below it. There we go, man. So, boom, without distraction. Here is what the Kemetic Nile Valley serpent looks like in real life. This one here, the TCHET. It doesn't expand like the cobra. It just raises up. The Tacha. It's a snake of structure. What do you mean, Tehuti? Why do you call it the snake of structure? Why do you call it the snake of structure? You're going to find out what the word chacha also means. Ready, everybody? Here we go. That's the Kemetic snake, the Kemetic serpent. That specific one, raised up and born in Kemet. This is what the Kemetians would see. And of course, like I brought in the beginning of the class, for those who are still making this class, that picture of the snake that you see that is in Kemet as the one that raises without hooding, this is it right here. This is the one from Kemet. This is the Tacha snake. It raises itself like a pole, but it doesn't hood up. It doesn't hood up like the cobra. It just raises itself. And this is mine, directly shipped in from Kemet. This is the Tacha snake from Kemet right there. How you doing? Over here. This is the venomous Tachet snake. There he is. From Kemet. I woke him up, so he's like, "Wait, you're waking me up. I was sleeping." He was sleeping. He was moving around. He was sleeping below my feet. And I grabbed him, and he's like, "I'm all over the place." So this is the Tacha snake right there from Kemet. There it is right there. That's the one. It raises up, but it doesn't expand its hood. That's the Tacha from Kemet. Boom. This snake also does something extremely special, which makes it associated with biological imperative. But let's continue, everybody. Ready? Here we go. We're about to end this class. This is a class. Oh, boy. Is Tehuti here? Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom. And the screen share here. Boom. There it is right there. Boom. And there it is. Boom. There's that serpent right there. As you can see, it raises up, but it doesn't hood out. It's not the cobra. It's the other snake that lived in Kemet that's just known for raising and resurrection, not the expansion. That's the Tacha snake. Why are you calling it this snake of structure, consistency, and eternity? Why are you calling it that, Tehuti? Why is it the snake of structure? Here we go. Let's close it out. Are you ready, everybody? Oh my. Screen goes white a little bit. We're going to move down a little bit. We grab some agua. Woo. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Uh-oh. Woo. The current parameter we played 2 years ago. So as stated in the laws of MAAT, from the scribe Neberi Nakat to the moon, on wise planning and foreseeing. What are the teaching from the laws of MAAT? Not the 42 laws of MAAT. There's no such thing as that. That's the PSYOPS. There's no such thing in Kemet called the 42 laws of MAAT. Here are the real notes from 2006. Here we go. So the beginning of the instruction in letter writing made by the royal scribe of chief overseer. Notice that term, overseer. You wonder why the person that is of more important ranking than you is called an overseer because he's above you, like the serpent. Of the cattle, Ammon Ray. Hey, there's the word Ray. Hold on a second. I thought Ray was just R-A. Wait, help me. Ray's totally different from Ra. Ray. Hold on, from Ammon Ray. See, it's pronounced Ray too. King of the Netiru, Neb Meri Nakat, for his apprentice scribe Wenediamun. The royal scribe, chief overseer of the cattle, Ammon Ray or Ammon Ra, whichever one you want to say. King of the Netiru, Neb Meri Nakat, speaks to the scribe Wenediamun. Apply this to yourself, noble profession, follower of Tehuti. Is the good name of him who exercises it. He makes friends with those collating offerings in the house, and it's cut off here. Here it is. You are wise in planning, skilled in speech, far-seeing, because you see as the serpent, you see as the giraffe. You can see that which is ahead of you, far-seeing. That means you can make plans because you know what the future possibilities of the future are. You're far-seeing at all times. That's consistency. The reason you have the ability to plan is because you're far-seeing. Now, because you're far-seeing, what you do succeeds. You are a judge of the eaves. You resemble the ibis called the habu, wise in all ways. Like what? Like the eye. There's the focus and the ear, the sedem. Ready, everybody? Go. Act writing, memorized by the Ebe heart, gives you the ability to have the foresight, structure, and order, and consistency. They were all imbued. What is the word for order, everybody? What's the word for order? Most people are going to type Ma'at. Yep. What have I reestablished to the world over the years was the word for sight examination. So the word for order, having structure, is Ma'at. So what's the word for, you see it, everybody? Which I've taught many multiple classes, but here it is. Ma'ah, you see it? Ma'at. See it? Vision, sight, vision, ma'at. Inspection. You are focused. You're looking at something. Your attention is on that thing. So the same word for focus, attention, is the same word for order, because you are far seeing. That is how you were able to put things in order. Because you're boom. Yes, they are the same word. Order is equaling focus. Let me show you for the first time in history today, August 30th, 2025, the other way to write ma'ah, which is focus, attention, that is connected with another animal that ties all the way back to immortal life. Are you ready, everybody? Here's the other word for attention. Focus. What is this? Uh-oh. What's that word? It looks like ma'ah again, but now there's a bird attached to it. There's ma'ah, and now there's a bird, and it means to pay heed, to eavesdrop, to turn attention to. One moment, everybody, hold on a second. One moment, hold on. Boom. Sweat and stuff in my nostrils. My face is pouring. The blow it. Oh my goodness, I am drenched in soap. I have to blow blow sweat out of my. Okay, here we go. That means you don't take a break and you keep going. The sweat is just pouring down, going up my nose, in my mouth. Here we go, everybody. Oh my goodness. All right. Woo. Crazy. We're still going. Ma'at, which is attention. You see that? Ma'at, which is attention, but there's a bird there. See the bird? What animal is this, everybody? You know what animal that is? Why is that animal associated with Ma'at? We already have the word Ma'at. Anybody know what animal that is? Type it in the room. What animal is that? Type it in the room, everybody. What bird? Let me show you again. Well, actually, I'll show you over here. What bird is that, everybody? Is that the ibis bird? What is that bird? That looks interesting. Why is that bird there with the word for attention, which is Ma'at? Why is that particular? What? First of all, what is that particular bird, everybody? Does anybody know? I got it in my eyes and everything. Oh my gosh. Nose, eyes, everywhere. 102 degrees. There we go. Boom. All right. What is that bird, everybody? You want to know what that bird is? What is that bird? It's this bird right here. What is this, everybody? This is the BENU bird, the bird of what? Rising, erection, resurrection, re-erection. You see that it's the word ben, it's BENU, and it's which is also uben, which is rises. See that? BENU bird. You see it? It's the BENU bird. This is the ibn. It said BENU, ibn, ben. This is the BENU bird. It's the bird of flying and rising. Here we go, everybody. It is the heron bird called the BENU, which means to rise. It was seen performing its smooth travel over the Nile, which represented the smooth journey of consciousness, of your light consciousness in the afterlife into consistency, or into what's called eternity, consistent life, called the BENU, the bird of flying or resurrection. And guess what else Ben means? Keeping on the theme of rays, light, firm, and consistency. What else is Ben? Because Ben, when it's doubled, which means it's echoed, now you take the word Ben and you double it. There's the word Ben, and then you double it, making it Ben. What is it? Now it represents ray, but a stone. A stone, which is firmness, the firm stone. Now it's a stone. You see that, everybody? Which represents firmness, the unmovable. A stone, something heavy, something hard to break apart. And it represents ray. So here's the stone. Now Ben doubled. Ben. It's light. The light netzer are light. And it's also the word for stone, which is consciousness and firm. The sata symbolized by the shape of the stone pyramid, because it's ascension, which typo here, which can be said ben or ben, which is the echo of something, because ben is the echo of ben. And here's the ben stone, the echo stone, which is in the shape. It's not just a regular stone that you find at a beach. It's a particular stone that's in the shape of ascension, and look what's on it, the bird. So the bird, the resurrection bird, it represents going upwards in all direction from ben, which is ascension, coming from the word uben. That's why you say uben ra. Tua ra keft uben f, em kud, em tit, and pet, right? That's why you say uben ra, which is to rise. It's ascension, and that double becomes ben. The same. Oh, ooh, this was. And we're gonna make classes shorter than this, because this is 4 parts. This was the ascension of your light, fire, ku, consciousness on the Atet boat, and Ben also means procreate. Procreate a family. As I have told you before, the modern day Hebrews took the name to name their family heirs son, which is why you hear so many people with the name Ben in their name, like Osama bin Laden. He's the son of Laden. Ben Affleck, Ben Stiller. Multiple Jews and Arabs now with the word Ben in it. And when you ask them what does the word Ben mean, they say, oh, that's my heir, my son. Of course. Of course, that's the word for son. Procreation. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Here we go. Woo. And thus the word for focus was also firm, which equals consistent. Raise, stand, which was STA, which became the root word for consistent and existence today in English, and family. And it was this animal that was symbolically led. And which animal symbolically led the boat of consciousness? The boat in the Perm Heru is your consciousness. What animal's leading it? So here is the boat called the Atet boat. And there is the BENU bird right there. There's the BENU bird right there. What does the BENU bird lead? Smooth travel of consciousness, because the ant boat means perception, perceive. What is perceive? To see something, your view of something. Well, my perception of things, because the bird BENU flies high. Well, the boat itself, which is consciousness, which is why you say, I'm of a higher state of consciousness. That's right, because the word, the one that led the boat is the BENU, which means to ascend, and the boat itself, which was your consciousness, was called the Tet, and it meant perception. That was the higher levels of consciousness. Raising, going through an ascension state in the Ben, staying firm and strong like eternity, like a stone, called the Ben stone. That's why the diamond that's on your ring, you don't know how old that is. That diamond could be hundreds of thousands, it's not going anywhere. You come back to your house and your car 200 years later, it's rubble. That diamond that took the pressure to make millions of years, that stone is still there. It's the eternal stone. Here we go, everybody. Ooh-wee. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. No. There we go. Consciousness. What's leading the boat? Tehuti and what? The BENU bird. There's the BENU bird again. That's on the word for MAAT. The other word for focus. Because, of course, if you're in lead of the boat, remember Tehuti, the eye. If you're in lead of the boat, you have to be able to see what's in front of you. What's in front of you in the boat of consciousness could be the enemies, the APEP enemies. Or the SABA ufins, the enemies. So the perception of seeing them, because you have a goal, you want to see the enemies, then see your goal. That's the BENU bird. Is on the boat, and the word for boat is a tet, and the word a tet means perception. To see. The same meaning as ma'at, which has the BENU bird there. The perception bird that flies high, smooth, so that you can resurrect or raise. Ubenra, Ben, the double copy, so you can be firm. The stone, the sata, permanent state. That was the goal of the scribes. You see the accountability, you see the structure, you see everything coming in, the focus, everything intertwined. Boom, let's scroll down now. Here we go. Now we're about to end. Watch how this ends. And the Uben, represented by the BENU bird, and the firm, let me string this down, and the Uben, the rays, represented by the BENU bird and the firm, were describing the phallus, that which reproduces to create your family, the reproduction, the raising and resurrection of the phallus. That's where the word min, you see the netter min, what is he holding? His phallus, min, which means everlasting consistency, yet he's holding his phallus. That's the reproduction biological imperative of family and reproducing things. Why? Because the Ka is constantly reproducing echoes and echoes and echoes into eternity. The family, which one must have in order and structure. Your family, as the laws of Ma'at said, should be in order and structure. Family first. And of course, foresight, to create the foresight again, was represented by the snake of eternity, called the Tacha, and its raised head foreseeing over animals. Tacha snake of structure, consistency. There's the Tacha snake right there. doesn't expand. Tehuti, my teacher, never told me that the serpent was associated with vision and focus, and of course he or she did not. As a matter of fact, you will really never ever see a present-day conscious person that is a teacher of Kemet, even with any animal. What Kemetic teachers even have pets that they show to say, well, this animal represents this? But yet, this would be a word for serpent. Guess what the word for serpent also meant? The tacha. Remember I said it meant, it represented foresight. You'd be able to see something because it's risen up above other animals. You're of a higher frequency. So the word tacha also means an eye. Boom, yes, sight. Pupil, the fiery body of the immortal light. And how does the specific species of snake associated with foresight and family? So there it is, there's the foresight. That snake is the pupil of the eye, which is used to focus and see things. Right? So how does the snake associate with foresight and family? This particular snake, how does it associate with family? It is the only species of snake on the planet, typo, that actually hunts food and presents dowry for its future wife, its Kemet, to create a family. That is how intelligent this specific species, this one, the one that I held up in class, snake, that the native Kemet people saw. It had foresight to choose the mate that it wants to present the gift to. That female can see this male as a good, thus the female snake can see the male as a good provider and proper to procreate with, which is biological imperative. That is focused, eyesight, pupil, associated with family and light and fire. This snake, the TCHET, is the only snake on the planet that's associated with family, mate choosing and giving dowry. It is also the snake that means pupil of the eye, which is what you need to focus and pay attention to and look at things, and is also the snake for resurrected eternity. The only snake on the planet that does this, that is native to Kemet. Yes, biological imperative, focus, raising, resurrection, erection. And speaking of focus, do you want to see the influence the serpent and the scribes have had on the world? Are you ready to see on this date, August 30th, 2025, to find out for the first time in your history what the word focus really means? Now that you see it, because of this class, you will understand for the first time in history. Are you ready? So we see the snake is called the sata, the standing snake, the uchad, the fiery serpent. It is the family serpent. It is the resurrection of light, the uben, the rising snake, the foresight. And now would you like to see what the word focus means in English today? You ready, everybody? Now that you know all of this, what does the word focus mean in the English language? Are you ready? Don't go white now. Hold on. It's going white. That's the family serpent, the fiery serpent, the serpent of the everlasting fiery coup body. Guess what the word focus means? This is the word that means pupil, which you need to focus. Let's look at the word focus for the first time in your life. August 30th, 2025. What does focus mean? Uh-oh, fireplace, fire, home and family. Uh-oh. Is that what you used the word focus for before? Have you ever used the word focus in replacement for fire? Well, now you're finding out for the first time why this is. The word for focus, all these English words coming from the ancient Meta concept, fireplace. So the focus now has to do with home and family. Home and family and fire. That's focus. You know the focus meant home and family? Figuratively, home and family. They say of an unknown origin. We don't know why. It's unknown. It's an unknown origin. We don't know why, but we know that the word focus deals with fire, family, and home, but we don't know the origin of it. Well, you do now, August 30th, 2025. Now you know. And as far as the structure, boom, focus, fire, home, family. Were you ever told this before? And that is why the Fibonacci within the MEDU word to Cha snake structure consciousness and to the Fibonacci golden mean ratio tying into the TCHET, which is the, you know what? I'm going to send right here. I've taught enough. I have enough for 2 more parts. Digest this for now. Hotep, I am done. Hotep, I am done. There it is. Boom. There's the class right there, everybody. Hotep, I am done. For those of you who appreciated this, Matrix broken. Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. For those of you who have appreciated this, more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent in the past years on July 4th or Thanksgiving, or if you have learned, or if this has had any type of impact, or has advanced your recent current understanding of this subject matter, please send your tip of reciprocity called exist is to consist, focus order, or TCHET, TCHET, serpent, or accountability, or any creative title that you can come up with to Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at RockySV, Hotep, I am done. Support the Tutti Pod class. Support what you just saw. If you've seen a class like this anywhere else, put the link in the room. Please support this, as we have supported Doritos and football games, Halloween, sugar, and cereals. Please support this, because this is life, and I hope this has affected you on your current knowledge of these specific topics. Hotep, I am done. Let me come to the chat to see what the people think of this answer, and then we're going to go. So by the way, the class, when I cut off when it lost the timer, when the timer reset, the timer reset, the class has already been going on for 1 hour and 57 minutes. On top of this, after the reset, that's 1 hour and 29 minutes. That's 3.5 hours was this answer. Answers of 6 questions. Hotep, I'm done. I hope you all appreciate it. I'm going to check the chats to see what people thought of this answer. I know there's a lot of people typing, a lot of people saying different things. Now that you see the complete answer, let's see what the positive typing is, and appreciation for that. And then we're going to go to the link. I'm going to put the link in the room so the sound man, the team, can jump in. And we can go to the support. We can go to the support and read off the supports from the Cash Apps and the PayPal and see how people appreciated this. Where is the sound team? Who is here? Nookpoo, are you ready to come on yet? And who is the sound man? Is the Jed here yet? The Jed hasn't been here all class? Or let me scroll up. Where's the Jed? Where are the sound men? Sam, I already got a message from Amun and Amunet. They had to work a late shift. Where are the sound men? We got Ibeta Moon says Henu to the netter. Henu Ma'at. We got Nookpoo saying Iker, excellent. All right, sound men, are you there? Let me check my messages, see if I got a. This is strange. I got any messages? I missed a call from Ivory. Okay. That's somebody else. Somebody. Okay, boom, boom, boom. We got a Tef Rem Kem Ma'at. Peace of Tef. Have you seen the Jet today at all in the chat? Tef, can you hear me?
No, Saba.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and there's the class. A Tef 3.5 hours.
That was excellent, Saba. Can you hear me? I'm trying to set my.
Nice. You're perfect. You're absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect.
I'm trying to get my sounds together.
Okay. Press something to test it out. See if I hear it.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get it.
We're going to go to the support because everybody, ladies and gentlemen, this is the reciprocity. This is work. This is reciprocity. I hope people truly appreciate this. I know some people probably fell asleep, but all the people that were watching consistently, and even those, if you know you're going to fall asleep, send your support for what you did see. If you saw anything that was worth more than the Avengers movie. All right, let me go to the support to see who actually enjoyed this this class. I'm gonna go down to the bottom. Only got so far 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 supports for that class so far. Okay. 7 people saw the class and appreciated it out of, was it 52 watching? Let me go ahead and read the 7 people, and hopefully people are just waking up or coming around and saying, okay, and sending support. Let me go read the supports of the 7 so far. Of those who appreciate this 3.5-hour class. We're gonna go to
Did you hear my sounds?
No, I don't hear them.
Okay, let me see.
I'll go ahead and put on a couple sounds and you can fix that. So here we go. I want to keep the momentum going. So we got no. We got so Jehuti must have been watching. I see Jehuti here. Okay, we got, who's this? We Get Leisure. Thank you so much. I appreciate your large support. I'm going to read that in a moment. I'm going to go to Robert Williams. Here we go. Robert Williams, who always gives support. Kemet structure. Focus. Okay, here we go. Robert Williams, let's make some noise for him. I'm gonna put it on the screen, and then you tell me if you're putting on the sound. And here we go. Shout out to Robert E. Williams if you are in the room. If not, regardless, we appreciate your great support. And that says to a SABA for the NEFER account, to her, the Bach, and fire. Give him some noise, please. Give him some noise. If it doesn't work, I'll give some noise. Oh, wee. Okay, shout. No noise yet? Okay. Shout out to Robert E. Williams, 2272. Let me give him some big noise, a little bit of hand claps here. Thank you for your great support, Robert E. Williams. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for your support. You see the numbers drop from 50 to 29. They watched and ran. Robert E. Williams, thank you for your support. Appreciate you. Thank you for your great support. Okay, we have who's this? Eric Rami. Oh, Hush Nation. Hush Nation. He sent 2 of them. We're gonna give him some noise on the second one because they both equal the $20. Hush Nation. NEASION. SHION. Hush Nation. All right, we're gonna give Hush Nation some noise to great support. Hush Nation.
Bob, are you hearing my sound?
He also came to the panel several times. Okay. No.
No.
No sounds.
Okay, let me try something else.
All right, we got Eric Hush Nation, $9.99. It says, Tula Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, Ma'at all day, every day, Nev Heru, Nefer He. Okay, thank you. And he sent it back to back, I think, with another one. Oh boy. Let's begin leisure. I thought I saw two from Hush Nation. Is this the other one? That's SEKHETI. I thought I saw two from Hush Nation. That's interesting. Who's this? Being at leisure. Did I see two from Hush Nation? I don't know. Okay, well, okay. So I thought there was two. I thought I saw two, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I clicked on it twice. But anyway, from the wonderful supporter, SEKHETI, the woman of her word. She was having some issues last week of sending support. So she said she will send support for this one. The Jedid said the same thing. So we'll see if his show up. But we have SEKHETI here, who sent in her support. Appreciate you. Appreciate your being a female hempt, because you're the hempt of Ptah. Being the hempt of your MEDU. Hempt and MEDU. So Tua to you. Ptah, hempt and MEDU. And it says here, read that for me, Atef. I'm getting a little tired. Read it for me, please. Oh man.
Hotel Great Sabbath says 2727 from Nefer Segment, and it says there's no sign. It just says, oh, SEKHETI Dua I Shin.
All right, give her some big noise. Try it out. Oh, did you say something else, Atef?
No, I can't get my sounds working. I'm working on it.
I need my soundman on deck. Soundman on deck. Let's see if KHUTI comes to the panel so we can discuss what he thought about his 3.5 hour answer if he's around. I'm going to go ahead and put on the sounds. Shout out to the brother KHUTI for sending in that beautiful question. And I'm sure he appreciated the answer. And I saw him send 2 supports for appreciation. So wonderful. I'm going to go ahead and put on the sound because I did see his name in the chat. Type something. So here it is. Shout out to you, SEKHETI. Some big noise for you. I don't have any other real sounds right now. I'll give you off an air horn. All right. Thank you for your consistent support. And thank you for being a being of your word and appreciating these type of classes that are all on straight from the writings. I'm gonna cut the classes down, except for sure. This one I couldn't cut down because of the amount that was sent. So I had to really put in. I have another class underneath. Where I said Hotep, I'm done. There's another class underneath that.
Wow.
So I had to end it though. 3.5 hours. I can't. I don't think there's any teaching. There's nobody teaching 3.5 hours strictly on the words of the proprietors. And so I'm gonna start cutting the class. Maybe half an hour per answer, maybe 40 minutes per answer, 2 to 3 answers per podcast. I'm going to try my best because I think the long answers, people maybe fall asleep or they go off to wherever they go off, they lose attention, and then there's 50-something people watching, and then only 18 people supporting some magical way. So if I do a class and it's 30 minutes, at least everybody that saw the class I know will be there, because I don't see the people that were there typing earlier, typing all the comments. I don't see them typing Thanks for the class when the class is done. They don't even type thank you. I'm just kidding. Keep it to half an hour. Boom. Hotep, I'm done. Another half an hour. Boom. Hotep, I'm done. And we'll just cut down the explicit answers. I may have to take out the overdrive then. That's what people want, I guess. So okay, we're gonna go on to the next one. We got Gabriella. There's Gabriella. It looks like she sent it right when the class. She sent this right when the class started. So shout out to Gabriella who sent this before I even gave the answer. She said she was excited to hear the answer, excited for this class, and she gave support before I even began the answer. Shout out to Mrs. Consistency. Gabriella definitely represents this class. She is consistent. I don't think there's any pod class that she's not sent support in. I don't think so. So we're gonna give her a big shout out, Gabriella. I'm not sure if she's in the chat, not sure where she is, but I'll go ahead and read this while the tech fixes his noise for pod class from today. Wow. And I didn't even teach the class yet. She is so faithful and honorable. She gave the support before even seeing how the class would be. That is excellent. So shout out to you, Gabriella, wherever you may be right now, if you're listening, or if you run this back on the playback. All right, try again. Give her some big noise, please. See if it works.
Okay, let me try.
Shout out to Gabrielle Lopez. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Oh, there's Tehuti is in the chat. Happy Podcast Day, happy Podcast Day, everyone. What I caught was groundbreaking enlightenment for our consciousness and spiritual growth. Thanks for the wisdom you provided, SABA. It's greatly appreciated as always. All right, he may be with his dogs right now, so he may be coming on later. No noise yet, SF?
No, you don't hear it?
No. Do you check your settings where it says audio on your StreamYard? Or audio echo, one of those audios? I'll go ahead and play not at all.
You don't hear that?
No, I hear nothing. So I'm gonna go ahead and give Gabriella, who is dedicated, consistent. Shout out to Gabrielle Lopez, and who gives the white heart and the white Eve and the black Eve. He gave support before I even started. Teaching. Woo. Shout out to you. Boom. Wonderful. Okay. Next up for the support is the person who actually gave the support. The person who sent the question in, who gave the large support, actually sent supports on top of it, and that is none other than Jehuti. I wanted to read this while he was here, but he may be somewhere where he can't click on his phone. So I'm going to go ahead and just read this for him while Tef tries to figure out his sound. So shout out to Jehuti, who sent in probably the largest donation for a podcast. No. Probably the largest donation associated with podcast question that I can remember. Okay, shout out to Jehuti, who sends $11.11 for Exist to Consist, which is what I told him to name it. Tasha Ma'at Uben Ra Ma'ah. Exist to Consist. Shout out to you. I'm going to go ahead and give you a hand clap because, first of all, the support you gave was the largest support, so it didn't matter if you sent an extra tip for $5, you still get hand claps and noise. Plus, you sent 2. Let's go ahead and give Tehuti. I hear something. Just turn that volume up, and I think we're good. I'm gonna give my cheer. Here's mine. Shout out to you, Tehuti and Ra. And then up again is Tehuti and Ra again. Here's Tehuti and Ra again. Coming up. Support the channel. Subscribe and support.
All you lovely people. Please subscribe and follow me on all social media. Your support is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Then you hear that? That's M. Monroe. Okay. And here is one night. Okay, that's me again. Shout out to Tehuti again. Just a round of applause. He sent another one, which is men on Ra, on my ka, s, tut, my ba. Blink it. That one rhymed. All right, shout out to you. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Appreciate your support. Appreciate everybody that appreciates me and appreciates what this is I'm doing here. Oh man, okay. Shout out to Harassed Did. Are you on the screen? Harassed Did. Are you on the Oh wait. Are you in the chat? I have a big one to read from you in a little bit. Okay, shout out to this is a new name. I can see this person is trying it out. I've never seen his name before, so shout out to Gavin. I've not seen his name before, but Gavin, who's sending a little bit of support here. And this is the other Gavin. And there's a Gavin. I wonder if this is the same Gavin, but shout out to Gavin. Brand new, sending out support. And shout out to you for that. I think you're new. Gavin, if you're in the room, can you let me know? Let me know if you're new. Let me know if you're watching and if you are new. Shout out to Gavin. Or if you're the same Gavin that we know. All right. Ooh, okay. Shout out to, and now we're gonna scroll. Where's this is this is Asaram Ka. This was the one Asaram Ka gave while he was on the panel. So I don't know if Asaram Ka is there, but shout out to Asaram Ka. I give a hand clap to all the brand new people. I don't know if Gavin is new because I think we have 2 Gavins. I'm not sure, but Asaram Ka is definitely a new supporter, so we're gonna give him a hand clap. $5 for class. He gave this before the class even began. So thank you, Asaram Ka. Wonderful, excellent as a first support. And now we're gonna go down to I see I see Nookpoo, and who's this? Cool Star. Looks like an email, but I don't see it. I don't see it support. I'm not sure what. It says my inquiry today is whoever Cool Star and anyone wait. This podcast has been going on for years. Everybody knows the system. You send in your questions through Cash App and PayPal, and you send support. So I have Cool Star sending me an inquiry question, and there's no support. All right, we're gonna go to we'll read this one last. Let's see, Begin Leisure, which is MEHR. I see you in there, no problem. I see you in there, wonderful. Nookpoo, there's a couple of them. Here we go. Here we go on the Nookpoo run. Here we go on the Nookpoo run. Okay, here we go. Run. Oh, it says Hotep. One day they will thank you for what you have done. To you, Nookpoo. That's something I say to my Netzerts almost every week. And one day people will go back to these pod classes, watch and see what actually took place. When I'm not around anymore, it's not happening. They will look at these pod classes, and yes, people will truly appreciate what's been done here. It's never been done in history. And there's no paid seminars out there on all of these answers that I've seen that compares to what's happening here in the pod class. So to you. And let's give Nookpoo some noise because he has a couple of them I'm going to read. Does your noise work yet? I can hear it. I can hear it, but it sounds bad. Just I'll play the clapping by itself next time. I'll let you know. Thank you for that. There's Nookpoo. And Nookpoo has another one here. Nookpoo. That's good. That's good. That's good. I like that. That's good. That's good. I wonder if Amun Min Rasa Atum and Nana Amun made it through the class. They were there in the beginning. I didn't. I wonder if they made it through. If you all can't make it through the class, if you feel yourself falling asleep or anything, just if you enjoyed the class, just send the support before you doze off or before you go out to have to leave the class. Just send support and say, you know what, for that. I couldn't make it through, but here's some support. I'll watch it on the rerun. Shout out to Amin Lin Ross, that's and Nana Amun. If or when they do support, shout out to their prior supports before I said this. All right, we have Nookpoo says, Hotep, SABA, reciprocity, repeat. He's just missing rinse. Reciprocity, repeat, consistency, account. Thank you. Give him some noise for this. I can hear your sounds clear now with that.
I can't hear nothing. Can you hear it?
Yeah, it sounds great. It sounds great.
Okay,
I can hear it very clear.
So I'm gonna play it like that. And can you hear this? I can't hear anything, so I don't know what's playing. But as long as you guys can hear it, we'll just leave it like that.
Okay, perfect. It sounds great. You all in the chat can hear that? I hear it clear, very clear. Okay. One moment, everybody. Hold on. One moment. Talk to the people for a minute. Steph, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Too many buttons. I can't hear my sounds, but as long as the people can hear and support our great Saba and all that he does, his consistency and his matrix breaking answers that he shares with us, that he takes the time out to create for us. And if it takes him 3 hours to present the answer, just imagine how long it took for him to create it. So show your support, show your reciprocity. And yeah, I'm glad my sounds are working. I'm on my laptop, I'm traveling, but I'm still here. I show up consistently. You know, gotta do what's important to you and show up, support our great Saba, support our leader. Again, I want to give a shout out to the new brother, Saw and Ka, for showing up. I know that we see you kind of frequently over there on Sonetta's channel, so it's good to see you over here and good to see you giving us HERU and praise over here. So praise right back to you, great brother. And we'll tap HERU to the great brother, DCHET. I haven't seen him in the chat. Peace and love to him and his great mate. And great brother, Nipple, good to see you, good brother, as always. Shout out to all the NEFER sisters at the PER. Hotep HERU to you. Stay strong and, you know, support what supports you. We're not getting these kind of answers nowhere. Saba takes the time to create these long answers for us. I don't know. My attention span is built for this because I'm trying to learn and get out this matrix. And he's right when he said, you know, that I don't watch basketball, but I can name more basketball teams than I can name Sebaites. So, you know, I can name all the Avengers. It's kind of, you know, I'm not gonna say sad, but it is something to take a look at, especially if you recognize it. You know that there's some benefit that can be gained from it. So, you know, being in this matrix, we celebrate all of these different anniversaries and celebrations that have nothing to do with MAAT, have nothing to do with our family, you know, and a lot of it is just pure chaos and isfet, and it's done to, you know, remove us from the proper frequency. So it's important that we're able to recognize these things and Pekka Mku, you know, purify ourselves and move forward. So again, Hotep HERU to the great brother DCHET, great brother Patah Ani, ATTON Tehuti, his mate, all the KHERU, all the members, all the supporters. Good to know that you're doing well. Owen Hyphy, who's good that Saba said that he had heard from you. So Hotep HERU to you, great brother. Great brother Basa Tut, peace and love to you. Yeah, peace and love to the whole house of ATTON. You know, everyone that's here consistently. Everybody that shows up. Great brother Hush Nation, peace and love to you, great brother. It is kind of late where I'm at, but we here. People do what's important to them, so you know, gotta show up, man. Gotta show up and support that. Will support you. Peace and love to Saba and his Naturts. Everybody that sustains him. I'm glad he's back in full effect. You know, Saba was out for a couple of weeks recuperating, so it's definitely good to have you back, great Saba. And that answer that you gave us last week, she said she appreciated it. Said it was very informative. I don't know if she was ready for it. She asked the question, and she did say that she enjoyed it, and she actually said she watched it twice. So she thought it was a connection with peanut butter pipes. It's good to know and see, the trick, the misinformation and the way that they trick us into falling for this instrument. So we have to work daily, like SABA pointed out in his class today. It's a daily offering. This is something I try to do daily. Consistency. Got to be consistent. And I'm cutting out. I'm trying to get my sounds right. Cool. I don't know what's going on, bro. I'm on my laptop. Hold on, let me see. Good now, okay. Yeah, but like I was saying, it's just about being consistent, showing up, and taking care of your family and rising like the ACU, and coming forth as conscious light. That's the goal, and that's what we have to do. It's a sad state that we're in when the numbers drop, when it's time to show your support. People here, they watch consistently. We'll go offline. It'll be thousands of views at a time. We log off and I click on the YouTube. But then when it's time to support, it's the same supporters. So, but yet people definitely supporting the ISPAC, supporting the sugar and all the stuff that's killing us, the diabetes, the salts and the chaos, the negative frequency. We're consuming it, and we are suffering. We're paying the consequence for it. So gotta do what supports you and support what supports you, and support our leaders, because SABA could be doing something else. You don't have to be sharing this with us. I was just talking with my mate today, and earlier this week she was telling me that she has a question for SABA, so I look forward to that answer. And many more pod classes, many more NEFER answers. That means if he make the answers shorter, that means we'll get more questions answered, I guess. I don't know. But long or short, the answers are still very in-depth and still very, those classes, those early classes were phenomenal. And I think a lot of people's attention span is so short. But it's confusing because, they can't watch a 3-hour class that's going to break them out the matrix, but you'll watch a 2-hour football game, or you'll binge watch Stranger Things, Netflix, you'll watch 10 episodes. So, again, people do what's important to them. SABA, tell me if my sound's working again. Hold on. Can you hear that?
Very good. Very, very good.
I can't hear it. So, wait, let me see something.
Very, very good.
You can still hear it, right? All right, I'm not going to mess with it. As long as you can hear it, I don't know what's what.
Perfect.
Though. This is okay. All right, I'm going to leave it like it is. I'm not going to mess with it. But I can't hear it, but I could see it. So we'll just leave it. We'll go with it. Welcome back, SABA.
Okay. Thank you for welcoming back. Good to be back. And we have we have Inpu, and I don't know if this is his what is it called, an icon? What is the thing called in the picture of the Cash App? What do they call those? what do they call the thing that represents you on your YouTube? Yeah, avatar. Okay, good. I don't know if it always had a giraffe in it, but there's a giraffe in front of Enpu. So that's interesting. Shout out to Enpu, and he has a giraffe. Maybe I just noticed it, but shout out to Enpu. I'm gonna let you go ahead and read that since you are the original translator of the Enpu language, original decipherer.
Utevre Saba says $30 from Enpu MAAT for TFTK, which means thanks for the knowledge.
All right, give him some big noise for that. All right, thank you. And are you a little bit tired tonight, Atef? You seem a little. Energy's not the same.
I am. I've been traveling, man. So it is. And I'm my back. I got on 2 back braces. Remember when you said your back was yeah, I got like a pinched nerve in my back too. So I'm tied up. I got 2. I have a medical back brace on and like a regular, not a weightlifting one, but a really strong one. So yeah, I've been dealing with some back issues. I was stuck twice today where I couldn't move. I was in a car, it's stuck, I couldn't get out, and then and then I was sitting down and I couldn't move. It's almost like right now, my back is so, it's the nerve, it's like if I move a certain way, it's not a pain, it is a pain, it's just different. It's nerve pain feel different, so. But yeah, I'm going through it right now.
I remember you telling. I remember you saying a long time ago, maybe years ago, but you did say that you had a back issue that flares up every once in a while. But that was a long time ago. You told me that.
Yeah, it come and go. It doesn't. It comes and goes. It just comes out of the blue. I'll turn or move a certain way, and I'll get stuck. And I have like I said, I have a medical back brace, and I have to pull it and tie myself up. But it's really tight right now, and I'm sitting on the floor. Huh?
Mm-hmm. Is it sciatica?
I guess. Pinched nerve. That's what they say it is. But I ain't trying to claim it. I'm just.
Okay.
Because it's not, it happens and then it'll last for a few days. Sometimes it'll last for a week or 2. And right now I've been dealing with it for about a week. Off and on, but right now it's really bad. So I couldn't move early. I was stuck in the car.
And you're still here.
Yeah, I'm still here, Saba. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm tied up, but I'm here. Yes, I am.
Okay, good for you, my brother. My man, Tefrem Kemaat is here with back problems and 2 back braces on, not even at home, and he's still in the pod class. Okay, excellent. Okay, we gave noise to, we gave noise already. Shout out to okay. Who's this? I knew it. Terry Patty. Nana Amoon pops up. Yep. I knew it. I was like, I'm not gonna see it. Terry Patty pop up. It's a beautiful thing. He has been not every week at all, but as far as consistency for over the years, definitely Terry Patty Nana Amoon has been around for a long time, and he always donates and supports on the larger side when he does. So he can be depended on. What is that? he can be depended on for that. So shout out to Nana Amun. I had a feeling that he was going to show up. So shout out to him. And let me go ahead and put up his support. Shout out to you, Nana Moon, if you're listening. Appreciate your appreciation of me. And there it is. Boom. And it says, greetings, SABA. Tip for exist to consist. To your steady consistency on bringing these classes. There it is. Give him some big noise with some extra sounds, please. Biggity big noise. Sweet man. One. If you're playing something at TEF, this time I can't hear it. I haven't heard anything yet. I can't hear you either. Did something change? The sounds were great. I'm gonna go ahead. I can't now. Your sound is your actual voice is gone now. I'm gonna go ahead and put some sounds on while Tef figures this out. Sounds were good. Shout out to you, Nana Amun. And here is some sounds for Nana Amun. I wish I could give him more. Exist to consist. Exist to consist. To you, Nana Amun, appreciate you. Excellent. Tef, did something change? Did you change something between the time we... No? That's great. Okay. All right. Shout out to and now for let me go down to the bottom to some of the Dr. LaRoche comes through with a oh my goodness. Now Dr. LaRoche is Mr. Nile Valley Influence. That's his Nile Valley influence on this, Nile Valley influence on that. He is the master of that those type of questions. Every question, and it's always beautiful. I love those classes. What is the Nile Valley influence on this? No. Okay, here is a big one coming up. This is going to take all the noise. Here it is. Dr. LaRoche sent this days before the power class. $80 power class African Nile Valley influence on voodoo. Let's give him some big noise. I'm gonna go ahead and give him the Matrix music.
Can you hear that?
No. I cannot hear it. All right, shout out to you, Dr. LaRoche. This will be enjoyable to answer this question. Shout out to you, Dr. LaRoche. Appreciate you. Interesting question. All right, going on to the next one. Big supports coming in. A dog crying. We got we get leisure. Here we go. And I'm gonna take another break in the next 10 minutes. Shout out to we get leisure. Let me see if this is the question. Or is it just great support? Okay, we got another big one here. Hope your sound is working. Definitely another big one here from B. I hear it. Okay, B Get Leisure, who's MEHR, puts in $50. HENU, Worship, Dua, Natiru, and Tehuti, Amun Ra, In the Flesh, Dua Worship, houseofatton, NEFER. Give MEHR some big noise, please.
Do you hear that?
Can't hear any more now.
You hear that?
No.
Oh boy.
Okay, I'm gonna go start off. Shout out to MEHR. Let's start off with some crowd cheers. Thank you very much. I wish I had no more noise. Boom, appreciate you. Excellent. Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me? It's tough. I accidentally pressed the back button. Can you hear me? It's tough. Look, Pooh, press a 9 if you can hear me. I don't know if my sound is coming through. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Or anybody that's listening, press a 9 if you can hear me.
Can you hear that?
Yes, can you hear me? I've been asking if you can hear me. I don't know if you can.
Can you hear the sound effect?
No, not now. Okay, we got Pata Annie. Toss out the class. I can tell by the support title. Oh boy, here we go. Yay. All right, shout out to Pata and me. Let me throw. Appreciate you. Mr. Consistent never has missed a support since the class has began. $44.72. Tua for leading by works. Counting of measures. Wonderful. Shout out to you. Let me give a big crowd cheer. I wish I had more. All right, shout out to you, Pata. Interesting. Okay. All right, here we go. We're gonna go to Tabo Damu. Oh, this is for the peanut butter class. Shout out to Pata Damu. All right, he says peanut tip. Oh, for the peanut butter class, yes. Peanut tip. Shout out to you, Pata, for the peanut tip. And anything that's labeled as tip gets a crowd cheer. So I'm going to give you a crowd cheer for that. All right, wonderful. And we have scroll down. Link to the account. A parrot for sale. What is this craziness I'm getting? Okay. We have there's the other Nukpoo. Nukpoo. Okay. So is that 3? Or is that 2? Shout out to Nukpoo. I see. I think that's 3. Because when he gave in the week. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going to cut the classes down for sure. I don't think it can last 3 hours. Okay. Nukpoo, Hotep Sekum Saba, Hotep Sekum Saba, Nefer Netert, Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra, Mikau, Ma'at with the blue eye. Any sounds yet, Atef?
Can you hear that?
No, I just hear mine. I just heard mine. I couldn't. I heard something, but it was far off in the distance. Say it again, Tev.
Okay, tell me when you hear it.
Yes. Yes, make it louder and clearer. That's perfect. That's great.
You can hear this?
Any? I didn't hear anything else after that. Okay, going on to the next. Shout out to Nukpoo. Oh, we have Nuthead Sama'at. And I saw Mr. 508 appear. All right, here we go. All right. Nuthead. Oh, is it on? Is that Nuthead Sama'at? Let me see. Nuthead Sama'at. $16.61. It says personalized note. All right, shout out to you, Nuthead Sama'at. Appreciate you. Okay, we got Amun and Amunettes. Here we go. sent a message to me on great consideration and accountability. They can be counted on. They sent a message to me. Yes. They sent a message to me saying that they may not be able to make the class due to their late work hours. I appreciate that. Amunet, appreciate that. And they said they sent a message out to the Jet, and I think it's F, for the sound. Appreciate your ability. We got nice, very nice. Yes. All right, we got Amunet. I can hear you. Great. It says entire pod class. Hotel Mary Henu. Perfect, beautiful, excellent. $45 for entire pod class. Hotel Mary Henu. Atef SABA Tehuti with the black hat, the snake, and the black heart. Give them some big noise, please. Perfect. Absolutely great. Leave it just like that.
Bomb has been planted.
Wonderful. Perfect. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Okay, I ain't bothering nothing else.
Leave it just like that. Sit back and just press the button. Okay, great. I'm gonna answer a couple more, then I'm gonna take another break. See if there's hopefully some more supports that have come in. We got Tehuti again. Oof. Tehuti again. This is his third support on top of the gigantic support he gave for the question itself about a month ago or so. So here we go. Tehuti and Ra for focused word consistently. Uben Ra, Ma'a, TCHET, like BENU. All right, give him a hand clap, give him some noise for that. This is third support on top of his Excelente. Okay. We have Basa Tutmaka Ox Effect to two of them. Two of them. Here we go. Basa Tutmaka Ox Effect. Basa Tutmaka Ox Effect. Oh, here we go. Yes. Appreciate all those who keep the Tehuti pod class continuing, which keeps the House of a 10 continuing. The Tehuti pod class keep the House of a 10 moving. So those who support the Tehuti pod class tour, because you're keeping both things going. And I appreciate the consistency and accountability for all those who do support, like Batsa Tedmaka Ox Effect, $50.72 for Dua for showing us accountability, Henu or SABA Tehuti. Give him some big noise, all type of noises, please. Excellent. Thank you. All right. We have Daryl. Brother Daryl. He stated to us that he is giving the 508 because of one of the words for this class. He said this before this class, but he said that's something he knows he can keep consistent. He's all about consistency. So 508 is something he knows that he can be consistent with. So he doesn't want to go up and down and then not support. And so and it has a consistent number message. So shout out to Daryl for the 508. All right. Is anyone still in the chat? Is this Nookpool in the chat? All right, we have Robert Williams again. When Robert Williams gets his name, his RAN one day, it may be one of these words. He's definitely Mr. Consistent. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. I think this is his second one for the night. Boom, boom, and boom. Robert E. Williams, $22.72 for consistency and support is far seeing. Check. Excellent. All right, give him some noise for this. Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. All right, thank you, Robert E. Williams. Was there another sound you played after the clapping, Atef?
No, it made a static sound.
Okay. Okay. All right, so Patah sent me a message. Shout out to Patah. He sent it. I didn't see this message. Shout out to Patah for his accountability and consistency. He sent a message stating that he would be late for the pod class at the start. So shout out to you. And I'm gonna type him Otep Tua for the accountability. All right, you can be counted on. All right, next support coming in is let me scroll down. Is it just the big ones? The big ones? Okay, we got Basa Tut Maka Ox Effect again. for Dua. For Upesh. All right, Basatut Maka Ox Effect for Upesh Dua. And for those who don't know who are watching this, Upesh was the word that I brought back, resurrected back into existence as the word for dream. It is also the word, it's the word for dream. It also has the feather of Ma'at in it, and the bull's horn, which is opening, and it has the star, which is light. It's the real word for dream, and it represents being awake and conscious while you're dreaming. Alpesh and Rez. And he says Dua. All right, which is which is the appreciation. Shout out to you. Did we give Basatut some noise for this yet? Thank you. We have a Tefrem Kemaat. We have a Tefrem Kemaat, and then we have two bigger ones. So this is a Tefrem Kemaat who is so consistent and so accountable that he sends this support sometimes the day before the pod class. Oh no, I don't want to replace it. What does that mean? No, that's strange. Oh, that's strange. Okay, I don't want to replace it. I want to change the number. Okay, there we go. Shout out to a Tefrem Kemaat. Just I have a couple more, and if nobody sends support after that, I think we can close the pod class down after the next. There's two more. All right, a Tefrem Kemaat, and a Tefrem Kemaat is in some pain, and there's no one on the panel for him to talk to really. So yeah, we can close down after the next few supports. Tefrem Kemaat, go ahead and read that for us, brother, please. And the chat is completely still.
Hotep Ma'at 777 for Hotep Ma'at Tua Isha.
Okay, wonderful. Give yourself a hand clap for that, please. Go ahead and put the other one on too. Okay, and back to back is a Tefrem Kemaat again. Oh, there it is. The Tefrem Kemaat. Go ahead and read that for us, please.
SABA says 2272 for Hotep Ma'at Tua Isha.
All right, give some big noise for that, please. Perfect. This page is any supports that keep in. If not, we can go ahead and read these redo your big supports. We'll see if anything else comes in. We got this one was from I got Dr. LaRoche. Oh, this is long. Oh wait, I think I can get it all in. So Dr. LaRoche, he sent in his question, so I'm gonna go ahead and save the question, and then I'm gonna read the other two supports. And thank you again, Dr. LaRoche, for your large, consistent support. I think we have two in for you. One that I answered and two more that needs to be answered, and they're all recent. Yep, I see right here. Okay, boom. We'll call this B. Okay, shout out to Dr. LaRoche, and now we're going to go to the two large supports that I see in here. And that is, this is from, this is actually from last week, but I didn't read this off. It's a question. This is from last week, but I didn't read this one off. It came in after the pod class was closed. Maybe about 5 days ago, actually. So we're going to go ahead and read this one. It's a question 8 from August 30th. Okay. We're going to give some major noise. This one was in from last week. I did not read it, so we'll go ahead and read it for this pod class here. And it's a major support, of course, from HERU. I think last week, 5 days ago. Was that last week? 5 days ago. All right, it says Uben Ra SABA 3-Eye Atlas. Is it real or PSYOPs? I had Upesh in Ethiopia beings. Shit came to me, so I want to know if I'm under a hypnotic spell from the Matrix. And of course, with the beautiful brother HERU, I'm going to get him to retype this in a certain way. That's going to be a little bit more clear. But I think the question alone is 3-Eye Atlas, is it real or a PSYOP? So there it is. And the hypnotic matrix part, I'll have to clear up with him. All right, make some big noise, all the noise possible for HERU, Be Get Leisure. Give him all the noise, please. You're on mute, I don't hear anything. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start it off. I don't hear anything from a Tef, so here we go. Shout out to Be Get Leisure for this major support. Appreciate you. Great brother, consistent brother. You're also Mr. Consistent.
I don't play with pseudo.
And it's always large. Give him a hand clap. Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you, Atef, for the great sounds and figuring it out. It sounds clear. Nini, and now for the last support that I see, let me scroll all the way down. Go to the page, next page. No. What's it? Thank you. That pulls down. TV Worldwide, Nation message. Okay, shout out to the wonderful, consistent, nothing now but large supporter. Harassed it, are you still watching or have you fallen asleep? Are you still in the room? Harassed it. Let me give her a couple seconds. Harassed it, are you asleep or are you here? Let me know if you see her comment or anything, okay? Nothing from harassed did? Okay. No problem. Okay, wonderful. Shout out to harassed did. We're gonna go ahead and read off your major supports. This is the largest support of the night. Coming in from harassed did. She truly appreciates the pod class. She says it to me over and over again for saving her life, her and Sky. She truly appreciates what it is I'm doing for her. She can apply in her conscious changes, mental changes, and what's happening in her personal life space there in the house, the family that she is constantly creating. We're going to give a big shout out to Harassed Did as the great supporter, female, consistent, and something's wrong. Podcast setup. Where'd the supports go? Something's not right. Hold on a second here. August 30th, right? Where'd all the supports go? Focus structure. Did I put in here? Oh, I put in. Okay, no problem. That's fine. I put it in the answer section. Okay. So shout out to Harassed for the largest support of the night. If we count Big Ed Leisures from 5 days ago and what he actually gave for tonight, Harassed is the largest Big Ed Leisures, the largest combined in the middle of the week support and what was given today. Shout out to Big Ed, the largest support. Big Ed Leisures, the largest support given for the accumulation of the middle of the weekend for today. And for the one-time support of today, shout out to Harassed who gave at 6:22 p.m. for Tua Neteru with the call hands up. Let's give her some major noise. $115.55. Tua to you. Give some big noise to Harassed Sarah Jean.
He's the number one shooter with the hat on, with the dead snake around the
Oh my goodness. Shout out to the madman Unc West who thinks somebody is pseudo because they wear a hat. And who sees a snake moving and calls it dead. True mental illness taking place. The hatred is so strong that irrealities have to be created. So because he wears a hat. Shout out to the hat making companies for being pseudo. Yeah, have you seen an Unquest icon?
No.
It's been for years. It's this hat. It's a monkey in this hat. Not the Natiru hat, but it's a top hat, red and black, with a monkey's face. That's his avatar. All right. All right. Okay, everybody, that is it. Let me go ahead and refresh the page. Is there any more supports given for the night? Let me go ahead and go to the top, refresh. I'm going to reload and see if anyone is still supporting. If not, then the good brother can go ahead and close out, do the affirmation, and then we'll close out the class. Okay, let me, it's reloading. Let's see, this is a chat message. Let me see. Oh, this is, okay. All right, it's white screen. That's something else. Okay, shout out to all the people who did support. Let me go ahead and turn this down. The chat is asleep. The people are, no one is here. And we're going to go ahead and close it out with the affirmation. But first, we're going to close it out with the Tefrem Kemat giving some beautiful closing words. And then we'll do the affirmation.
To a great Saba. It's an echo in my background, but
Your
consistency and showing up, being an example. NEFER example of my I'm glad that you're back and that you're healing up well and that you're here still with us for everything that you do for us, great Saba. I see your NEFER example reflected in the great brother Ani and what he showed and demonstrated on the panel with the with those beings there, and I was very NEFER, definitely something to learn from. So Tua to you and that great brother for y'all example, you being an example, him following your example, and us being able to follow that example as well and guidance. Hotep Henu to the great brother Tehuti for asking that NEFER question as you always do. Hotep Henu to the Dr. LaRoche for all his NEFER questions. Hotep Henu to Sarah Jean. She's been here since day one. So to you, great sister, for also being an example for the sisters to follow. Hotep Henu to the great brother Jed and his Aoud. And all the supporters and everyone that does come out and support and that are able to learn from our great teacher. So, great Saba, may your name be remembered for eternity. May you advance your station among the venerables. May your Ka contend with your enemy. And may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who closed the weary one. May your name be remembered for eternity. May Amun be satisfied. Hotep Hindu to you, great Saba.
Tua to you, good brother. Beautiful words of love, adoration, appreciation in Henu. Excellent adorations and excellent appreciation. And you are doing great in representing this class's, you're representing every word that this class was about. Showing up to the pod class in back pain, somewhere else where you're not even home. It doesn't matter. You will, well, other than last week for whatever situation, but 99% of the time you will show up, and that is commendable. You're doing absolutely great. So to you, Nina, for everything you thank me for, and may you and your family strive and prosper, just like your name. Oh, you got a new lesson on your name. The TCHET snake. That's not the cobra. That is the that is also the snake for a family and everything else I taught about. So you have a peaceful night, and I appreciate all your appreciation for me. Uncle Justin Ebb, Shunamad too.
To Anini great Saba.
Wonderful. Okay, family, we're about to go on big screen. So Tefrem Kemal, get yourself some sleep. What is it, 2:50 over there? 3:50? What time is it over there?
Yeah, 2:50.
2:50, jump in that bed. Get yourself some rest and recover that back. And do you work on Monday?
No.
Okay, good. I wouldn't want you. What do you say? 35,000 steps. I wouldn't want you doing 35,000 steps with that back. That's
Yeah.
good.
You know,
Hopefully,
believe it or
hopefully,
not, the walking helps it. It's the sitting down and it's being stagnant is what makes it hurt more. Well, it depends though. But walking doesn't. It helps a little bit.
Oh, that's good. Walking, that's great. That's great. That's great. I'm glad that walking actually helps it. That's good. And what else did you say? Walking helps it, and what else?
Yeah, I was saying walking helps it. Sitting still kind of like right now I'm gonna be stuck. It's gonna take me a minute to get up.
Oh no. Okay, I know nobody's awake to help you up either, right?
No, Shantae
Anybody
is sitting. He is knocked out right here on the side of me.
in the sitting position? She's sitting knocked out? Is that what you said?
Yeah, on the couch. Yeah, the whole class. She just put her feet on the couch. And I'm sitting on the floor because I kind of got stuck down here trying to figure out the sound. So that's why I keep rubbing my head because I'm stuck.
Okay, man. I hope you get off the floor. Jehuti said, did y'all read the sayings yet? You mean the affirmation? No. No, we were about to. If you want to jump on the panel, Atef's going to read the affirmation. And we know we have not read the affirmation yet. We're about to right now. So, and then I'm going to go ahead and do the closeouts. Okay. I hope you heard all that. So let me go ahead and take this off so we can do the affirmation. Good brother Atef. Okay. Are you ready, Atef?
I'm ready, Saba.
Okay. I don't know if Jehuti was trying to come on. I put the link in for him, but or if you're just inquiring if he missed the affirmation. Not sure. Okay, I don't see Jehuti coming on, so we're going to go ahead and read the affirmation right here. It would be good if Jehuti was able to come on and give an closing words and a thanks for that 3.5 hour class he just received. But who knows what state he's in. Okay. I asked if you were ready. What did you say, Atef? Did you respond?
Ready, Saba.
Okay, great. Okay, here it is, everybody. We're going to put the affirmation on the screen. And go ahead and lead us out, great brother Atef.
Go tap into on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki MAAT. An NS. Nintat Osat MAAT. MEHR Papat MAAT. Her NEQE. Her EQ. I live for MAAT. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of MAAT. Every day I advance towards MAAT. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, I'm about to go big screen. Have a great rest. Atef from Kemaat, and you did excellent today, and I'm glad you figured out these sounds in the situation that you're in.
Tua and NEFER Upesh Great Saba.
NEFER Upesh, rest well. Okay, is there anyone in the chat? I'm going to go big screen and close out. Wonderful, everybody. Another 3.5 hour 3.5 hour class. Excellent as always. Excellent questions. Renders excellent answers. Wonderful that you all took that walk with me through that movie of 6 questions answered with the largest donation sent in for a podcast question that I can remember. For podcast questions, that's 6 of them, and they were answered beyond belief. A lot of firsts in that class. A lot of me saying on this date, August 30th. So a lot of firsts. So you all, glad you appreciate it. Glad we can answer all your questions. Is there anyone in the chat watching? Anyone at all? Just Tehuti? All right. Peace and love, everybody. You know to support the Tehuti Pod class, even if you're watching this after the class shuts down. Support this work that's being done. Don't have me in a situation where it is after I'm gone, then everybody starts doing the support and exalting. We are here live and appreciate this and become a part of. And there's a person who asked the question, Tehuti and
I'm
Ron.
sorry. I think my camera's not working, but this was such an amazing class. If you can hear me, I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes.
But this was such an amazing class. I only caught the last like 30 minutes of it, but I know I'm gonna have the greatest 3 hours of my life. I greatly appreciate everything that you did and put into this class. It's truly amazing for what I did catch and was able to see. It's truly phenomenal, and I can't wait to look at it. And I thank you for everything that all the information you provided. It's greatly appreciated.
Wonderful, brother. That's good. It's good. We got you. We have you on here to give your duas and appreciation for this class. 3.5 hours.
You sound tired, man.
Like Atef said, if it was 3.5 hours to teach it, imagine what it took to put it together.
I already know.
So, Janika, peace. And okay, wonderful, Tehuti. And is your schedule always such that you come in Saturdays late like this? Or are you able?
Yeah, like I have games at night, so sometimes I get off early, but majority of the time I have like late games. And then when I get back, I have to go walk my dogs and things like that. So
late games, as in you're the one playing a game?
No. I rep for men's leagues and different kids leagues too. But the men's league at night.
You're a coach?
No, a referee.
You look like a referee. You're built like a referee. The referees sometimes get as much exercise as the players. You look like
right.
The referees. I'm like the referee has a lot of stamina. He has to move everywhere on the court too. He's like one of the players.
Run up and down the court always.
It's basketball, right?
Yeah.
Okay, my brother, that's great. That keeps you in shape and healthy, and continue going on. And I've never met anyone that was a referee. You're a referee for games that are they the games on TV? Or are they?
No. They're like different men's leagues and like it's kind of like summer leagues. AU.
Okay.
But
okay.
Not like NBA or nothing like that.
Okay. And that is actually like a job of yours? That's your job?
Yeah.
Well, you're the first person I've ever met who's a referee. I've never met a referee of anything. So interesting, unique profession, and it keeps you in shape. I'm sure you have to be alert at all times. You could get hurt. It's all kind of things is happening. So interesting job. It sounds fun. So I'm glad you come in the pod class whenever you can, because you can't really determine the time. It ends at different times. And I'm glad you came in to give this adoration to me and appreciation of the class. So I'm going to go ahead and close out now, good brother.
Okay.
And say peace and rest well to you.
Peace and love, Tehuti.
Okay. Peace and love. Excellent. Okay, we're going to go big screen, and here I am, big screen. Peace and love, everybody. I'm glad you all appreciate the class. Let me help Tehuti. Okay, good. He got out. Okay, peace, John Nika. You came in right at the end, or maybe you were there the whole time and Just type something now. Peace and love to everybody that supported the pod class, that keeps this moving. This is it's ununderstandable to know what it takes to answer these questions in the format that it's in, which is all visual. Much easier when I was answering questions just standing on a podium, and I could just answer from the top of my head and talk and show a couple things in books to the audience. This is much more elaborate and a lot longer. And yes, it takes an extreme amount of time to put this together. To everyone who supports and actually appreciates this and sends in their support. You all are absolutely excellent. Rewatch this class. You can watch this class for a year. This class, every 15 minutes, every 10 minutes is another explosive bomb. And I read out the date of August 30th, 2025 multiple times. Whenever I do that, that means it's the first time it's being taught. And I did that about 4 times in the class. So a lot of firsts in this one. Peace and love, everybody. You are doing excellent. Continue to come to the pod class and be a part of the House of Attend the movement. Find out what you can do. Find out what you can do at home. Find out what the spiritual path is of the House of Attend. Send in more questions on teachings of Ma'at like this. They're all long. Every single answer I've ever given on the actual teachings from the scribes, or the teachings from the architecture inside the Aku, all of them have been long and elaborate, and I enjoy answering questions on that. Saket, Pata, Mark Strumble, several people have sent in questions just on Stranger, on just what's going on inside the minds and consciousness of Kemet, of Ma'at, of the people, of the teachings, of the structures, of the mathematics. Of course, Dr. LaRoche, every question he has is on more of what Kemet influenced, but those answers are excellent. Those questions are excellent as well. Peace and love, everybody. Support the Tutsi Pod class. You already know what you should do. This is the House of Aten, the last representatives on the planet of the Nitiru. While everyone is teaching that the Nitiru does not exist, we teach what the scribes teach, and thus we are the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru, teaching what the scribes themselves taught, not adding in words like mythology and all these strange words that the Greeks added in. We're just teaching. When asked about the scribes and the people of the Nile Valley, what they believe, we read what they say. Teach us about the Nitiru just based on what the scribes wrote about them. That is something that is never done, because as soon as you read what the scribes wrote about them, you'll understand that the Nitiru were always sentient beings. Anything else is you're adding into it. Your 2025 interpretation. We're here to represent the Nitiru. So peace and love, everybody. Of course, the class today, as you can see on the top, was Tehuti. What is Kemet? Accountability and focus. Sphynx created your... Oh, that part was amazing. Sphynx created your words. Kemet, snake of focus. I brought the venomous snake of Kemet. That is the word for eternity. And as you see on the screen right there, what is Kemet? Ma'at, accountability. What was focus in Kemet? How did the scribes... Sorry, what is Kemet? What is Kemet? Ma'at, accountability. What was focus in Kemet? How did Kemetic scribes create the way you think today? The first teachers on this planet of focus, structure, order, consistency, accountability. Kemet Ma'at Masterclass. Ancient Kemet MEDU words that created the English words you use today. Tehuti teaches on and brings out the live venomous snake from Kemet that was the glyph for family and focus. Did the ancient Sphynx, quote-unquote Sphynx, did the ancient quote-unquote Sphynx of Ma'at create 12 words that they teach in grade 3? Support the Tuti Pod class only if this has benefited you. Let that marinate for a moment. Peace and love, everyone. I'm glad you appreciate this. No one is in the comments. Everyone must be asleep. And we will continue this next week. Peace and love. See you then.